There was recently a new rumor of another Steven Universe show being in the works. This rumor kind of popped off on Twitter and got the Steven Universe hashtag trending, with the reminder of Steven Universe's existence brought back much of the trolls that hate the fandom, and in response, the fandom is speaking loudly to defend its show. I looked through some of these threads, and a lot of people were blaming a video by Lily Orchard to be the root problem of the anti-fandom's existence. Unfortunately, I didn't think to take screenshots because I didn't intend to create this video. However, I checked out Lily's page and she holds firm on her hatred of Steven's universe, which of course I feel is ridiculous, but since it's such a contrarian opposition, I thought maybe she has some good points. Most fandoms have a love-hate relationship with some of their favorite shows, so maybe Lily just more so on the hate side and has some meritable comments. This led me to watch her video, to my surprise finding out she is in fact not a fan of the show. Hates it with a passion that far exceeds Jordan Peterson's hatred of trans folk. And yes, I'm saying that ironically now because Lily is trans and sounds like a guy. Just a heads up as we go into this video, everybody I've shown this early to has called them a dude, and I'm like, hey, that's a she. And I know as much as some of you want to, please don't intentionally misgender her just to piss her off, because you can't say anything remotely as harsh as the things I say in this commentary of her video. Please keep in mind that while this video is a constructive commentary where I try to shed light on Lily's points, explain why some are bad and why some are spectacular, this is still YouTube, and I will be dishing out a fair amount of my own jabs and jokes. I do not hate Lily, I just hate this video in particular. We'll get into why I hate it, but first I want to point out something very noticeable on Lily's channel. Something that is extremely common on YouTube, however there's a dumb go-to answer for this, so I want to get that out of the way first. Approaching this video, I feel as though Lily is dunking on the show exclusively for clout and doubled down on it when she heard the outcry. There's a whole niche of rage bait YouTube channels, people who take the smallest minute thing that may or may not be an issue and blow it out of proportion. For example, a lot of people have been talking about the death of Netflix in regards to the animation budget cuts. People have been saying this for years that Netflix is minutes from dying, as far back as 3 years ago on the Joe Rogan podcast. With the recent news about Netflix company stock dropping and budget issues with the platform, people have been quick to make this argument all over again. My home feed was flooded with videos about the impending doom of Netflix. However, these videos are all rage bait, and you can tell just by looking at the company and competitors' values. No, I haven't forgotten I'm telling you about Lily's Steven Universe video, and debunking this Netflix death will illustrate a bulletproof defense for Steven's universe that Lily doesn't even mention in her video for reasons that will soon be obvious. Netflix company value is around $45 billion, at least in 2021. Regardless, a 5% company value drop is considered a massive issue for most corporations. Netflix stock will go up and down. It's bounced before, it'll bounce again. Just because it's taking a hit now doesn't mean death. Ragebait tubers' lack of understanding of this concept of economics allows them to make pretend these impossible death scenarios will happen. Disney's company worth is around $150 billion, about 3 times the biggest streaming service. However, Disney has been around for nearly a century longer than Netflix. Disney is still subsisting off the post-World War II economic boom. Meanwhile, Netflix has survived 2 economic downturns and without the same benefit as Disney. Hulu and Amazon Prime are valued at near half of Netflix, and to be honest, I didn't even know Hulu had original series till 2 months ago. There is endless clickbait on YouTube about how Netflix is dying, and Lily's video is just another one of those. But about Steven Universe, and why the show is supposedly the most toxic thing since gas chambers. I'll get to why I believe Lily made her video 2 hours long, however more than 2/3 of it is repetition, so she easily could have made it only 30 minutes for this mega video of hers. I pulled easily 200 pieces of quote-unquote evidence she used to claim that the show is awful. I don't want to leave any stone unturned, so I meticulously scrubbed through this video to find every single statement, accusation, and lie she spoke to rebuke them all. I don't want her to have any fuel. I needed to touch each topic, and taking the few worst criticisms to make a 15-minute video about Lily's James Cameron movie wouldn't cut it. I don't feel it's very genuine to clip out just the parts I can use to make her look bad, so I chose to respond to all of it, except the parts where she repeats herself, which, like I said, is about 3/4 of her video. Part of what made me want to address all of it was the fear that if I didn't bring up a point she made in her video, it could be used as some sort of gotcha, like, nobody rebuked this, therefore it's true since it hasn't been disproven. I want this to be the ultimate rebuttal. Could I have made this much shorter? I can, and at the end of this video I do tally each of her points, an L for the ones she got wrong and a dub for each thing that is fair. Trigger warning before we move ahead, since we do discuss lapis in this video, I will be discussing A and R, so consider yourself warned. Also, do not harass Lily for any and all false flags. While I do make jokes throughout this rebuttal, they're all in jest. I don't dislike Lily. I recognize a lot of people have made videos bashing Lily and a lot go too far, I feel. And as a result, I know Lily is rather apprehensive to rebuttals or videos on her. So I expect some amount of hate for this video by the very nature of whom I'm covering. However, given that most of the fandom has some loathing for Lily, and the fandom being larger than the quantity of people who hate Steven's universe, I should expect some support as well, which is why I'm saying, please don't be mean in the comments, please. And I recognize Lily has received so many comments, in fact, she had to filter comments. However, much of the comments she allows became picking the few people who agree with her statements, and I recognize that. A channel of her magnitude probably gets too many comments overall to actually read through them, so I don't blame her for only having a few on her video. I think that's all the disclaimers and whatnot, so let's tear into her video.
I am not somebody you can plot against. Every move you make against me, I will make the opposite. I'll be turning all of their opinions into compliments. Never read the confidence, but now I'm stepping up, I'm shining light in your incompetence.
Oh, good lord, this was a mistake.
This video is a mistake, but I can appreciate exactly how much time you put into it. It's no easy task to create something this massive, and you probably didn't expect it to get as much attention as it did, and honestly, I was surprised to see it at 7 million. Like, I would have expected 3 million tops.
Steven Universe was a revolutionary cartoon that shook the boundaries of children's entertainment and bringing it to new heights.
Steven Universe was groundbreaking for representation and going against cliche tropes, so I agree with this.
Or rather, everybody thought that it was.
People still believe it. It was a literal goal of Rebecca Sugar's, and she managed. Of course, the whole fan base will agree that it did, but this show was, in a way, the catalyst for more queer representation in media, especially in She-Ra, which I know you love so much.
In reality, Steven Universe turned out to be a mess of inconsistent storytelling, mashed up cliches that haven't been allowed to die, and a conga line of characters so consistently horrible that it's like being around all of your worst family members for the longest Thanksgiving ever.
Objection. You can't spew your opinions after saying quote unquote in reality. There's a word for it when people treat a biased statement as fact. I'm not sure what it is. I tried googling it, but the internet just keeps telling me the word is asshole. Aside from that, in the rest of Lily's video, she doesn't go into much detail about the cliche aspect she's accusing it of having. At most, she touches on one big cliche at the very end, which is fair, but we'll get to that in due time.
Steven Universe enjoyed ample praise and lavishings from the general press when it first aired, but as time went on, its fanbase became significantly more critical and unhappy with the show's contents, to the point that being critical of the show was an entire subculture of its own, and that is not undeserved.
It's very ironic how that subculture is commonly recognized as being created by you. At least a lot of the Steven Universe fandom sees it that way. I'm sure Steven Universe hate stands existed before a bunch of videos came out attacking the cartoon under the guise of criticism. Also, of course, criticism is rarely undeserved. Inclusion of that statement feels unnecessary, and it doesn't interrupt the flow of thought into what you're about to say next, which I am currently interrupting. But why do I point it out? I expect you new Steven Universe fans would watch this entire video from cover to cover, and being that so many exist, it would give you a lot of watch time and boost your spot in the algorithm. So I'm accusing you of stretching this video out as long as possible. I generally make my video essays as short and to the point as I can, except for this one because I didn't create a feature-length hit piece of a beloved show, and I want the opportunity to debunk every piece of quote-unquote criticism you have. Of course, accusing you of intentionally stretching the length of the video could be considered bad faith on my part, but given how many times you repeat yourself and drone on about a point you could have gotten too much faster doesn't really help the argument that this video is as short and concise as it can be, especially since other YouTubers already have done this exact video, but like in half the time you did.
Everything about the show is unprofessional and lazy, from its writing to the animation animation to the very core ideas the series pretends to have.
Is this your thesis statement? Writing, animation, core ideas, lazy... yeah, I suspect you're about to pile on all the reasons why you believe this, but before we go and let me shatter your entire argument. This series has over 100 episodes. Even if you only pulled 5 examples for each point, which still feels like a lot, there's a lot of evidence that will support the very opposite of your claims. An example of something else non-Steven Universe related being, just for argument's sake so you can understand, there's enough scientific evidence to say that life starts at conception, yet there's enough evidence to support that it doesn't. Just because there is evidence to support an idea doesn't automatically make it true. So regardless of how much you defend your claims, the only thing that will validate them is a lack of evidence for the other side. There's many more videos and articles online about why Steven Universe is the masterpiece you say it ain't, so I'm glad you're at least going against the grain in some respects, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I shouldn't judge your writing intent until I see those examples you're about to give me. It's important to point out the surplus of evidence contrary to yours, so regardless of how well you explain your side, it won't make your opinions true.
It's long since burned off much of the goodwill it initially had, and these days people are just trying to figure out what went wrong.
I disagree with the idea of it burning off its goodwill. Any new show wavers in the market until the people who like it find it, then everybody else who isn't in that corner of the market moves on with their lives. Steven Universe has now been around for nearly a decade and settled in with its own community. It just needs to breed goodwill with them, and you clearly dislike it, so it really doesn't matter what you think about it now, as any critique you give is something to pander towards yourself most likely, and not towards the people who already adore this show, who matter the most to it. Since you did say it burned off its goodwill, I will agree with you on that in regards to Steven Universe Future, as one of my best friends loves Steven Universe but feels Future should have never been made. However, I vibe more with Future since it follows Steven's trauma and figuring out his place in the world, and as an adult who's finding their own place in the world and having to deal with severe trauma, I relate to Future a lot. I love that it grew with its audience, for better or for worse, but you haven't even mentioned Future yet, so I'm assuming you're not talking about that.
That's what I'm gonna try to do here, going as in-depth as I possibly can, but Lord knows even I miss something because it just keeps getting worse and worse as time wears on.
That's a bad faith argument, but you're a minute in and haven't congratulated the show on anything it's done correctly, so of course I'm not expecting you to evaluate it fairly, so long as you're okay with us evaluating your video unfairly as the bias hit piece it is. I'm joking. I am going to hear this out, which is more than a rage baiter like you deserves.
Dear fucking Lord, somebody please end my miserable existence.
It gets better. Each day you just gotta go through the motions. Eat, sleep, basic hygiene, and you may not feel like it, but the future is better. Not Steven Universe Future, of course, guys. God knows you probably hate that.
This is a thorough deconstruction of why Steven Universe is a garbage show that is bad.
I guess this is the intro. Haven't your English teachers ever told you never to start out an essay with such a basic cliche? Well, I guess this isn't the beginning anymore, but we're still less than 1% into your video, and you didn't do something as cliche as read a textbook definition, so I'll let this slide, just pointing out the hypocrisy. Why the hell is your video in 30 frames per second? Are you trying to make the animation look bad on purpose to support your claims by tampering with the evidence? You use clips from the show like 99% of this video. You can use the standard 24 NTSC frame rate. You're really making yourself look like an amateur when it comes to animation, and I already don't trust that your criticism is worth your spit. You haven't established your credibility. You've made bold claims, which you have yet to back up without any reason other than the shock value of how terrible this show supposedly is.
I've gotten something of a reputation in the past for shitting on serialization, and I need to make it clear that I don't necessarily hate serialization itself.
You took a crap on serialization. Rick and Morty craps on serialization. I feel you should make a 2-hour-long video on why Rick and Morty is garbage.
I hate the prevailing attitude that serialization is objectively superior to episodic storytelling in every possible scenario.
I'm glad you feel this way, because there's some incredibly popular episodic shows like Family Guy in the bunch, while some shows are serialized and still uphold episodic nature, like The Office, She-Ra, and Steven Universe is also a combination. The Owl House is not very episodic, which hurts its network ratings. Meanwhile, Steven Universe stands apart from many canceled serialized shows because it can do both at the same time. I get the feeling you're about to dunk on Steven Universe for its serialization, so I'm pointing out its episodicness now, as most of the episodes have a self-contained plot.
Like any other narrative tool, serialization works very well when it's appropriate to the story. It's very easy to just say that shows shows with a continuous overarching plot are always better than a monster of the week, but that's just flat out not true, and it's most evident in shows that try to have it both ways.
Having a Steven Universe on screen while you say that makes it feel like you're agreeing that Steven Universe does well both ways, but given all the context up to this point, it would be unrealistic for me to say that's what you mean. I'm not sure if that's just a mistake you didn't intend or felt this would be interpreted differently, but I'm pointing this out for being confusing.
But regardless of what narrative tool you decide to use for your show, you do have to pick one, and this is what seems to trip up Rebecca Sugar at every possible angle.
I find it hilarious you're making another accusation, still have not brought up evidence to the table. Are we just supposed to believe you? You say trip up. If you wanted to be neutral, you could have said something like, didn't go as planned. But every fan of Steven Universe watching this knows you're trying to paint the show and its creators in the most negative light you can get away with. You allude that she is unable to decide how she wants to write. A lot of Western animation is going out of its way to shake up story structure and alter the status quo of the industry. Maybe you're struggling to understand her unique writing method, maybe you're so accustomed to old-fashioned styles and don't like the narrative getting broke on purpose, so instead you're just saying writing trips her up because it's not what you've grown to expect.
For a while, the Crystal Gems and Homeworld plot was really interesting, and we'll get into why that fell down the plug hole in just a few minutes.
Did you just say fell down the plug hole? That's not why I paused. I stopped because you said the plot was really interesting, and that's the first pseudo-compliment you've said out of all the negative things so far, but even then, calling something interesting could be dismissive in a neutral manner. So I'm not sure if this is actually a positive remark at all, which I'm going out of my way looking for those.
But what was consistently aggravating is that Sugar clearly wanted to maintain a Monster of the Week vibe on top of that and focus on more character-specific elements like The Last Airbender did.
Some would argue that this story cadence gives character dynamics more room to breathe rather than have the plot go full steam ahead and run over the developing interactions, and it also increases the rewatchability since sometimes I just want to see an episode where Jasper gets beat up. I don't see why it would be aggravating. They can do a different Godzilla beast each episode if they wanted and still have a deep emotional story. It's never one or the other. They can both be done simultaneously really well. Also, I never got a Monster of the Week vibe from the show, so possible misrepresentation or misinterpretation on your part.
Wasn't character work for the characters you would think would get the time and focus.
Just because side characters get designated episodes doesn't mean the main characters didn't. This is honestly the lowest IQ take so far because it's supposed to be your first piece of evidence and makes it seem like you didn't even watch the show. The main characters get several episodes to explore different aspects of who they are. Same goes with side characters. It's nice to have emotional storylines for side characters. I like the depth to Sadie and Lars. They become more important later on, so why not give the audience an episode to connect with them more fully? I've never heard anyone say there wasn't enough episodes about Pearl, and more than half of season 2 is about Peridot almost exclusively. I even refer to it as a Peridot season since the emotional storyline for season 2 was all about Peridot learning to love, leaving behind her prejudices, opening her mind to new ideas and experiences. The idea that the main characters were sidelined too much to make room for side characters is laughable.
What's that? Intergalactic fascism with a smattering of natural rule? Boring. Let's talk about the wrestling scene. That's where the real action's at.
Season 4 and 5 are all about the intergalactic fascists, but you want to point to a very small number of one-off episodes, like 3 of them, and use that as a reason for bad writing? That's Bologna. Just like it would be ridiculous to criticize that Aang preparing to fight the Fire Lord isn't every single episode, therefore the writer is bad. A critique like that has nothing to do with this situation. Are you saying Steven Universe can't mix in a few fun episodes because we're not allowed to take a break from fighting the good fight? Your second piece of evidence is even worse than the first.
You see, the side stories in The Last Airbender were so good because they offered insight into a primary character.
And then you go on to say Steven Universe didn't do that, but you bring up examples from the Lars episode, Pizza Nightmare episode, Conspiracy Theory episodes, and nearly all of the Rose flashbacks bring insight. Every time Pearl cries in sadness this because the show is giving more emotional depth. Of course, you said primary characters, so you're going to ignore the Beach City residents, but you can't refute the other main characters getting insight. Forget all of that though, because you don't like Steven Universe, therefore you get to discount everything and decide for yourself what the storyline establishes and say evidence that disproves your claim instead proves it. And I don't know why, it's almost like you didn't watch those episodes, and if you can't see the depth in them, maybe you just haven't experienced enough in life.
You know what The Last Airbender didn't have? An entire character arc for the Cabbage Guy. But that's what Steven Universe is doing.
Are you upset that the Cabbage Guy didn't get a story arc? He's more of a running gag than a side character, but a side story about him probably would have been fun given how many times we see his livelihood destroyed. Unless you would hate something like that, therefore you're pointing it out in Steven Universe, which I understand some people want more main character and less side character, but at the end of the day, that's your personal preference and you can't use Rebecca Sugar's decision to do that as some claim that she's a bad writer. If anything, the ability to flesh out so many side characters is a testament to excellent writing ability. It doesn't feel forced or awkward at all watching them versus many shows making fools of themselves attempting to force side character interactions, like Bolin in Legends of Korra. Whenever the side characters in the Steven Universe speak, it sounds like something that fits their temperament rather than the plot forcing them to say it to carry on, and I appreciate that.
The residents of Beach City aren't active players in the thin veneer of a story that Steven Universe pretends to have.
There isn't a thin veneer of story. There are multiple stories all happening separate from each other in the same universe where Steven is. This show is called Steven's Universe, not Steven's story. Steven is predominantly a device to tell everybody's stories through. The story isn't where everybody's tales overlap, and I can see how you would mistake that overlapping as a thin veneer storyline, but this show is not about the overlap. It's a show with each character's own meaningful and separate journeys.
They're background characters. They're weirdly misshapen, constantly shrinking Lyras.
Is that all? You just hate background characters getting developed? Have you ever heard of the word Sonder? The realization that all complete strangers are leading equally complex and confusing lives independent of yours all around you. This show really takes that to heart, and I'm not sure that word even existed before the show was made, but if you want a straightforward storyline with a handful of main characters who do the things with surrounding peons who fit nicely into their tropes, can't hate you for liking that, but I can hate that you're calling this show bad just because you don't prefer their existence.
They don't get proper character arcs because they show up, deal with the crisis of the day, and then go sit in the green room until Sugar wants to stall for time again.
Would you rather them blow through the storyline and have fewer episodes? If you want to talk about them like throwaway characters, let's be real with the fact that throwaway characters can still be fun and interesting to watch, and aren't the garbage you make them out to be. As for proper character arcs, sometimes a story doesn't need to fit neatly into a narrative rubric. Life is messy, things happen, there isn't always happy endings. These things get reflected in the characters in this world. I understand how not seeing a completed arc can be irritating in some ways, but it also feels more real. I don't like my cartoons always fitting perfectly into story structure. Everybody loves a mess now and then.
Literally the only one who does change is Lars, and that's because Sugar literally fucking killed him and replaced him with another character entirely.
Do you know what... Do you know what ego death is? Besides that, most people graced with death don't remain the same person they were before. As cheaply done as you want to call it, still character development. Glimmer from She-Ra became a different person when her dad was killed by the Horde, and if you're going to discount Lars in this scenario, you have to write off her whole character because she changed a second time when her mom died, and parental deaths could be considered less dramatic from a narrative standpoint than actually dying yourself. Lars wasn't the only person that changed either. Buck grew closer to his dad, Sour Cream earned his job, Sadie's journey was very much a relationship with Lars, falling in and out of love, and Greg was forced to become more proactive in his son's life. Overall, Steven's own dad was forced to grow up too as the show goes on. Mayor Dewey became less of a ding-dong and more of a model citizen from his corrupt political past. Granny worked her way up in society from senior citizen to mayor. The Fry family family and the pizza place characters were essentially the only people whose world didn't change very much, but both of the daughters went through psychological challenges and became mentally stronger for it. It's unfair to say the side characters didn't change, and also say the drastic change doesn't count just to work your argument. But you omit all those details in your video, so we know you don't actually care about intellectual honesty.
Normally, filler is fine to flesh out the world and the other characters, but the world being fleshed out is Earth, which doesn't need fleshing out.
Sorry guys, our main character is a human. He lives on Earth, therefore we shouldn't care about him. They don't have anything to offer you. His experience doesn't matter. We're just gonna rip off Freaky Friday and call it a day. Orchard, bro, you literally could have just said that. Talk about Rebecca Sugar stealing from other shows. Use that as an example of lazy writing. I can't believe we're almost 3 minutes into your shit show and I've already given way better criticism. I'm the one here who loves Steven Universe. Guess what they say, hate makes you act like a dummy dum-dum. I'm joking, of course, though. I'm pretty sure there is some sort of study that says being angry does drop a person's active IQ, and we can see how. This show makes Lily vivid.
The characters being explored are random bit parts who ultimately mean nothing and they're not funny.
Here we are. You just don't like the humor. That's acceptable. Not a lot of people like Rick and Morty's jokes, but some people jam with it. I resent that you said these characters ultimately mean nothing, and I understand you say so because they don't contribute a lot to the overarching plot. However, they deliver important notes and sentiments about friendship and relationships, and they can all be applied to our own lives. So, even if you discount their effect on the plot and discount their jokes, there's still the cliche moral of the story aspect to apply, and also the relatability aspect to apply. If you want to argue there is no moral for Ronaldo's arcs, that would be fair criticism, but just because you don't find him humorous and you don't like his interactions with the story doesn't give you permission to write him off in the grand scheme of the show.
Filler episodes of shows are usually the fun, light-hearted episodes the writers use to ease off the tension of the main story, if they have one. Steven Universe doesn't have that need for easing tension, as the filler episodes outnumber the story episodes considerably.
This could be why you hate side characters so much. You think the episodic parts as filler episodes just because they don't contribute to the main storyline. It's not filler. It's just a one-off episode that isn't supposed to interact with the main plot. Kind of like every episode of Family Guy. It's okay for Rebecca Sugar to do both. She doesn't have to toggle back and forth because a few angry people don't like it when shows do that. I don't understand how you don't get that Steven Universe is episodic. That's one of the most frustrating parts about this whole video.
It almost feels like Sugar wanted to have a story about an intergalactic space war, but also wanted to just write fanfics about random people in Beach City and couldn't seem to pick one.
Or, now hear me out. She did both. I know that's not typical, but Disney's Amphibia is the same way, where there's random episodic adventure mixed in with the main storyline. But you're probably used to things like Gravity Falls and the Owl House, where it's almost exclusively episodic before the plot kicks in season 2, changing the way the entire show is written. I'm glad Sugar wasn't forced to go with one or the other. For Steven Universe, I know what episodes I need to watch to binge different arcs, or if I just want a one-off episode to relax to after work, I can have that too. The community has made lists of each storyline that you can reference when deciding what arc to watch, or see what episodes to skip if you're not interested. This is all in regards to the rewatchability though, and you could complain about this aspect more if you actually wanted to watch it over and over again, but you hate the show, so it would be dishonest for you to critique a tool of the community who watch it for fun and not to shit on the show.
For a while that worked for her. The fandom at the very least seemed to love all of this, and Steven Universe Circa Season 1 had an extremely critically undiscerning fanbase.
You couldn't even will yourself to give her the props on that. You just drop it down to, it was well received by the fan base, and that alone should give the show some merit. But you ain't about that congrats, cause you're here to trash it, not award it, starting with shuffling words around until you can, in some semblance, make an argument that her writing is bad. And so far, you've just proven you either don't understand it or it's just not your cup of tea. That's absolutely fine if you don't like it. My sister doesn't like BoJack Horseman, but I love that show, and I've seen it over a dozen times. Meanwhile, her and I both love She-Ra, and I've seen that one too over a dozen times. Maybe there's another show we love, or this is just one of those where you don't, and I do. My sister doesn't openly bash on all the reasons she dislikes BoJack though, because she understands it's a preference thing. Maybe Lily will be open to that concept one day as well.
But everything changed when the hiatus is attacked.
I can see how the hiatus would cause issues for the show, not so much for the fan base though, given how much time there was between Rick and Morty seasons, yet the people who still really love the show are there. Meanwhile, all the people who watched it just because it was the next big thing, they fell off and went elsewhere, which isn't always bad because it condenses the audience and allows the network to better evaluate what kind of ads to run on the show, meaning better sales for the companies it's advertising for and ensuring the longevity to the brand because companies were more interested in advertising to that specific demographic. Basically, the hiatus could have actually helped it out in the long run.
The show had just started and it was already taking a break.
Network TV has some weird airing schedules. Whether this was something under their control or not is something I don't know, but I'm not sure this is a legitimate concern at all, and given that you've said a few neutral things but mostly negative things, I'm assuming you're bringing this up as some kind of gotcha. I don't feel it's conducive to your points to bring up these delays. I'm unsure whether each season was animated to completion before airing, or they would animate a few episodes, air, animate more, air. Animation is very time consuming, hundreds of hours go into each minute, and generally there's not as many animators working on each project as people think there are. All of that information is kind of secondary to Cartoon Network dropping the ball. I agree they should have done something about this, unless it was intentional, but I feel this didn't hurt the show in the long run, as I said before, so it's just a moot point now.
But here's where the biggest problem lies. If you binge watch the series now, everything seems fine.
Yes, the story is juicy when you don't have to sit through a hiatus, but the problem, as you're about to say, is there's too many filler episodes, which is not a problem because there isn't filler, there's one-off episodes. There's a difference, but it's your own distaste, it's your own bias, and not liking episodic installments. I disagree with the idea of filler for this show. If you don't like the episode, go to the next one that follows the main storyline. It's not like they put a grain of the overarching plot in each of these episodes that forces you to watch it like they do in My Hero Academia. Steven Universe is a very liberating viewing experience. You aren't forced to watch every episode to see the main plot line. I'm making a parody of Steven Universe, a video for each season. For season 1, there was like 6 episodes I pulled footage from because those 6 episodes covered the main storyline. For season 2, there was like 10, and for season 3 a similar amount. Few of the series episodes follow this main storyline, so it's clearly more episodic than it is serialized.
Filler episodes' biggest problem in retrospect is just that they're boring and most people would rather be told the cool story about space battles.
Objection, you're the one who finds them boring, and a few of your fans, but a lot of us appreciate the inclusion of these episodes. Even though I'm watching it to see them beat space Nazis, I still have a really good time with these one-offs because they're funny, and sometimes they get really dark and personal, like the episode where Sardonyx interviews Smokey Quartz. It's really pressing that question, who are you? So much so that it can be viewed as speaking to the audience, asking the viewer to define themselves, see their uniqueness, and appreciate that. At least that's what I got out of it. If you thought it was boring filler, then that's your loss.
People are going to get angry because you're just jerking them around and wasting their goddamn time.
I feel like somebody quoted you saying this in the comments of your video, because most of what you've said seems to be some sort of conjecture or willful misinterpretation of the show. You're just barfing up words and trying desperately to make some sense out of it so you can publish this video.
The fact is, Steven Universe had ample time to appropriately put filler and just decided to fill it with nothing.
I realize you just see the one-off episodes as filler and nothing more, so I'll skip past these parts since I've made my peace with them. But to repeat, they're not filler, they're just episodic. You're free to watch and enjoy a contained storyline, or you're free to decide this show isn't for you and stop watching. Instead of deciding that just because it doesn't cater to your idea of what a show should be, that it's bad writing. It's not bad writing, it's just different. And if you haven't seen Orchard's video on this, they basically go on to ramble about filler for a few more minutes before getting to this part.
Who goes through all that effort to make magical lesbian space rocks and then devotes so much fucking time to just average, ordinary, everyday humans?
You could make a similar argument about amphibias, since the plot and the emotional storyline both revolve primarily around the 3 humans who were teleported to Amphibia, while most of the Toad, Salamander, and Frog characters, even while their main characters actually have the least impact on the plot outside the main antagonist, which is also true of the humans at different points, ironically enough. I feel it's also worth pointing out Adventure Time did this as well, since a lot of Cartoon Network shows follow the adventures of little kids near the age of the target audience in an attempt to give the viewer somebody to latch onto and see the world through their eyes. And since a full-blown space rock dictatorship is probably a little too much for children, Steven is there to root them in the experience. You're an adult who's exempting children's writing from a children's show. Of course kids will watch, so of course it will have to have childlike elements that focus on humans.
Destroy the entire fucking planet.
I get that you're swearing to add emphasis, but you've already done that like 2 other times and it's kind of lost its significance hearing it again and again. This isn't really a rebuttal, just an FYI. You can change up a little bit. It's only been 4 minutes and you've already done this like 3 times. It's just repetitive. Here's a writing tip. Maybe give like 10 minutes of breathing room between each swear, so it doesn't lose all its impact when you do this.
Now, in any other show, this kind of story would have a sense of urgency about it. Not in Steven Universe, however.
They explain in the show why the planet's destruction is not urgent. They literally build their drill in like 1 or 2 episodes, while an entirely different storyline is going and the focus of those episodes. Peridot explain that as the cluster grew closer to maturity, earthquakes would start happening, and they even finished the drill before they even had to use it, so it literally sat around for a whole entire episode. I understand that it seems inconsistent when viewing the major plot points of the show out of context like this, but upon close inspection, that is not a word. Upon close inspection, it's literally not an issue, and I feel like viewing this show exclusively from the major plot points like you are doing is going against the nature of the show, since it clearly has a much stronger emphasis on the emotional journey for all of the characters, all of the development and mental hardships they suffer, or fun one-offs. That happens in more episodes than there is main plot point episodes, and they have more episodes that go deeper into the feelings of the characters than any other emotional show like She-Ra or Avatar do. Those 2 shows kind of subtly show the emotional side of their story. In Steven's universe, it being front and center is pretty much the MO.
If you take the episodes that make up the cluster arc and rearrange them so the waffling happens after the cluster has been bubbled, this problem goes away.
You're literally graphing out the plots and you still don't understand the correlation. If you looked at the show from the same angle I and pretty much every other Steven Universe fan looks at it, you can start making some more valid criticisms, like whether or not Lars actually redeems himself, or was Sadie's self-actualization journey too forced, or maybe why Rebecca Sugar did Greg Universe dirty. Those are all things that the fandom can openly struggle to defend, but you talk about none of that. Instead, opting to pretend the show is something completely different and strawmanning it from that angle.
There's a distinct lack of actual tension in the story. Nobody's stressed out, nobody's worried.
Fans of the show aren't watching for the tension. We're here for the interactions. If they made a spin-off series where Steven Universe characters were thrown into a Friends-like sitcom, that would be the best thing that ever happened to us. We love these chill episodes where the characters just act like themselves, play and fight together, occasionally fight a monster. Steven Universe is basically if you shove Star Trek into a slice of life and make it a cartoon. And that's not a bad thing. Not every show has to appeal to everybody.
Nearly every arc has this issue.
I wonder why! No, for real reason I just said.
But unlike any other cartoon, it's lashed to Steven himself at all times.
Yeah, it's almost like he's the main character or something. You know, because it's a kid's show where a kid is obligated to be the main character because Cartoon Network is footing the bill and they need to sell like Bakugan and Barbies and Happy Meals. They want the child to be on screen for the kiddies to see.
This is why there are so many episodes about Steven bumming around Beach City.
It's hilarious you said that right after my most recent comment. It was like you were explaining it for me, and you just don't see the show that way, and that's just some great irony.
This is most egregious in Last One Out of Beach City, where the episode is entirely about Pearl seducing some human lady who looks like Rose, and also Steven is there.
Okay, that episode was a banger. It shows Pearl stepping outside her restrictive comfort zone and pandering to her friends to try to help them have a fun time, all while showing very relatable scenario of crushing on somebody for obviously toxic reasons. This episode did not tie into the plot, and I'm glad it didn't, because it's one I will watch again and again. Just because Steven is there doesn't make this out of the ordinary. Lots of kids have divorced parents and have to meet all the guys and the girls their parents are interested in. And given that Pearl is a mom figure to Steven, it adds to that relatability. Let's not be in denial that children don't also have romantic feelings and can't relate when an adult is thirsting over another person. This episode adds to the awkwardness for Steven specifically because the girl looks like his mom. The emotional tension in this episode deserves some kind of S-tier award, and we get to see Pearl have another iconic breakdown when she says, "Fuck all, I'm not going to pretend to be hip and cool and somebody I'm not just to make the people around me feel more comfortable. I choose to be me." 10 out of 10. Is there something to dislike about this episode? Sure, probably, but Steven wasn't shoved into the episode just because. Steven is not too immature to hang out with his friends at a house party and watch them hit up chicks for a booty call. He's literally seen death and destruction, fighting for the safety of the planet. Of course, this show can only hint and show these mature elements subtly because of the target audience, but this episode, apart from the rest, felt like one of the most real things in this entire show, given the experience a lot of kids have growing up.
Fan favorite episodes like wouldn't have happened if the series lashed itself to Aang the way Steven Universe lashed itself to Steven.
Steven is there for fun interactions. He's a very reactive character. He can be thrust into any situation, an episode can be made from that. However, Zuko and Aang are forces that drive the plot, and when the creators of that show want to take the pedal off for a moment, they can give other characters more camera time. I've also never heard the criticism that Steven gets too much camera time before, and I agree that it is a little funny to think about in retrospect, and if you dislike Steven, you'll dislike the show. I don't personally dislike Steven, at least not Steven after season 1. Complaining about Steven being around too much is a fair criticism, so I'll give you the dub on that.
A lot of interesting things happen completely off screen, which in terms of storytelling means it doesn't actually happen.
I have never heard anybody make an argument like this before. Like, She-Ra canonically establishes that Shadow Weaver was abusive to Adora, but if we cut to the beginning of the show where she escapes the Horde, that's not true. According to this weird hot take, it feels like you're making up a rule about narratives just to create a gotcha moment, when in reality this doesn't say anything about a particular person's writing. It just shows they felt a particular event wasn't important enough to get screen time, or didn't mesh with the message they wanted to show in an episode, compared to other events they wanted to spend the allotted episode duration showing, which is just another creative decision and not some red flag that points out a bad writer.
Oh, well, it happens off screen. That's not good enough.
I really can't tell what your beef is with off-screen information. I understand you want to see the events that affect the story because the accusation could be made that, oh, it's just a plot device. but there's only so much information that can be poured into a 10 or a 20-minute episode, and it's up to the writer to decide what aspects they feel are most important. You don't get to bitch and whine about it just because you wanted to see a particular thing when that ain't the focus of the show. It's just a part of it, and not the most important part.
Lapis is actually one of many characters who has a lot of shit to work through, but can't actually do that in the vast majority of cases because Steven isn't there, so she's not allowed to do anything.
You gotta understand that when Rebecca Sugar was playing chicken with the network, daring them to fire her over lesbian characters, tensions were high, and removing the main character, Steven, the vehicle for the majority of this story, the character put on screen for the kids to understand and identify with so they can get a better grasp of the world, Rebecca isn't going to take the network's baby boy away for shits and giggles just to give Lapis and Peridot their own isolated emotional adventure just to appease fans when everybody's job is in danger.
If you replaced every single episode of Steven screwing around a beach city with some rando with episodes about the other gems, Lapis could have actually been a character.
Lapis had her arc, she had her story, she's an active player in the fight against the diamonds. She doesn't have a very prominent impact on the early seasons since she's there to explore another side of issues. But saying Lapis could have actually been a character implies she isn't, and that's false. It seems like you just wanted more episodes about Lapis, but just because there aren't a lot doesn't mean she was treated as a throwaway character. Perfectly valid to want to see more of her though.
Amethyst might have been able to work through her insecurities more organically.
It's true, Amethyst episodes did struggle to have a natural play of events and dialogue, especially compared to the other crystal gems, and it could be that when Amethyst feels bad, she sort of closes herself off from everybody and goes off to do her own things as a coping mechanism, like the wrestling episodes. The fact that Amethyst was forced to work through her issues rather than cope on her own feelings kind of awkward, especially since somebody with feelings of inadequacy don't usually like to discuss it. But it's important to recognize that Steven was the primary force trying to help her out and make her open up, and she can't really say no to Steven, so while it's still in character for her, it does feel like the writing for those episodes was an issue where Rebecca Sugar dropped the ball a few times. Though the episodes still make sense, they are a little jarring at times, so I guess I'll give you the dub on this one.
Pearl might not have been such a crazy asshole.
Is Pearl crazy? Sometimes, but an asshole? No, she usually has good intentions. She just can't figure out a good method of carrying them out. Like the saying of the road to good intentions is paved in blood, Pearl often tries forcing her ideals on the other characters, but when everybody calls her out, she apologizes and tries to amend things. I feel like the worst thing Pearl did was trick Garnet into fusing with her, which was flat out manipulative, and that becomes an emotional arc of its own where we see her side of it. But everybody understands it was wrong of her. But an asshole! Overall, she's very supportive, kind, and caring to everybody. Also, before anybody comes at me over that comment, yes, I agree, Sugar really forced Garnet and Pearl to make amends and should have been done more slowly.
Garnet might not have been relegated to exposition about fusion and nothing else.
Garnet was the driving force for the show's concepts about love and connection because she's a literal embodiment of it. She's the one who is a perpetual fusion. It wouldn't make sense to have Steven learn about fusion through any other means, and it was very awkward rewatching the show as the introduction to fusion was done through Opal, which might have been less jarring if Garnet had been the one to show it off. Fusion is her expertise. Steven repeatedly goes to her with questions about fusion because that's one of her gimmicks. And just because that's what she is on a superficial level doesn't mean she can be condensed down to just that in the show abroad. Steven learned transformation from Amethyst, who transforms very regularly, which makes sense. So, it would also make sense that the fusion would teach Steven about fusion.
Sugar likes to put terrible people in leather pants so much, why not have someone actually grow and become better and earn that supposed redemption?
The story of Pearl manipulating Garnet to fuse with her fizzled. Since the characters were crammed in a box and forced to amend or die, that was a very forced way to end things. I'm sure you were about to provide evidence for this point, but here's one that's hard to refute. courtesy of somebody who loves the show. However, the main characters do grow and become better, so let's not make a blanket statement that this show is incapable just because the diamonds aren't given a trial by fire to redeem themselves.
The end result of this laser focus on Steven means that nothing is fucking happening.
It's easy to think that when you believe the show is full of filler, and since you think episodic one-offs equals filler, I bet you think Family Guy is 20 seasons of filler. Prove that wrong, you prove why Family Guy isn't filler, you'll prove why Steven Universe isn't filler. Also, just because Steven is the focus doesn't mean nothing happens to anybody else. We don't need specific characters to have the majority of screen time in an episode for them to experience a deep storyline. Sometimes action happens on the show's periphery, and if the show was about that, it would be the focus. But it's not, so it's not front and center. And that's not to say it doesn't happen though. So your point is invalidated because plenty happens. Unless you're being hyperbolic, in which case other shows do less, like She-Ra and Avatar, where the plot is progressed so slowly it often feels stuck, which is why I don't love Avatar as much as you. Whereas Steven Universe puts arcs on hold to focus on other subjects. I prefer that to cramming everything in together.
Steven Universe, because of this forced perspective, remains steadfast in its refusal to actually explore any of the ideas it presents.
It's easy to say it refuses to explore something when you don't say what it's refusing to explore. This show articulates parental relationship issues, trauma, racism, isolation, depression, manipulation, the meaning of friendship, and even brings up the concept of art as a whole for a few jokes, and still presents each individual conflict in each episode. So, if it's not refusing to explore any of that stuff, what is it refusing to explore? Unless you're just unhappy with the way that explored these topics? If that's the problem, you have... If that's the problem you have with it, then we have our own bias, so agree to disagree.
Hints that Lapis might have PTSD. It gives hints that Peridot might have self-worth issues.
It's a kid's show, they're not gonna outright say it. Of course those things are in the show, and I'm glad they only hint at it because not a lot of people will opt to watch a drama about somebody overcoming their trauma. But they will watch two wacky characters have roommate issues. Maybe Steven Universe is more similar to slice of life sitcom than I originally thought. But hinting at it makes it more digestible than having distorted flashbacks and showing the characters break down repeatedly. Obviously, Pearl and Amethyst are shown to have breakdowns in a handful of episodes, but those breakdowns are over much more family-friendly reasons. I get you want to see a more clear representation in media of mental disorders, or whatever the proper nomenclature is, but they have to be executed very tastefully or they could do more harm than good, and Lapis did so very inoffensively. Unlike Netflix Switch, which pissed off everybody on Twitter with dissociative identity disorder, and they tried to cancel the show over a perverse representation of a mental issue that has harsh results on people afflicted with it, Rebecca Sugar isn't going to go so far in the deep end that she makes the same mistake with PTSD.
It gives hints of character development. This isn't good writing, it's lazy writing.
Not everything is about character development. Dragon Ball Z, Goku went through nearly zero character development. All he does is develop his muscles, and that's still an awesome badass show. Not everything needs character development. It's not bad writing if a character doesn't grow mentally, it's just not what a particular show is focused on. We don't watch The Flash to see Barry deal with his daddy issues, we watch him to see him fight superpowered people, and people who do want to see the daddy issues, they can enjoy that. It's there, but it's not what a superhero show exists for. So, lack of character development isn't a writing issue, and besides, even if it ever were, Steven Universe characters do develop. Amethyst and Steven become more mature. Season 5, Steven acts like an adult, and Season 1, acts like a baby boy Cartoon Network probably wanted him to be. Pearl becomes less of a tightwad as time goes on. You get the point. If you don't, it explains your own examples. So
The sad thing is it's lazy writing that works.
lazy writing doesn't work. A storyline that people care about works. Authors have figured out over time what kind of storylines people care about and have grown accustomed to catering to those genres of stories. I suppose you could consider it cliche, but if you're interested in variety, go watch things that cover more variety. Or shows that do things differently. Oh wait, you are, because you're watching Steven's Universe, which you have yet to prove is poorly written.
When I did my video about Tempest Shadow, one of the most common attempts at a refutation from people was to accuse me of not being able to see hints of character development.
Without having to see that video, I can still agree with them because you ignore the character development in Steven's Universe, so it looks like a recurring problem for you specifically. I'm not trying to be mean, but if you can't pick up on the subtleties in conversation that track over several interactions to see how characters change over time, that's more of a you problem than it is a writing problem. One of the biggest criticisms of anime is that the characters explain everything that happens in excruciating detail. I've heard that some autistic people enjoy anime for this exact reason, because they don't have to pick up on the subtleties. Like Demon Slayer, they don't have to bend their minds and think like a neurotypical person to understand what's going on. I'm not trying to make an autism joke about you, but people who like to bash on the fan bases around any animated shows do make jokes about the mental states of the audience, for reasons exactly like this one. I will say a lot of children who don't have the complex understanding of literature we do don't struggle interpreting these subtleties, yet you are. And I'm not sure if you're doing it willfully so you can discount character development to support your claim at bad writing, or if you really just haven't picked up on it. If you really aren't picking up on it, I'll explain it like this. Two words can be synonymous, but they carry different weight in negative and positive connotations, without having to resort to adjectives or adverbs. Like the words screamed or yelled have a much more negative connotation than hollered. Using synonyms intentionally can portray the character as getting meaner or nicer over time, and that is subtle character development. At least one example of it. Meshing this into writing can be difficult as there's no concrete guidelines, so a lot of shows opt to have their character development more blatant just to make it easy on the writers. So, in regards to this, Rebecca Sugar writing this way is more so a testament to her ability than a gotcha moment.
But I also rightfully concluded that because the movie didn't bother to do anything with that potential, then that potential was irrelevant.
Look at me! I see I'm correct about this other thing that is different from what we're talking about now, so therefore I'm right about this entirely new topic! Even if we were to take your criticism seriously, the Steven Universe characters do respond differently to situations as they develop. An example being Greg was losing his mind over Steven becoming a full-fledged crystal gem and wanted to shelter him, but over time grew to support his son and actively helped out when situations became dangerous. Greg was unhappy with Steven getting involved with the search for Jasper at the beginning of season 2, but later showed support for Steven when he wanted to go to Homeworld and stand up to White Diamond. If it weren't for Greg's character development, he would have gotten in the way and tried to keep Steven on Earth, which would be a whole other episode.
This is something most fandoms can't grasp, and why hinting at character development is the easy way out for a lot of shows.
If it's a quote-unquote easy way out for a lot of shows, I guess it works really well, and a lot of people like it, therefore it works. Not all art needs to be some Beethoven masterpiece, it just needs to portray its points clearly enough, or portray its mood clearly enough. It doesn't need to be some astounding artful craft for the sake of being artsy to do what it's supposed to do. It really sounds like you're gatekeeping the arts when you say garbage like this. An argument could also be made that subtle character development is far more difficult to write than making a stereotypical development arc, because it affects every single interaction the character has differently as time goes on, altering it slightly and timing build-up, versus a small set of interactions and then static character afterward. This is the difference between static and dynamic characters, pushing them closer and closer to a specific kind of person, forever having to be written differently each time they get on screen. This happened with Pearl and Amethyst, who gradually become more and more hostile towards Pearl until it bubbles over and Steven helps them work through their issues. Calling subtle character development an easy way out is ridiculous. It's easier for some people, harder for others. But you can't use this as an excuse for lazy writing. Why don't instead you say how Amethyst blew up at Pearl twice, and both times Steven fixed things, since that recycled plot. There's a few examples of lazy writing that you didn't come up with as supporting evidence. Focus on that instead. You might make a solid argument for once.
Steven Universe hints at something interesting about a character and just fucking leaves it there.
To build tension, to drop some nuggets of curiosity in people's minds. Duh! There would be too much exposition if they stopped to explain every little detail, and that's one of my personal biggest gripes with animated shows, is there's too much info dumping and not enough action. We don't learn everything about the world they live in, but to me that is preferable to them talking at the audience every episode.
The fandom picks it up and speculates, concocts elaborate theories that delve into layers of intrigue, and then concludes that because of all this speculation that Steven Universe is an amazing show.
I'm not disagreeing with your statement here because it's pretty factual. However, every single fan base does this, so kind of a moot point.
Rebecca Sugar is getting all the credit and praise, but the fans are the ones doing all the real work.
Or maybe the quote-unquote work, as you call the fan base having doing, means actually nothing. I've never seen any of these fan theory episodes, so to me, they are worthless, and anybody else watching this who doesn't care about the fan theories also view this statement as worthless. Duh. Rebecca Sugar isn't getting A's on her report card just because some Steven Universe stans are making fan theories and fanfics.
They're writing elaborate story ideas that the show will never even try to use, but she's getting all the credit for it.
I could see this argument both ways because the network could be giving her pats on the head and saying, "Great job, Sugar, people on YouTube won't stop talking about your show. Good job." In which case, that's totally deserved for creating much intrigue, but at the same time, she doesn't get credit for it because people know they're just fan ideas. You're straw manning, saying she's getting credited for something she isn't getting credited for, and it's easier to paint her as malicious if you say she's stealing credit. You're showing everybody watching this that you're willing to make up stuff because you don't actually have enough evidence to support your argument.
Steven Universe is providing little more than a collection of writing prompts and being heralded as an amazing and deep show.
You could apply that statement to anything episodic. Family Guy, they just got handed a bunch of writing prompts and told to write Peter Griffin into that. I said that wrong. Rick and Morty, they get handed sci-fi movie scripts and told to make it a 20-minute comedy. She-Ra, they're told a bunch of sad stories and told to make new characters to do all the same exact stuff. Avatar, they're given a big bad evil villain and told to do anything but fight him for 50 episodes. This criticism is more of a broad argument against the entire art of writing, and if you're against writing as an art form, especially since you seem to have very binary black and white views on how writing should be done, it really feels like you just hate writing. Do you mean to tell me that Inktober is dumb because it's just people following art prompts? If your answer to that is yes, then it tracks with your dislike of everything I just mentioned. But if not, you're shooting yourself in the foot with a contradiction.
Just because a bunch of far more creative people can write 50 pages based off those prompts.
I've already done a better job at explaining her writing ability, and I've given more concrete examples as to why in some cases it's bad than you have, while also unveiling writing aspects that validate her expertise. Resorting to ad hominems is not the grand joke about Rebecca Sugar, you're pretending it is.
The big twist of the show is that Rose is Pink Diamond, but that twist was guessed by the fandom the moment Pink Diamond's name was first mentioned.
I wasn't in this fandom during that time, so I can't tell if you're making this up to support your claim or if it actually happened. If it did happen at a large scale, it sounds like something that would happen. So what? The twist didn't have as much impact as Rebecca wanted. She did a goof. And if that is true, then it's one of your few valid criticisms against Sugar's writing ability. So I guess I'll give you the dub in this one as well.
And I said at the time that the Rose is Pink Diamond theory was without a doubt the worst possible way to end that entire arc.
I don't see how it's the worst. Steven has to come to terms that his mother daughter is actually a villain and not the great hero everybody made her out to be. This all sounds juicy and I had a lot of fun watching it. Maybe you just don't like the idea that Steven's mom was actually a bad person for a long time, but I definitely need to see some reason as to why this was so bad, cause honestly I like it.
Which meant Sugar was definitely going to do it.
Acting as if she went out of her way to choose the worst imaginary options. You know what conjecture means, right?
In the episode Lion 4 Alternate Ending, Steven spends an episode deconstructing Rose's tape and trying to find the answer to his purpose in life.
Rebecca Sugar baited her audience like that kind of base, not gonna lie. I love it when writers know who their audience is and write for them, but also let it show through at times the fuck you can't control me aspect of their show. And in this episode, while I thought it was very boring, very funny, Rebecca Sugar, fuck you for this.
Now you might be asking yourself, why did this need to be an entire episode that teased the viewer with something interesting, only to yank it out from under them at the last minute?
Steven didn't grow up with a mom. I made the mistake of making a joke about one of my friends in high school who never knew his mother because he died, and things got very personal very fast when I made that joke. I guess it doesn't mean a lot to me because I know my mother, but people without can often fantasize about having or feel incomplete without that person in their life, and this episode portrays that for Steven. It didn't feel so much like a plot episode as much as Steven being relatable for a amount of people. This is probably one for them and not so much for us. I love that Rebecca Sugar can make such a universally loved show and still do super niche things like this. Now, if you didn't have a mom growing up, maybe you can't relate to this episode, and that's okay. And would beg the question, who was this episode for then? Orchard, ask that question instead and find out. Don't just complain about it for not catering to you. Let's just find out if this episode actually resonated with people, and maybe Sugar will learn from that.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Oh jeez, you really hate it when the shows do the things you don't want it to do. Maybe that's something you could talk about to your therapist, which is a great time to bring up this show's sponsor, BetterHelp. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the pause with the middle finger. Good joke, didn't make me laugh or chuckle because I saw it coming, but was very funny.
This episode's only defense for existing is we need to remind people that they're special just the way they are.
Maybe not, but let's go with that for argument's sake. A lot of children cartoons do have this moral somewhere in the episode mix, and it's a cliche, so you can use this as an example of why you believe Rebecca's writing is bad. But of course, the skill of writing is more so about how well you convey a message or thing versus what the thing is you're conveying. Like in English class, everybody gets the same prompt, but they're judged on how well they execute it, not whether it's cliche or not.
But anybody who actually needs to be reminded of that is going to need more solid ground than Steven Universe to tell them.
What's the problem this time? We can't spread a message towards people feeling inadequate or insecure without some barf on the internet saying you're fucked up in the head for vibing with the episode. Orchard, don't high road people going through such a hard time that an episode like this one is enough for them to feel better. You're just painting yourself as hyper insensitive.
This is the closest thing to a solid theme that Steven Universe even has.
I can understand how you can construe that with evidence from a handful of episodes that you're probably not going to list anyway, because why would you provide solid evidence in a 2-hour video? Theme is just some bullshit taught to writers, just how wow factor is taught to marketing people. As if it's some crucial thing every piece of writing or advertisement needs. Things aren't that binary. Art is conceptual and the rules are there to be broken. I don't feel there is a single theme for Steven Universe because it's a catalog of all these different storylines and emotional roller coasters with their own grains of info for the audience to take or leave. And here you are trying to take those grains and acting all to be or not to be with it and ignoring it's a collection of themes. And I also still think theme is garbage and shouldn't be applied to any media because art is there for fun. Doesn't always need a theme.
With the exception of characters that already have their shit together, almost every character arc is about learning to love yourself.
Amethyst flashed on screen for that segment, and of course she's the most obvious example, but Steven doesn't really go through that kind of arc, nor Pearl, nor Peridot, nor Lapis, nor Greg, nor the Diamonds, nor Lars, nor Sadie. I can almost see it, but for her, it's more so about not letting people treat you like a doormat. Lapis was like, strongly in the realm of life goes on, learning to trust people and being okay with having friendships. Nothing to do with loving yourself, but learning to love others. Pearl's arcs were a lot more about treat people with respect, regardless of your differences, and letting go of the past. Peridot's arc was about overcoming her prejudices and not judging people by what they seem to be on the outside, where she is also hardcore judging herself in the same way in the Too Short to Ride episode. Greg had to learn to be more proactive in his son's life. Connie's arc going from quiet goody two-shoes isolated loner to becoming the hero of her dreams, learning to fight for peace and wanting to help people rather than just sit back and let life pass her by. A rather meaningful story that one was too. So no, the arcs aren't all about learning to love yourself. That's like half of Amethyst's, and a single episode for Steven maybe, but not really. You're just wrong on this one.
You're already as good as you're ever going to be, says the Rebecca Sugar.
This is literally the opposite. The entire character development of the Diamonds was they fell into a set of beliefs they didn't realize that were hurtful. When they realize those things are bad because of it, they want to make things better, so they help Steven change the world, and they actively try to make things better for all the citizens, even after they give up their power as dictators. But since that happens so late, you might dismiss that, that's fair. But there was an episode where Steven wanted to be an official crystal gem, so Garnet, Pearl, and Amethyst constructed a failure-proof trial for Steven to go through. Steven realizes they don't think he's capable, and that drives him to improve himself. He doesn't want to feel like a burden, so he actively gets good. I'm pretty sure that all happens in season 1 too. Connie also went way out of her way to learn sword fighting so she could be able to help her friends out in future Armageddons, or at least be capable of helping if the crystal gems ever needed it. As for the rest of the crystal gems, they make their emotional changes to become better and more tolerant people. All of them. They all make a change in who they are as individuals. Even Bismuth realizes her morals were a little bit harsh and changed. Harsh in the context of this being a kids show. Had this been for adults, I'm sure Business would have been massively popular in her dedication and creativity. Anyway, the point of that rant was to be like, no, this is not a theme that Rebecca Sugar is writing, and you're extrapolating it out of like one example kind of that isn't really there. You're just kind of pulling it out your ass just because you don't want there to be a moral, because you can make Rebecca Sugar like a dingus if you do that. Moving on.
Interestingly enough, the best characters in the show are the ones that don't do this.
You think Connie was one of the best characters for development because you showed her on screen? I'm gonna roll with it. I admit her transformation was very deep and meaningful, and something I feel everybody should take to heart, but in depth, it's very basic. She's a good person who wants to be better. Enough said. Yet you're not calling out that lazy writing.
She's the most emotionally stable among the cast, which I know isn't a high bar to clear in the first place, but bear with me here.
Good joke. But she's also had the most normal and least traumatic life out of all the other characters. She's been a hero voluntarily. She's not like Steven, that no matter where he goes, the tainted past of Pink Diamond follows. She's not Pearl, who broke her programming and rebelled against the most powerful intergalactic organization. She's not Amethyst, who was born misshapen and for a long time is only loved conditionally by her friend Pearl, or getting the cold shoulder from Garnet. Greg was a failure of a parent, and that affected Steven badly. Lapis has mental issues. Meanwhile, Peridot is probably the second most mentally healthy character behind Connie, even though she was basically forced to have Stockholm Syndrome. It sounds like you're taking a jab at the cast by commentating on their mental health while ignoring the details surrounding it, but I'll bear with you.
Bismuth was another character who aspired to be more than she was.
Yes, the character who desired an eye for an eye, cool with the whole world blind. I get the irony here because she wouldn't have to go around shattering people if the diamonds are gone, and it feels like that was put into the show exclusively for that moral to be shown to kids. It's not like she could go around shattering people if she wanted, because cartoon death and whatever, and we can't have kids show end like that, so you gotta work within the network's limitations and judge a show based upon its rubric, not because you side with killing fascist dictators, because that's not appropriate for 8 to 12-year-olds. I'm not saying I agree with Bismuth being disallowed to do her murderous penetrating, but we can't expect them to do that from a children's show. So, you can't call it bad writing if Rebecca isn't allowed to write it like that. Just get more realistic reasons to dislike the show.
And then bubbled in what is still the most horrific act of intellectual carelessness by Sugar.
That's a very bold statement. You're gonna need to back it up. You're saying it like she just murdered a puppy. What you should have said during that part was the goofy animation error that showed on screen during it. Well, that's what I was going to say here, but as I'm proofreading before I record, Lily is doing epic foreshadowing for something we dive into later, and it's a totally fair point, so Lily does in fact back it up later. I'm just not taking this part out of the script because I want this to be a genuine reaction. But yeah, Lily has a solid point on this later.
This happens because the show just doesn't have any fucking writers. The show was entirely written by the storyboard team.
Storyboard writing staff? I'm surprised the show came out as well written as it did, without a room full of professional writers hammering it. And of course you don't think it's good, because you're willfully misinterpreting it for clout, but we already know that, so let's move on to your conjecture.
Who are prioritizing jokes and set pieces above everything else and trying to make the story bend around that.
How do you know this? Do you have receipts? Did she confirm it in an interview? Are you misconstruing an answer about the jokes from an existing interview to lie to the audience with this statement? Even if you did, you don't show any proof, and being that this is such a serious claim as you're accusing them of doing their job wrong, we're going to need more. But you're not a fan of showing solid evidence for your claim, so I'll just write this off as rage bait.
The entire arc about Lars going into space existed entirely because Sugar had this vision of Lars being a space captain and was determined to crowbar that shit in somewhere.
That's actually good criticism. The transition to space Lars felt very abrupt. I don't remember how long of a time period existed between when they saw Lars last before this moment, but regardless, they still built a backstory about Lars' adventures and made them some sort of Han Solo. Maybe they were doing it for shits and giggles and you're not supposed to take it seriously, so still up in the air. If it's not your cup of tea, then I understand why you dislike. If we are supposed to take this seriously, which I doubt is what Rebecca intended with the sheer absurdity of the situation, it is jarring and I would give you the dub on this one. However, I still feel like you're misinterpreting the situation and it's still another conjecture.
All of this combined means the show is going fucking nowhere.
The show did go places. It popped off. It had deep storylines with a lot of character development. There's more character development in one season of Steven Universe than there is in all of Dragon Ball Z. I'm being hyperbolic, but this claim about the show not going anywhere is really unfounded for all the story reasons I've already spoken about.
Anytime something looks like it might happen, Sugar bullshits her way out of it.
I get that you're saying this in regards to character development, which I have already debunked, so moving on.
We're now on 5 seasons, but with only 2 seasons worth of actual content.
You only see it that way because you don't understand the value in each episode. I'll agree that some episodes don't need to happen, like Lion 4 alternate ending and Amethyst's second breakdown episode where she fights Pearl, but pretty much every other episode has an emotional story for people to follow along and relate to. Not that you care about those sorts of things though, you just want to see them fight space rocks and want Steven to kill himself or something. The only reason you feel it's only 2 seasons of content is because you're riding off all the one-off episodes, and I think I saw a breakdown of this once, that if you do take all the episodic parts and remove that from the rest of the show, you have something like 50 to 60 episodes worth of big story arc. So that's where you're getting this 2 seasons idea from. However, the majority of the show is episodic in nature, so we can't pretend like it's just filler.
You can't build a show on pathological addiction, Sugar.
Isn't that literally how Dragon Ball Z strings people from episode to episode? Most series do end episodes with cliffhangers to force you to watch the next one, so she's literally doing the same thing as any other show. You're just mad because your question don't get answered immediately in the episode or the following episode. You're just really pissed that the show isn't written like so many others, and you're yelling at her for 2 hours for going outside the box. I thought this was supposed to be a critical review, not an angry rant.
You can't keep teasing people with clickbait titles only to turn out that the episode it's attached to is just more of people jerking around and not doing anything.
That was a very good example for the clickbait title thing, so I'll give you the dub on that. It definitely looks on purpose, pretty hilarious too. Big troll, just like Lion for alternate ending, so your anger is justified in regards to this example.
It's so fucking boring.
It's not boring. There's always something wacky going on. Sure, the stakes in a lot of episodes aren't very high, so maybe you're just not intrigued, and if that's what you're talking about, fair point. Could use some higher stakes. Some of my other family members are watching it on and off, and I'm assuming because the pacing works in a way where it doesn't demand your immediate attention. We all know that the big hitting questions of the show will be answered eventually, so there's really no rush to watch to the finale. For myself personally, I was just having so much fun watching it that I did end up binging. It was just some sort of weird mental bliss watching these goofy characters interact with each other in their own distinct way. I accidentally spat on my microphone saying that.
Rose Quartz, who is a culmination of all of Sugar's failings as a writer.
You know you can attack the show without attacking the creator, right? You're treating it like this show is what defines her. You do realize this is one of many stories she's pitched to networks to get a show. It just happens to be the success that put her on the map. I wouldn't label Pink Floyd as horrible musicians just because I don't vibe with Dark Side of the Moon. Of course, you'll probably say something like, doesn't matter what Rebecca Sugar pitches, they're all bad, and she only got lucky. In which case I'd respond, if she's as awful as she is, this show wouldn't have been a smash hit with as powerful fan base as it does 10 years later. You're discounting so much information and ignoring reality to back up your claims. Even if the show didn't have any flashbacks of Rose and Pink Diamonds, everything would still stand on its own. You're taking a character who doesn't need screen time and saying she's the worst. You should realize that even if she is terrible, no good, baddie bad, she's not making the show worse, so being critical of her is pointless, and it's okay to say you just don't like her and don't like her effect on the plot. But you're taking a character who doesn't need a lot of screen time and saying she's everything wrong.
Steven is no stranger to violence, and throughout the majority of the series approaches fighting with either neutral detachment or perverse glee.
My brother has said you're doing the alphabet soup tactic to appear smarter than you are, and I just find that hilarious. My little brother can pick up on the cheap tactics you use for your argument just to make it sound more sophisticated than it is. Funny, that was one of the first things he said when I showed him this clip. Anyway, I'm disputing this portion because this is wrong. You remember when Steven befriended the green centipede monster? Everybody else wanted to squash it, but Steven convinced them all to let him keep it as a pet. This is contradictory to the murder-loving kid you accuse him. He also desired befriending Peridot above all things, who was in every way set in stone about hating the crystal gems. He was certain that with kindness and compassion he could turn her heart. Even when Lapis went ballistic and stole the entire ocean, his first response was to talk it out, since he's seen the horrors that fighting leads to and knows this is a better path. When Jasper was getting corrupted, even though he aided in defeating Jasper, he immediately offered to heal their worst enemy yet. Steven is a kind, loving, and compassionate character who's always there for his friends, interrupting their violent spouts, quelling tensions between the main crystal gems, and is the active bridge helping the three of them become better people overall. Steven is not a violent being who takes joy in destruction.
There's no reason to fight. The fighting has to stop.
From the horse's mouth, supporting evidence for my point. You could at least try to not contradict yourself. Sorry to break the fourth wall, but my little bro told me that the Doom background footage was more interesting than my PNG thing, and he was only occasionally noticing them change now and then, like when I literally have them change like several times, hence the rainbow timeline, so I'm just gonna use my default for the rest of the video.
I particularly like when he has to comfort Peridot, who mistakes the thunder for the cluster.
I love this part, it's adorable. A perfect example of why fans of this show like the show. The characters just being themselves in any setting. But I feel as though you like it in particular for an entirely different reason.
He still has issues that plague the entire series, like the fact that he's way too playful when he's supposed to be taking something seriously.
He's a child. I'm pretty sure he was only 13 when this happened, and being soft when trying to convert somebody is usually a good tactic. Positive reinforcement works really well on some people, and for somebody like Peridot, who's been held prisoner by a bunch of gems who just want to crash her face in, Steven being kind is the least he can do to prove she's wrong about the crystal gems.
The show treats him like some kind of messiah figure half the time and results in him solving long-standing problems that the gems somehow couldn't solve until this special boy came into their lives.
Steven has to constantly prove that he's capable in this show. The gems don't trust him to come on missions with them. They babysit him out of respect for their former leader Rose, and the majority of the problems he solves are emotionally driven because the gems are so stuck in their ways they can't see problems from a different angle. Parents say having kids does show you a totally new side to things in life and force adults to reevaluate their opinions and stances on certain things. As far as physical sense goes, his powers did enable him to communicate with the cluster, and only late in the show is he able to stand up to the monsters on his own, as he's generally too weak to fight back and only has his bubble and shield as weapons. There was even an episode where Steven and Amethyst going back and forth about which of them was the worst crystal gem. Steven is tired of feeling helpless and does what he can to assist his parental figures wherever he can. If we're going to go off the Messiah idea anyway, She-Ra and Avatar both did this, since the characters are virtually born into that position and people expect and force them to solve problems on their behalf. Is Avatar lazy and rioting just because the conflict relations are all dumped on Aang while Katara and Sokka are just bystanders for comedic relief? No, yet that's a way better example of what you're saying here. Just replace Steven with Aang or Adora.
Oh really, Lily? A bland generic white boy has his importance to the plot artificially inflated among the numerous women and non-white characters? Gosh, what a mystery!
His importance is actively deflated in regards to the overarching plot, and he has to work to earn his place among the ranks of the gems, even then still being a damsel in distress for a lot of scenarios, especially when they visit the human zoo. When he got lost in space after the Ruby incident, and when he gets pushed into space by the blobs Peridot sent to Earth, almost crushed to death, or nearly falls to death multiple times. If it weren't for Garnet's future vision, Steven would likely be dead, but you're not calling that power a lazy excuse to keep some plot points going, you're calling that Steven's universe existence. Since you've said he continually gets in the way of the plot, he's important for being the child on screen because it's a kid's show, not stealing the spotlight away because of your implied racism.
Pearl wasn't so much a good character that fell by the wayside as the series went on, so much as she was stitched together from various dark romance tropes from the word go.
Pearl was a very awkward inclusion for this show in my opinion. The Type A felt forced, especially in regards to dialogue like volleyball episode, but after season 1, Pearl came into her own as she received her own character development and fleshed out. However, Pearl is my homie's favorite character, so I'll let Jackception defend her.
Contrary to what Lily says, Pearl is a good character because regardless of what has happened, she remains the most supportive and caring role model for Steven. The show makes that very clear by having her as the primary caretaker. Pearl can occasionally seem insensitive as she has very little understanding of humans, but is constantly learning and growing to become better. On top of that, the way that she was incorporated and expressed throughout the series was done very well, since she starts out as simple, and as time goes on, we see the reality that she has a very dark backstory.
And that she was racked with a combination of grief and trauma, but grief and trauma as understood by Rebecca Sugar.
I personally understand a lot of Pearl's grief through the depictions in many episodes. Much of her grief is something that she cannot express. She is sworn to secrecy and cannot properly deal with her baggage in a healthy way until the late seasons, where the big reveal is done. This is one of the most accurate depictions of trauma, since many victims go their whole lives in silence, unable to release it to the wind, like Pearl.
Pearl was an erratic, dangerous character who rarely ever faced the consequences for her actions.
The consequences of her actions is the harm to her relationships that she caused. One example being manipulating Garnet to fuse, which became an issue for a number of episodes. Another example was being so overly critical of Amethyst, making the catalyst for much of Amethyst's self-esteem issues. The other gems grow to distrust her judgment over events like this, and she works hard to earn it back by going out of her way to help everyone around her. Pearl's perfectionism does negatively impact the people surrounding her on occasion, so I cannot refute those aspects, but it's untrue that she doesn't face repercussions.
Pearl greatly suffers from the fact that Rebecca Sugar keeps adding extremely dark content to her story for tertiary reasons and doesn't do anything with it.
Wrong. It's a primary force in the show. Pearl is one of the most developed characters. Her complex history drove a heavy portion of the plot. If it weren't for that, she never would have been forced to hide who Rose really was, which would have changed the progression of the show entirely.
Much of what made Pearl interesting in that she was dealing with loss over a loved one and that love being unrequited, which is something never done with a gay character, was destroyed once it was revealed that Pearl was literally Rose's slave.
It is true that a lot of what made Pearl great was her drive for the one who was her everything. But the truth is, she was not Rose's slave. The reason for this is because Rose freed her from the system that made her a slave and gave Pearl free will. Pearl chose to stay with the one that she loves. She is not defined by Rose's choices or heart. Pearl's value is not a reflection of her role as Rose's slave. Her value is reflected in her dedication and continued love for the values that Rose stood for.
Sugar actually went on to an interview to describe the dynamic between them as if Alfred was in love with Batman.
Pearl has always been there to support Rose in her journey, much like Alfred was there to support Batman on his. And Pearl does love Rose, so the comparison in this regard is fair.
Sugar doesn't seem to grasp that there's a reason Alfred isn't in love with Batman, because he's a surrogate father to him. And that would be really fucked up.
Rose and Pearl have no blood relation, so they are very much allowed to love each other. Obviously, the connection with Alfred and Batman are separate from Pearl and Rose. Rebecca was most likely using them as a comparison because of the support role that they have to the other character, not because Rose raised Pearl.
Amethyst is the character who suffers the most from Steven Universe's lopsided approach to storytelling.
I actually agree that Amethyst's character wasn't executed very well, so I'm tempted to give you the dub here and move on to your hatred of Garnet, but one of my other friends loves Amethyst, her bae, and couldn't be in good conscience to let you diss this purple ball of fun without backing her up from a pal. Going into this, Amethyst didn't really need character development. She served a comedic relief expertly, even making some jokes I wouldn't expect from a kid's show.
Her character arc about dealing with her inadequacies is never really resolved. It just kind of vanishes after meeting the other Amethysts who were made in the same kindergarten.
A lot of people who suffer from feelings of inadequacy have some kind of imaginary image of what they're supposed to be or should be like, and constantly compare themselves to that figment of their imagination. And upon seeing the living embodiment of what she was supposed to be born as, and realizing that they're almost identical to her, with the exception being their size, she feels a lot better in her new understanding of what an amethyst should be like. Upon meeting Jasper, Amethyst feels worse because Jasper is the most immediate comparison to measure herself up against. So for a while, beating Jasper becomes a fixation of her believing that once she defeats Jasper, she will be her actualized self and finally be up to par with what people like Peridot expect of her. She grew up around the Crystal Gems post-war. She only hears heroic tales of everyone with no proper frame of mind for who they were or what they were like. So of course she dislikes Bismuth upon meeting them, because it's yet another embodiment of all the things Amethyst isn't. Her arc doesn't need to be explicitly stated, it's implied, and we see that it is implied when the story carries on and Amethyst doesn't feel bad anymore. I myself used to feel very inadequate about my video editing skills, and then I started working with real professionals, full-time employees, seeing the work of people who've been in Hollywood for decades and realizing, oh, I'm on par with them. And being congratulated for my growth and knowledge, my own insecurities went away after that. They didn't get a noticeable arc. That's not how insecurity happens in reality. Therefore, it shouldn't be some grand beginning to end in this children's show. Insecurity is a natural part of life. This realistic portrayal of it in Steven's universe is very warming since it portrays it accurately. Even though it's a kid's show, and you could have made a whole stink over it if they wanted to give it a whole fixation, but they didn't, and I believe that was actually the right call.
She mostly existed to take the piss out of Garnet and Pearl.
Actionably, that is how they interacted with them for most of season 1, so I'm glad you accurately saw that in her. I'm giving you the dub because I'm just so proud your perception worked in this instance.
This went as far as for the other gems to treat her like an animal at times.
I like this a lot. It's a more accurate portrayal of bullying than most kids shows do, and Amethyst does deserve it in a lot of scenarios, but much of the time it's just Pearl being over the top in her Pearl-esque ways, which she eventually stops doing as time goes on, and they all eventually treat Amethyst like a normal person. So the bullying does get developed out of the characters.
When Garnet remarks that her new forms look ridiculous, Amethyst flies into a rage and her inadequacy issues come up for the second time and was abandoned again until Cry for Help.
Garnet and Steven don't have any actionable advice for helping Amethyst through these issues yet. They really don't feel that way. They can't really relate. Garnet is concerned with keeping everybody safe, not happy, and Steven, being the fun-loving kid who is more concerned with being Rose's child, was also unsure about what to do in this scenario, especially when somebody he loves very much is lashing out at them. You could say that these events could have waited for later, but they needed to sow those seeds and give it time to marinate, otherwise it would come off as disingenuous. Nobody gets insecure for a single episode in a kids show, then resolves at the end of 20 minutes naturally. I feel Rebecca Sugar had to abandon it to give it that breathing room, otherwise it wouldn't have felt very real. And that emotional depth and relatability was very important to the show, as that's what nearly every single episode is about. That depth and relatability for each character in their own unique way.
And is then abandoned again until the zoo, where Amethyst meets the other Amethyst from the same kindergarten and sees that they're all overcooked and defective like she is.
No, only a few were defective, but the majority were fine and came out normally. But she saw the interactions between them all, seeing how the Amethyst didn't treat the ugly ducklings as anything less than, where she always felt that's how people saw her. Seeing there was no issue with their small differences, pun intended, she realizes her worries were all for naught and changes internally, as you go on to point out.
At time of writing, it hasn't come up since then, and it looks like it won't come up ever again, as Amethyst has made it clear that she's not going to dump her problems onto Steven.
Amethyst rarely dumps her problems on anybody. Sure, she snaps sometimes, but the only reason Steven is there is because he wants to help his bestie work through her issues because he cares about her. It would be a really bad moral of the kids show if they showed children like, hey, it's okay to just ignore your friends when they have breakdowns because it's not your own issue specifically. From this take, it seems like you don't understand why it doesn't come up again, and I'm here to tell you, it was resolved when she met the other Amethyst, and this being one of her biggest emotional blocks. Late, Steven recognizes her growth and comments, and I think this is word for word, you're the most mature crystal gem. I'm not 100% sure because I didn't reference these episodes.
This is one of Steven Universe's many unresolved plot threads.
I called it. You just didn't get it. That's absolutely hilarious to me. Why didn't you bother researching this before writing this? It was a no-brainer to me. You could have just asked some rando fans and gotten the same answer. Save yourself a second in this 2-hour video.
But Sugar spends a lot of time retreading the same ground and not going anywhere with it.
By going anywhere with it, did you mean in the grand scheme of the space dictator plot? Cause that is irrelevant to this. Which doesn't make it irrelevant to the show, because a show can have many distinct plot points on its own. They don't need to all be tied together all the time exclusively. As far as her spending a lot of time on this, yeah, they do this for a handful of episodes, close to one every season, so I'm not sure if it's supposed to be one of those hashtag relatable memes, but I agree with you. It was hit on a lot, probably more than it needed to be, so I'll give you the dub for that.
It seems Sugar used the Famethyst, fuck that word is awkward to say, as a means to just quietly retcon it out of her, much like Hasbro did with Fluttershy.
You're sniffing it, you can vaguely tell what's going on, but at the end of the day, it wasn't retconned, it just reached its natural conclusion, and I'm glad you're happy to see this dog finally got put down.
And in the face of all the garbage ever else in the series, I honestly respect that a lot more than just trying to force it to work.
Amethyst's character had a lot of things forced that didn't go over well, and I would say in regards to the whole series, she was the garbage, not the rest of it. You see, you got it backwards because you don't understand the show. You're sniffing poop and saying, good job, Sugar, and then you sniff cookies, and you're like, what the hell is this, Rebecca? Of course, I think you're being a contrarian on purpose for the anti-fandom swag that you're a champion of, so you might be pulling my leg by congratulating this. this.
Recognizing, even if only slightly, that your story idea was terrible and finding a means to just quietly retcon it and transform the character into an actual supporting character carries a lot more integrity than sticking stubbornly to your bad ideas.
You know what doesn't carry more integrity? Backhanded compliments like this. And that this video isn't full of ad hominems already. This one just pushes the bar of assholery you had set a little higher. Why don't you get a taste of your own medicine? Which is why I sped the video up to make you sound like a chipmunk instead of a biological. Sorry, ma'am, I'm just speaking facts in a sarcastic voice because you said Rebecca Sugar is a god-awful person and you're not even doing it ironically, and I bet these truths aren't nearly as uncomfortable as this video was to the fandom you're attacking. And come after me all you want because I really don't give a shit if you call me for making a joke like this because I've dick before. Was that to joke too much? I'm sorry, I'll censor it. Jokes aside, just cause you don't understand her ideas doesn't make them bad. It just makes you look retarded.
And Amethyst post-Zoo was generally one of the more enjoyable characters now that she wasn't adding onto the pile of misery everywhere else.
I don't know if anybody has said this to you yet, so I'm gonna say it. It is really unfortunate you can't enjoy this show, but you wish you like it too. You clearly show in this video that there's a lot to unpack, and the Steven Universe community is similar to the My Little Pony community in my experience, so I feel you would have a good time. I'm just having fun making this video. I don't hate you. It's okay to not like the show, though it feels bad that you're misinterpreting so much of it and can't enjoy it like so many more of us. I liked Avatar, you like Avatar, so clearly we have an appreciation for story and plot. Let's start there. Let's discuss the similarities between those two shows, one you love and one that you're moving on from the bad thoughts about. My favorite character in Avatar is Toph, and my favorite character in Steven Universe is Peridot. They're both strong-willed and witty. They have a lot of funny dialogue. Here's my Discord. You can message me later. We can jam. Maybe I'll even draw some cursed fan art for you.
Garnet was something of an interesting character, at least until it was revealed that she was a fusion.
I feel like that would make her more interesting than if she wasn't, because on top of Garnet's character dynamics, there's also the Sapphire and Ruby dynamics, and each of those three characters interact differently with everybody, and it's like character development cubed, to speak mathematically. Fusion as concept was brought up before Garnet was revealed to be one, and if you don't vibe with it, then it must have been a letdown to see a character you like that first embodies something you dislike.
Garnet got demoted to extra the moment this happened, except in instances where fusion was the subject of an episode.
I agree with this one, and actually I feel a little bit stronger because she didn't even feel like a main character for season 1. She was a parental role who was there, was badass. She was so badass that she was my favorite character up until Peridot entered the scene. Garnet being a side character was a little sad because we could have gotten more flashbacks about Ruby and Sapphire learning to get along like ordinary married couple. Another dub for you, here you go, take that, award by none other than James himself.
But then there's Drek-like mindful education, where Garnet vaguely sings about trauma for half the episode and nothing happens until the last minute.
Okay, I gotta give you the dub on this one too. This was one of my favorite songs in the show, and its beauty pulled my attention so far away from the episode's plot that I forgot what it was about. I legit don't really remember this episode, just the song, and I feel the episode should have also been a little bit more memorable, especially since it produced such a banger, but that was the only part that really excelled in this episode.
Garnet only ever gets scant moments to shine and even has to share her own wedding episode with her arch enemies.
Now that you're getting into it, Ruby and Sapphire probably had more memorable moments than Garnet did in this series. I'm generally pausing whenever you present new information for me to debunk, but I also want to stop at every good point too and bring attention to it, because at the end of the day, this colossal video is an attempt at criticism, and I want to acknowledge credit where it's due. And this Garnet segment is really speaking some truths.
Peridot is arguably the best character in the show, but that's not the high praise anybody thinks it is.
After saying Peridot was my favorite, I'm so glad you complimented this character. I also love the voice acting for her. It was needlessly better than it needed to be, and I know you haven't touched on voice acting yet, but in the past I've been critical of Garnet and Amethyst's lines for lacking emotional delivery. Whereas Peridot's lines are so flavorful, it adds extra layers of emotions to her character that the script didn't even write her with.
She enters a tenuous alliance with the Crystal Gems to stop the cluster, where she gains a better appreciation for them, Earth, and living outside Homeworld's rigid caste system.
Season 2 was the Peridot season. She really burnt off a lot of what they could do with her character, since nearly half the episodes in that season were Peridot-centric, I think around 12 of them. But they go on to point out why this is a problem immediately after season 2.
I'll level with you guys. Too Short to Ride is my favorite episode of the series because it involves Peridot coming to terms with the fact that she's a stunted gem like Amethyst.
It's also hilariously ironic that Peridot, being a runt, pointed out to Amethyst that she too was born different, which spirals Amethyst down a few more episodes of inadequacy. Blame Peridot for some of Amethyst's self-loathing.
In her panic, Peridot discovers that she can actually move metal, which, okay, on reflection, we should have seen that coming, but still.
Me just now realizing my favorite characters from Steven Universe and Avatar are both metal benders. Metal. And Hammond, I'm a blast, some Mick Gordon.
The sheer amount of crap Peridot goes through in this one episode alone is intense, and contains more actual character work than nearly every other episode combined.
I don't understand how you can see and spot Peridot's character development in this episode, but not see it in any others. Like, you didn't see Pearl's character development, you didn't see Steven's character development, who you've spent the most time on so far, and while you saw some part of Amethyst's character develop, you didn't catch the ending. I don't know why this one stuck out to you so much. I would love to understand why it was more prominent than others. Oh wait, I just realized the character growth was self-contained in just this one episode, where for all the other characters it's spread across multiple episodes if not seasons, and that's the part you take issue with.
Peridot was a three-dimensional character, something Sugar is completely unfamiliar with.
Big nah, homie. Peridot's character development was done in the most easily digestible manner, doing it all within the span of a few episodes, which made it very easy to follow along, and you not picking up on that says more about you than it does Rebecca Sugar's writing ability.
Even when Lapis takes all of her things and flees to the moon, there's seemingly no anger toward Lapis at all, just a stint of depression that she's gone.
I feel like this is a very realistic for a lot of breakups. Both parties are too in shock to really think anything or do anything clear with the whole situation. We've all heard somebody who gets dumped and goes apeshit, but in my experience, people just die inside and struggle to move on with their lives, which Peridot goes through that exactly.
Sugar wanted to write a character arc about an abuse victim recovering from an unhealthy relationship, and we know this because she admitted to it.
This is something I'd love to see a lot more, not just in children's cartoon, but literally anywhere, everywhere. The main appeal of Redo of Healer to me is taking abused characters and giving them a playground to get revenge on nasty people. It's basically hate porn, and also real porn, because it's a very graphic series. A lot of people don't like the depiction of A&R, but seeing shit stains get what they deserve is a breath of fresh air. Steven Universe doesn't do this. I've said before, Lapis is a testament to life goes on and the struggles of just surviving day to day with the weight of the issues you're too scared to face or think about piling onto your shoulders. Lapis means a lot to me for those reasons.
I liked taking everything out on you.
Let me be real for a second. Let's stop pretending that people who get revenge on scumbags are just as bad as their abuser. Don't take the high road. It's pretty fucking fortunate of you to be in a position where you can say something like that.
It's Lapis who is the abuser in that scenario.
Let me guess, you're gonna say it's her fault something so unfortunate happened to her.
She pulled a fast one on Jasper by agreeing to fuse, only to then trap them at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, she could have just let Jasper shatter her instead. Why be manipulated when you can instead be dead? It was Jasper's last shot, her final gambit, because she knows it was futile to keep fighting the crystal gems. However, the crystal gems didn't lift a single finger when Jasper was tormenting Lapis right in front of them. Given this whole fusion war things to happen inside this metaphorical mindscape between them, and at the end of it, Jasper won because it's the beginning of season 3 when Malachite resurfaced. Jasper was in control when fighting Alexandrite. Lapis was 100% gone and passed out, mentally and physically drained. The gems brought her unconscious body to the barn and let her recover from the immense stress the ordeal had put her under. Jasper also forces fusion later in the show, so even if Lapis said no, Jasper still could have forced herself onto Lapis. But no, at the end of the day, it's always the victim's fault, says Lily.
It wasn't the fact that Lapis was a raging shitheel that made her so contentious. It was the fact that she repeatedly took that out on the one character people actually liked.
Peridot incessantly bugs Lapis after she made it clear over and over she's not interested. Peridot is now invading Lapis' personal space. Lapis didn't want to room with Peridot. Steven was insistent and pushed her out of her comfort zone with good intentions, and as with pushing anybody out of their comfort zone, hijinks will ensue. Ha! See what I did there? The point is, Peridot and Steven were the only ones trying to force Lapis to make friends instead of allowing her to go at her own pace, which, while is good intentions, is very bad, and they give other character development entire seasons to air out. Rebecca Sugar didn't need to force it in just this one episode, but she wanted this conflict on purpose. Apparently, my script got deleted right here on accident. Oh, I think I just split it across the next one because what Lily says next actually is a continuation of this.
And she was the one who reached out to Lapis and tried really hard to make her feel welcome, despite Lapis treating her like dirt at every possible opportunity.
Let's not forget that Lapis believes Peridot is still a villain and is fooling everybody with this cuteness act. She feels no remorse for crushing the tape recorder because she believes this is all an act. After Lapis shatters the tape recorder, Peridot finally breaks the friendly facade she was using and failed to coax Lapis into considering friendship. This splurge of genuine emotions pouring out of Peridot convinces Lapis that her preconceived notions were wrong. Lapis now understands that she, herself, is becoming the horrible person she fears and realizes she must amend her actions. Lapis struggles with showing emotions, but we see from that point on her bond with Peridot. They are in fact growing closer. Lapis is slowly disassembling the walls she put up to let Peridot in. We can conclude that off-screen Peridot came to an understanding about Lapis, as in another episode, Peridot makes sure Lapis is oh, fuck my asshole, god fucking damn it, I can't speak today. As in another episode, Peridot makes sure Lapis is emotionally stable before she sets off with Steven and leaves Lapis alone with her inner demons. You can't say Lapis is a douche just because she was being a dick on purpose, because she thought Peridot was sus.
What inevitably happened was Lapis found a new victim.
Did you not see all those parts where Lapis asked Steven why Steven trusts Peridot? Steven explains why, but Lapis is too scared to open herself up to another person, and in other episodes, Lapis uses Steven as a comfort blanket because he was the only one nice person who managed to break through to her and helped her get back to Homeworld. He did it by being genuine. Peridot was using fake nice when she found out Lapis was around, and Lapis smelt that bullshit immediately. Remember how Lapis was kidnapped by Jasper and Peridot, then beaten to submission, forced to give them space directions, and then tossed into a cell to rot? We see her having accepted her fate in the end of season 1. It would make a lot of sense if Lapis actually had some grand scheme of revenge against Peridot for all that, but it doesn't happen. They become friends.
This all goes unaddressed, and more time is spent reinforcing how sad and angsty Lapis is.
Okay. This is editing, James. I'm actually crying from laughing because, oh my god, Lily, how are you so stupid? Getting back to the video. I agree that this was basically Lapis' character in a nutshell. Even though she had a few happy moments, the spotlights to shine in through the series, she does, at the end of the day, embody those sad girl vibes. However, I don't see too much of the community comment on this, so maybe it's not commonly perceived as we believed, or we're reading too much into it, or maybe it's because it's just not an issue and that's why people don't bring it up very much. But I don't like the sentiment that since Lapis pushes away people and has trust issues, she is objectively a bad person.
I can't. I won't let myself get caught up in another war.
You can understand how the pressure of more terrible shit happening to her would crack her, make her act irrational, and want to bring the life she built with Peridot with her to space. An excessively large comfort blanket. Of course, this doesn't excuse a horrendous act, but we can't view this as done 100% intentionally. Perhaps the reason Peridot didn't lose her mind over Lapis taking the house like my ex-wife. Ha ha, divorce joke. Perhaps the reason Peridot didn't lose her mind over Lapis taking the house is because she understands this. Peridot is one of the most critical thinkers of these characters in the show and does not press Lapis hard at all in this moment where shit hits the fan. Lapis even feels so guilty about leaving on bad terms that she's afraid to go home and be rejected for her mistakes. It takes Steven coming to reassure her they still love and care about her, but even then Lapis is so fearful that she still needs time to build up the courage to return.
Of a story about an abuser going through their own personal redemption story.
This isn't a story about an abusive person redeeming themselves. You literally took a handful of clips out of context so you can spin this brand new narrative about how Lapis is this god-awful person and that this is a redemption arc that is poorly mishandled. It's not a redemption arc. This is a emotional recovery arc, I guess. It is very unclear what Rebecca Sugar was doing, so I'll give you that, but that's not at all what you're saying, so your criticism is invalid. You even said earlier how Rebecca wanted to make a story about an abuse victim. You've thrown that out the window to support your own narrative. This is a story about a sad girl who went through some shit and struggles getting back on track with the world. Of course she's going to make mistakes. Of course she'll do bad things on accident. Of course she'll misread situations out of fear because that's the world she lives in. Not some monster seeking to ruin the main character's lives.
And Sugar remains blissfully ignorant of that fact.
Or maybe that is in fact not what the story is about, and instead it's about an abuse victim going through the hardships of learning to trust and get along with people again. I realize I've literally said this like for the 3 past takes, but don't worry, she's done talking about Lapis for now. And before we move on to Jasper, just some more thoughts in defense of Lapis. I agree that Lapis literally taking the home was fucked up, and for the story, it made little sense that Lapis would do this, especially since she flew away twice already without a second thought. Rebecca Sugar intentionally or not made Lapis look dirty here, and in an act that didn't coincide with the character. However, it did push Peridot to be around the other crystal gems so they could have a resolution arc for Peridot's sadness. We can see later in the show that Lapis as a species were formatted to be terraformers. In Steven Universe Future, they have no regards for life and destroy willy-nilly as per their programming. The fact that Lapis drifted away from the job she was born for and go against her programming for the sake of her friends is meaningful, and that positive change is excellent for a children's show.
There was never really much to Jasper, just a lot of preaching about purging the weak and hating things she views as a crutch while simultaneously trying to weaponize them. Yeah, Sugar mostly just hyped up a boss fight with her.
You could make this argument about a lot of villains from shows, Hordak from She-Ra, or the Fire Lord in Avatar, but the difference is she came out of the blue without anybody expecting or knowing her name and curb stomps, showing the characters that this problem was going to take just as much fixing as their own personal issues, if not more. As far as boss fights goes, not really. There's several fights and interactions between Jaspers and the gems before she forces herself onto a corrupted gem, giving her an STD, and then is rendered a non-threat as Peridot pops her. It was nice to see this character meet her demise of her own actions immediately after losing, and the level of humiliation that would only have been made better if the other gems were around to see it.
Even at the end of Jailbreak, she fuses with Lapis, who proceeds to trap her under the ocean to torture her.
You're really going with the narrative that Jasper's the victim. Even if Lapis said so, Jasper could have forced the fusion on her anyway, or killed her. This was the best option for Lapis to ensure her own safety. Let's not forget that Jasper's personal philosophies are antagonistic. All that about crushing the weak, hating things that are used as a crutch while simultaneously weaponizing them for her own gain, rather than standing by her morals. Jasper's not some innocent bystander. She doesn't deserve to win. Lapis had to fight back. There was no choice. Besides keel over and accept more abuse, which is not an acceptable option.
Sugar went on record as saying Jasper was somebody who was racked by self-loathing, and... Really?
I agree this doesn't sound like it should be real at first glance, but we all know that some people deal with their insecurities by projecting them onto other people, making fun of other gems for being small and weak. With this in mind, it makes a lot of sense that she hates weakness. Therefore, she refuses to show weakness and hates anything that can be used as a crutch, like fusion. But will obviously use some herself to get her way, because these morals are just the facade to make her look and feel better than she actually feels about herself. She understands that because of her near-perfect birth, she has a lot of pressure and high expectations put on her, and she's deeply afraid of failing and showing people she isn't what they all think. Jasper's internal conflict is living up to those beliefs, which she loses when she's defeated. And the external conflict of defeating the crystal gems, which she also loses. In Steven Universe Future, she sulks in the woods, not wanting to air her failure out. Even though nobody else sees her like that, she still feels it and can't move past it. Maybe if we get another season of Steven Universe future, we can see an episode where Jasper gets her feelings of self-worth back. Sugar saying Jasper is racked by self-loathing isn't unrealistic.
Another self-loathing plot?
In reality, no, because we never have a full arc about this. It's part of her character, and not everything about a character gets written into the plot. For example, we can write a gay character in a show, but never have an episode where they hook up or crush on anybody. Does it make this aspect of a character functionally useless, like in Jasper's case? I'll agree with that, and maybe Rebecca Sugar wanted to give an arc but never got around to it, or just prioritized other things she or the network liked better. But as for another quote-unquote self-loathing plot, maybe in regards to Amethyst, which we've already covered that, but Pearl isn't self-loathing, Garnet's not self-loathing, Steven's not self-loathing, Greg's not self-loathing, none of the characters are really self-loathing, so this just doesn't make sense unless you're pretending Amethyst is the only character. Which wouldn't be the first time.
This is probably the closest the show has ever come to literally bullshitting their way out of a plot.
Are you sure the interview you mentioned earlier wasn't titled something like Scrapped Episode Plans? Things she didn't get to touch on. I know you love taking things out of context to spin them in your favor so you can talk trash endlessly while ignoring reality, but even with all that aside, just because there's aspects of a character you wish you could have seen more of doesn't mean the writer is obligated to write those, and it doesn't make them a bad writer for choosing not to.
And it's mostly because of the Steven-focused morality the show has.
Fair point. If Steven wasn't the main character, and maybe if the show was called Jasper's Universe, we would have seen this as an arc.
If Steven likes someone, then there are a million excuses, and that wasn't so bad for their actions.
Jasper doesn't realistically change throughout the show. Steven never said he forgave Peridot for nearly killing all of his friends. He never said Lapis needs to change for the better. She realized that on her own and worked to bring down her walls for her friends. Steven gives Jasper a second chance as she's being corrupted, and Jasper refuses out of her own spite. Steven was going to try his best to save her with no judgments held because he's a good person who believes everyone can be better. Even a character who seeks murder and refuses to see things from a new perspective. Jasper. Steven knows all this when he offers to help her in her time of need, yet he never indicated any sort of, well, that wasn't so bad. This show has an emphasis on compassion for people. They're not going to throw out a moral just because a character like Jasper deserves everything that came to her. Even if you want to change the topic of this argument to Lapis from your bullshit fake news narrative, even if Lapis was still as bad and a monster as you pretend to be, Steven tells Lapis she's being a butt in regards to Peridot.
But if Steven doesn't like someone, they deserve to choke.
The person who literally choked out Lapis, demanding they fuse, was still given chances by Steven to change. The majority of interactions between Steven and Jasper are Jasper attacking Steven and Steven defending himself. Steven may have expressly said he doesn't like Jasper a few times, but his feelings were not as harsh as the rest of the Crystal Gems who really wanted her gone for good. Jasper admits she was stalking Lapis in episode 15 of season 2, the boat episode, where Jasper literally says, quote unquote, I was following you, to talk Lapis into fusing with her again. Jasper calls Lapis a monster and literally says that she's way worse than she herself, Jasper, is, that Lapis is the real monster. That tells Steven to point the shield another way, which is a manipulation tactic abusers use to control their victims, degrade them, make them feel like horrible people, and offer them following them around being submissive towards them is the only chance they have at redemption, which perpetuates the cycle of abuse. Steven just gets in the middle of them in case things go sideways, where Jasper smacks him across the boat for getting in her way. Steven let them talk. He didn't interrupt or make a decision. Jasper had the chance to become a less bad person, and she blew up, hitting him completely unprovoked and yanking around Lapis. Steven doesn't even attack Jasper in the scene. Jasper gets mad Steven is speaking against her manipulation and rushes to assault him, where Lapis defends her friend before Steven can get hurt with no reason. Steven is not seeking revenge on Jasper. He approached the situation with a cool head and got attacked.
So Jasper and Kevin are terrible, but the consistently worse Diamonds, Lars, Ronaldo, Lapis, and Andy are sympathetic.
No, Jasper and Kevin are characters who don't want to change. The Gems and Andy all change when they realize they're wrong and make an attempt to redeem themselves, like Andy allowing his new family members to use the barn for a home, and the Diamonds giving up their power to the democracy and helping the populace, while Lapis helps her friends topple the hierarchy. Kevin and Jasper don't try to do anything to atone for their actions. They don't see any reason to change, and they are stuck in their ways. The Diamonds aren't sympathetic. I don't think Andy is supposed to be interpreted as sympathetic either. I believe you're doing it just because they're an alt-right character figure that still works in today's context, and you can say like, hey, this was done poorly, so you can call the show racist or something. As far as Ronaldo, Lars, and Lapis, yeah, they are kind of sympathetic characters, but the Diamonds, not. And we've already gone over why those other characters aside from the Diamonds aren't the monsters you make them out to be.
The show says Steven likes this person, therefore you should too.
This feels unfounded because, like you said earlier, a lot of people don't like Lapis as a character. Meanwhile, she's one of Rebecca Sugar's babies, and a lot of people either don't like Pearl or Amethyst because the characters' personalities drive them up the wall. People decide for themselves who they like and don't like. They don't just fit in with whatever the show points to.
Yellow Diamond is the proof that everything Sugar says about having planned everything from the start is a complete lie.
Bad faith argument. Just because you feel she dropped the ball with Yellow Diamond doesn't mean she didn't have it all planned out. It's also really important to know before we carry on that this point that Lily brings up is a conjecture. She goes to it multiple times to say why the show turned out as bad as it did, even though there's plenty of great answers for all those reasons. Lily just takes so much stuff out of context and twists it to support her failing argument. It's really sad to watch.
So all you could really do is instill a feeling in the viewer of kicking your ass is going to be fun.
Maybe writing isn't that limiting, but let's pretend for a sake of argument that it is. Everybody like beating up on Nazis. I hear there's a very popular franchise around that core idea. Since you said you doubt Rebecca Sugar had this all planned out, I'm guessing you believe this was done as I'm guessing you believe this was done as easy writing because it's easy to make a no good, bad, evil, sinister people for the audience to hate, but it's not bad writing after all. That's the Fire Lord in a nutshell. Crazy dictator wants power and he will make people suffer to get it. I'm not sure that's your stance on the Fire Lord as far as the writing goes, but they did give him a bit more depth as Avatar went on, whereas the Diamonds were given a lot more depth than Zuko's dad.
This tends to be why the more overtly totalitarian a character is, the more they're reduced to just a string of intimidating poses and ass-kicking.
I legit never thought I would use this movie as an example of anything writing related, but Kylo Ren was that overtly totalitarian character who had a lot of depth and gray area in his backstory that made him more than just some pawn of the dark side. I do understand that you're speaking in broad terms and you're correct 90% of the time, but I just wanted to pull up at least one exception to this rule from recent popular media that people will easily be able to understand.
Sugar didn't write this episode and apparently hated Yellow Diamond in this so much that she personally wrote and storyboarded her next appearance, and that will be all.
I get you like this introduction because it depicted Yellow as this one-dimensional villain lord, but that wasn't what Rebecca Sugar was going for, so it makes sense that she'd want to write her scenes and properly add to the nuances of the character rather than some staff storyboard writer put the character in a box and write her like that. It's okay to like simplistic villains like that. I'm saying that now because it sounds like you prefer that much to what Rebecca Sugar did with Yellow Diamond, and I personally don't vibe with most of the Diamonds as characters, but to me their stories make sense, and maybe they don't to you because you don't understand it like much of this show you don't understand. Who knows if the storyboard writer would have made a more fun villainess, but that's for the theory fandom to make videos of and not for us to decide.
Which had her radically change from being ruthless and cold-hearted to repressing her grief over the loss of Pink Diamond.
Somebody can be ruthless and cold-hearted as a sort of coping mechanism not to feel bad about a person's demise.
For a while, someone was pushing back against Sugar's insistence that the villains be sad little babies, but Sugar ultimately won out.
Yeah, because it's better writing for characters not to feel emotions at all, he read aloud sarcastically. But if you just don't like seeing depth to your villains, that's perfectly fine. However, Zuko was a villain with a lot of depth, whereas the Diamonds, the loss of Pink and also White Diamond being a douche is essentially the only real depth of them as characters, but you're free to like Vanilla's instead. Let's just stop pretending emotions is a bad thing for villains. Let's not forget that Zuko acted like way bigger of a baby over being kicked out of the house. Versus, like, the Diamond's sister literally died to a rebellion.
By the time of Reunited, Yellow was racked with grief and immediately experiences a turnaround as Steven literally bullshits everyone's problems away, and oh...
They're upset over Pink Diamond's death. They're not exactly the best civilization at handling emotions, and being leaders who need to put their feelings on the back burner and lead means they don't get the same privileges to work through their issues like the other gems. Not that the Crystal Gems do a good job at sorting their feelings out anyway. Yellow Diamond criticizes Blue for still being sad over Pink's death, because they know, as much as it hurts them, they still have their jobs to do. Unfortunately for them, stifling the Crystal Gems is a top priority because rebellions must be stifled. So they go to Earth, and when they feel Pink Diamond's vibes, they pause in confusion because they're under the assumption that she's been murdered in cold blood. They vaguely understand what's going on, enough for them to not feel so bad and eventually accept that the Pink that they used to know is gone forever and Steven is the closest they have to her. I agree that the Aether projection of whatever power Steven was using is kind of weird, but he did something similar with the cluster, so it's not unexpected. He also used that to enter the other characters' mindscapes when they're like dreaming or fused. This power can be chalked up to the power of Pink Diamond because we know Pink Diamond was strong, we just don't get to see the full range of powers as much as we see their gimmicks. You can dislike that aspect of their power, but as for it being bullshit, gonna have to disagree.
Yellow Diamond was the biggest disappointment because she was the only one introduced as a villain and whom Sugar had to keep fucking with in order to break her into her terrible, sad mold.
First off, Yellow Diamond ain't sad mold, she's grieving and just bottles it up till it bubbles over and she goes ballistic on Earth with Blue. This is understandable and kinda sad, but like, this is something everybody has experienced, so it's not outstandingly sad to consider it a part of her character. When it's a sadness that pretty much everybody has experienced, it kind of invalidates it. So, I mean, sure, is it sad technically, but for a character, not really. She's one of the characters that has suffered the least out of the entire cast. Also, I'll give you the dub on this, not because of this, but because the constant pulling back and forth did make the experience kind of janky, and that's fair criticism. It probably would have been more interesting to see Yellow be completely detached or even hate Pink, since that would make a different plot arc where they still have to get Yellow on board with everybody else.
Blue Diamond is arguably one of the worst characters in the show because from the moment of her debut, her actual debut, she was nothing but a grief-racked mess that's supposed to be sympathetic to people who don't know what sympathetic is.
Not really, she's a privileged person who doesn't have a frame of reference for sad things like this because she's used to everything being under her control. So much like a child who throws a temper tantrum for not getting the box of cereal it wants in the grocery store, Blue throws a fit and makes it everybody else's problem. Blue Diamond doesn't exist to be sympathetic since she's supposed to look spoiled over being in such a privileged position. I know Pearl still had some issues to work out over Pink Diamond, but that was just a handful of the actual conflicts and character development she had to go through, versus this is pretty much the only emotional aspect to Blue's character, period. So I just disagree with the idea that Blue Diamond is supposed to be sympathetic. She's supposed to look like a spoiled brat who's throwing a temper tantrum.
Personally, I find something rather disgusting in Blue Diamond being portrayed as having grieved for thousands of years over the loss of Pink Diamond, while holocausting both Crystal and Homeworld gems both before and after that time for various reasons, up to and including mouthing off, being defective, fusing, and just because she feels like it.
Blue Diamond isn't going to have a change of heart just because the people who she was holocausting killed her sister. If anything, she would double down on it. We know they assumed they defeated the Crystal Gems because there were so few left, it was easy for them to hide, and maybe because this was the first real problem Blue faced in her life, she just doesn't know how to deal with it, so she cries and destroys. Blue Diamond is a big baby, but her actions all make sense if you understand what Rebecca is doing, but that lack of understanding is what prompted you to make this mega video. Also, I keep mentioning that, ironically, I know mine is longer and I probably didn't spend nearly the same amount of time editing it as you have, but I know for a fact I spent more time writing it, and most of my counterexamples, I don't even need to go back and watch the episodes because I just know and remember what happened in this show.
White Diamond was Sugar's last-ditch effort to make the other other three Diamonds looked sympathetic in the face of mounting and severe criticism of the way she was writing.
No, she wasn't. She's literally the least sympathetic character in the show. White Diamond is a grand visionary who has some master plan on hard-on for philosophy about the way of life should be in the universe, and makes it her sole mission to carry it out, and uses Yellow and Blue as her leading commanders for her crusades. White Diamond is the ultimate villain of the show, who gives up on her ideas when she realizes that she herself does not fully embody the ideas that she had in her head and was projecting onto everybody. This becomes clear when White Diamond turns a shade of pink and criticizes herself for being off color, and as somebody who can't fit into their own rules of existence, decides her ideas were stupid and throws them out to start from scratch. She's so disoriented from this revelation that she just goes along with what Steven wants, and out of some scrambled desire for structure and rules. White Diamond can't handle chaos. She can't handle emotional problems. She has zero understanding of them, which is why she can't help Steven when he comes to her about his power flare-ups in Steven Universe future. White Diamond is mentally weak and had crappy ideas. However, she was powerful enough to inflict those ideas on the people around her, and in turn the rest of the universe, using them as vessels for her idiotic ideals. She is not a sympathetic character at all. Rebecca Sugar doesn't expect people to relate to this character's emotional side. It's just the root problem of Steven's universe, an example of why ideas can be retarded.
You can see that characters are the ones that suffer the most from Sugar's bad priorities and fragmented storytelling.
Maybe you should try to understand what Rebecca's priorities were when she wrote this thing, and then judge it based off that rather than claim it suffers from bad priorities when you clearly don't understand them and actively misrepresent them. The overarching plot was not the priority. Character interactions, each of the episode's emotional storylines, that's where the real storytelling lies. Not the space Nazis, not Jasper's invasion, not Rose's mysteries. Those are all things that happen, but they're not the driving force behind this show. And real driving force of the show is what fans actually care about. All that other stuff is just extra stuff, I guess, not really important. We watch for the fun character interactions and the emotional growth they go through, not beat 'em up monster of the week shit, which it has, and I'm sure it's not the best having it, but it is there nonetheless, and that's not what this show is about.
When main characters have to deal with their issues, it happens extremely quickly because Sugar is cramming it all in at the last minute in order to make sure there's plenty of time for her Beach City coffee shop AU.
The emotional arcs for Pearl, Steven Amethyst, Peridot, Lapis, Sadie, and Greg all happened over a very long stretch of the show. Lars episodes, Dewey episodes, the Diamond episodes, those are the ones that contain the emotional arcs in 1 or 2 episodes. I must bring attention to the episode of Peridot you congratulated earlier. It was one short episode that covered a full emotional arc, and you can't complain about cramming arcs like these without calling out that one too. I understand you believe it was done in a tasteful manner, but you didn't explain why it was so good. And if you did, there would probably be a surplus of other Steven Universe episodes where we could apply that criteria to, which would not support your claim that Rebecca Sugar is a bad writer. So perhaps you're just omitting these details so the fan base can't use your own words against you, which is literally my whole video, so you fail.
The rest are scattered, and Sugar doesn't seem to know what to do with them.
She knows what she's doing with them. Fans know what she's doing with them. Haters don't get it, though. The only reason it feels scattered to you is to give it breathing room for the character's emotional states. Unless you've never marinated a steak or a plot before, you wouldn't get it. But if you have, you must understand somewhere in the back of your mind.
Steven Universe is chock full of anime references. Like, way too fucking many.
Fair criticism. There's a subculture of people who hate it when shows reference shows, and the whole "come with me if you want to live" reference has burnt out its stay, but some people still love seeing references like that.
That would explain why character arcs get rushed in order to get to the next poorly animated fight scene. Whoops, did I just say that out loud?
One of the animators for Steven Universe actually did animate for an anime, and a lot of anime is known for its fight scenes. While still being iconic, are generally very simple to animate with the frequent use of stills and cycles. Calling them poorly animated says more about the animation industry than it does about Steven Universe specifically, so drawing attention to this is basically a moot point. I know Avatar is stellar animation, you love that show so much, but you can't compare this show to the apex of the industry, especially when the fan base isn't championing the animation or claiming it's that good. It's just not a fair comparison. Compare it to shows like Adventure Time, Mao Mao, or Regular Show, since 2 of those aired together with Steven's universe, and it would make a lot of sense lumping them in together when discussing animated fight scenes. All 3 of those shows have a lot of fight scenes, while not being the primary point of the series, like a lot of anime who intentionally go high budget for a few fight scenes. With all that said, the animation effort is put into the characters interacting with each other to draw all those expressions and body language, versus the fight scenes, a part of the show that's more of a fan service than anything else. Fight scenes being poorly animated isn't the huge gotcha you think it is, and I'll even give an example. When Lapis took the ocean and they drove Greg's van over to the pillar to fight her, it was very basic fighting with sliding keyframe cycles and stills. So, were the fight scenes animated poorly? You could say that, but it doesn't matter.
I don't want to dwell too long on the animation, as I don't think it's a critical priority within the show.
So you're acknowledging its significance, but you're still going to rant about it because you really want to take pot shots at Rebecca Sugar. This is the easiest way to degrade her. Everything you've said about the story and writing have just been you not understanding it, but animation is pretty straightforward and easy to criticize. Plus, I made my peace with the fight scene animation, so I'll be skipping parts of this portion as it's just reinforcing things that I've already confirmed about.
And it is a symptom of the disease that is festering inside Steven Universe at its core.
I get you're using hyperbole because it's fun, but in my time in the community, I've only seen like 1 person say the animation was great, and I'm pretty sure my response to it was something like, it's aight. You're blowing it out of proportion. Very few people care about the animation. They're here for the storyline.
Characters are constantly being drawn off model, changing heights, changing proportions, changing facial structure, models flat out breaking, and many of the main characters have been shrinking down to increasingly chibi forms as the series goes on.
These are pretty common animation mistakes. After all, they're all drawn by humans and not computer-generated puppetry like in Hilda. And She-Ra makes the same mistakes a lot of the time too, since there's shots where Adora's toes are literally drawn like paws in some scenario, Catra not having ears in some shots, Catra's eyes constantly changing proportions throughout the series. Avatar was really well animated, and I honestly wasn't paying attention to that when I've watched the show, just the storyline, because that's what people were into. So these criticisms, while fair to call out, they're not unique to Steven Universe, they're absolutely everywhere.
It's clear the show does not have model sheets, a bare minimum pre-production standard for animation.
I get that since this was a widespread broadcast that it has high expectations to follow basic rules in the industry, but at the same time, the point of model sheets is to give you an idea of the size and shape, and to quote my favorite movie about pirates, they're more like guidelines. Pearl is always a stick, Amethyst is always curvy, Garnet's always thick with a tiny waist, Steven is always a blob. I'm not trying to be offensive, I just find Steven's character model gross with his proportionately small arms, tiny legs. They don't offset his large torso and head. Like, the animators literally have to stretch his arms sometimes to make him itch the back of his head. But I don't really give a shit about the precision happening here, because at the end of the day, it's just supposed to fool your brain into seeing things from a specific perspective, and no cartoon looks realistic when you pause to evaluate it.
And there's a good chance the storyboards are drawn freehand.
Rebecca Sugar knowing animation is bullshit and ignoring the rules? I really hope they do draw it freehand, because honestly that'd be pretty based. Though I'm biased because I just really like the look of the freehand style. Even the backgrounds, the coloring of bushes and the house roofs and stuff don't even fit properly into the outline. It looks dope to me.
In an egregious show of laziness and unprofessional behavior.
I suppose you want her to write a cover letter too, and show up to work every day in a suit and a tie.
There is absolutely no excuse for the animation to be this fucking sloppy.
Yeah, there is, and that reason being it doesn't fucking matter. Sloppy animation isn't hurting the show. Well, at least not at scale. The detail and gestures when the characters are having their monologues is the only place I kinda care, but at the same time, it's more about animating itself than just the drawings, and you seem so focused on the drawings and criticizing that above the animation. And if they did freehand the storyboards, it makes sense why things stay disproportionate and funny looking throughout the camera shots.
The only episode where the animation remains on model, fluid, and without any kind of animation flubs is Mindful Education.
It literally showed this episode when you're making your transition about talking crap about the animation, so I'm not sure if you're just rage baiting people into watching the segment or just contradicting yourself. You do both of those incessantly, so I can't tell.
The best animated episode. I need to make that distinction clear because I'm going to tear this thing a new asshole in a minute.
I'm glad you're alluding to the difference between keyframes and animation, but don't threaten this show with a good time.
The episode is very beautifully animated and really shows what Steven Universe can look like if they know what they're doing.
They do know what they're doing, taking shortcuts, breaking rules, and for reference, because I cut like 30 seconds between this clip and the last, they say that episode with Stevani training was animated by Studio Trigger, which led them to make this point that the show can look good if they wanted to, and they definitely can make it look better if they they chose to, but that's not a massive priority. And I suppose I'll have to revisit this when we get later into this video on the priorities section that Lily's timestamped in the description of her video.
Mindful Education is one of the worst episodes of Steven Universe.
I find this hilarious because I can agree with it. I know this happened in the story, but I can't remember what season or episode or other things going on in Steven Universe around this time frame. It was just a very forgetful episode about being comfortable with making amends with people when you make a mistake. And there's many other episodes that do this better. The Amethyst episode do this better. And those episodes are janky. Perhaps this was just a throwaway episode they sourced out because they really didn't care. Maybe they were in a time crunch and couldn't make a brand new one, but whatever the reason, I'm giving you the dub on this.
However, handing the animation off to someone else won't really make the show better because that same laziness is also present in the writing and characterization.
First thing, nobody is saying the animation aspects will make the show better, although technically objectively it will. And second, Lily has called Rebecca Sugar writing lazy so many times that if this were a drinking game, I'd probably be dead. Or I just have a weak liver. So I'm just going to skip over that for now, and maybe I'll put together a montage at the end of this video of them saying lazy. I've already explained so many different times why the accusation of Lily's writing being lazy is unfounded, because Lily just doesn't understand what's going on, and that's a unique problem for her and the hate fandom. And we'll only comment on this again if a new reason to call it lazy presents itself.
Except that's actually a lie, because this episode wasn't actually animated by Studio Trigger, and here's where I'm gonna rip the rug out from underneath everyone again.
But that's besides the point. You act like this is a big gotcha moment, but everything I said about animation is still completely unaffected by this supposed grand reveal. I don't understand what you were expecting by this. Did you expect people to gasp in horror that it was done by Trigger?
One person from Trigger was brought on to do the storyboards. Not animate, the storyboards.
Nice fun fact. I don't know if this affected the proportions or anything, because they could have asked for model sheets, and if they didn't have any, could have made some, and even if they did have model sheets laying around because the studio asked them to have some, it looks apparent that they ignored it in all the other episodes when making. And I know you hate that because you like Avatar level animation continuity.
Simply put, if your storyboards suck, your animation will also suck.
Keyframes and animations are distinctly different. I don't know if they're taking the storyboards and copying the art into the keyframes or drawing over them for shot reference, but the animation is the breakdowns and the in-betweens, which are pretty decent throughout the show. Of course, they're not top-notch quality. I just think it's unfair to shit on those two things when they're absolutely fine. It's the keyframes and the storyboards that you should be roasting.
Looking at the storyboards from most Steven Universe episodes, they look haphazardly drawn.
They're just rough sketches to get an idea of the play of events. They're not going to pour hours into each frame because a lot of these are supposed to get thrown out. They don't need to do these things at Olympic levels because studios often don't even share their storyboards.
It's no surprise the characters are constantly going off model and warping in size when this is what your boards look like.
Somebody can't make a rough sketch of a shot in under 5 minutes without being the source of failure. These stylized comic book looking strips are clearly different from the show's actual art. And while that art isn't consistent, it's not to blame for the characters' proportions changing. You're literally attacking the storyboard artist just because you can.
Mindful Education brought on Takafumi Hori as the lead storyboard artist, and who are the lead storyboard artists in most episodes? I'm shocked.
You're acting like this is some abhorrent disgrace when it ultimately means nothing as the animation serves its purpose. Like you stated at the beginning of this segment, your overall point with this segment has been, if they want to make the show look better, they could have. They're not committing some mortal sin by taking some shortcuts, and you know this. So I'm convinced you're just adding in the 7-minute segments for shits and giggles to poke fun when it doesn't substantially support your argument for anything at all besides the characters drawn inconsistently, which is more of an OCD take or something mildly infuriating to a few people. But this is common in the animation industry, so why don't you just make this into its own video roasting the industry? You chose to talk about it in regards to Steven Universe specifically so you could continue to beat up on it when nobody cared. I know it was going to be a bloodbath when this portion of your video started, but you act like it carries so much weight, yet you only use it as an excuse to make fun of their art? So to that I say, your PNG model is too skinny. Fix it, you sexist fuck.
The common defense of this from a certain subset of Steven Universe fans is that the whole thing is a stylistic choice.
Just to point out, I'm not on board with this. Most cartoons do have their own unique style, Steven Universe included, but they could have still had the exact same style and still drawn characters consistently.
When it comes to LGBT representation, Steven Universe got a free ride on low expectations.
They're shifting the animation industry towards being more okay with that. They're opening the door for more shows to do it better, like with She-Ra. They can't be so ballsy as to go all in or else they'll get canceled. Just like in 2015, Noelle Stevenson said in an interview that writing lesbian main characters made temperatures so hot producing it that so many people were afraid of getting fired, and she convinced a bunch of people to stick with it. Not to mention Arcane coming out now getting championed as some gay representation, which is the most subtle for any same-sex affection, that the entirety of gayness from season 1 of Arcane can be summarized as the cupcake nickname. Steven Universe did lesbian representation a lot better than most shows still do, and I'm still waiting for a cartoon to have a gay man as the main character.
Because LGBT relationships are rare in children's shows, a lot of people were prepared to claim Steven Universe as the pioneer of a new era in relationship design.
Steven Universe approached character interactions and friendship dynamics with a lot more emphasis than nearly any other kids show, and more so than most shows overall. Steven Universe puts character interactions on a pedestal and made that their #1 priority for the show. That's what makes us fans love it so much, the interactions between the characters. Your argument is that if it weren't for the gays, this show wouldn't have been so popular, and I can kind of agree with that. I'll give you the dub on this one, I guess.
It wasn't until the end of the first season that an actual relationship was even established in Ruby and Sapphire, and that's where the problems start.
I'm not gonna offend Rebecca Sugar and say that it was the safest bet to wait until the show's success to start throwing its weight around, because that knocks the argument out of the park. Instead, I want to say it was sad waiting this long to see anything, and more crumbs could have been dribbled throughout season 1 to appease us who like this representation aspects of the show. Ruby and Sapphire are one of the healthiest television representations of lesbian couples that don't paint it in a negative light in the slightest. The two go through a few issues, but overall, they remember they love each other and figure out how to move on, much like real relationships work. Very little toxicity there.
Garnet was a very easy way to avoid doing any actual work with Ruby and Sapphire in regards to developing their relationship.
Their relationship was already developed. We saw a few arcs between them. I hate the trope that every story about gay people has to be of them falling in love. I'm super happy that Garnet was plopped in as an existing gay relationship and occasionally brought out when Ruby and Sapphire's separate identities had important parts for a story. I get that you would have liked to see the backstory of it developing, but some people prefer the nonchalant existence of it.
If you recall last year in my Legend of Korra video, I talked about how one of the easiest ways to write a solid relationship is to start in medias res and make liberal use of couple banter.
I thought you hated easy writing tactic. You shit on every time Rebecca Sugar does something easy and call it lazy writing, but here you are saying what should have been done and your information classifies as easy writing? Pick a lane.
This is the bare minimum standard that Steven Universe just can't commit to.
Or, second option, we ignore that cliche and go straight to married life. There's already a bunch of sitcoms about married straight couples just going through life handling all the marriage issues they get berated with. Ruby and Sapphire is a lot more like that, like in the episodes with the motel and Ruby Rioter episode. Of course they aren't legitimately married till later, but functionally they are. There's also the hilarious parallel that religion sees a married couple as now two halves of the same whole. In Garnet's case, that's a very literal interpretation. So I can appreciate how even if you overlook the lesbian aspect because you don't think it's sufficient as representation, still has that going for it.
Sugar always took every excuse she could to hide Ruby and Sapphire in the walk-in closet that is Garnet's hips.
Garnet established she prefers to be fused. Ruby and Sapphire established they like being fused. So writing aside, the characters are acting as they intended to. Hilarious joke about the hips, by the way, but there were no excuses being made that she didn't want to make a bunch of Ruby and Sapphire episodes. Don't pretend like it's something she intentionally avoided when she would have had to go far out of her way to make it happen. Even if she did do that, I bet you would claim an insane amount of issues with the dynamic like you have for literally every other character in this show, except Greg for some reason. I don't know why you don't talk about Greg. Please do a Greg segment.
But after a few episodes where Pearl gaslights Sapphire,
This is literally a lie. In episode 19 of season 5, titled Now We're Falling Apart, which is the clip Lily used for this statement, this was right after the characters became aware that Rose is Pink Diamond and Sapphire runs off to Rose's fountain to cry about feeling betrayed. So Pearl and Steven follow to comfort her, and Pearl info dumps Pink Diamond's transition to Rose so Sapphire can get a better understanding of why it's not such a bad thing. I guess you could say something like Rose gaslighted everybody to believe that Rose wasn't Pink Diamond, and Pearl felt obligated to carry out this lie. And as long as she can, because of course Pearl does. But Pearl gaslighting? That's a stretch.
I thought they were already married.
If you thought they were already married, why the hell would you have gone off on that tangent earlier about how to write a relationship? This clearly isn't a scenario where person A meets person B, fall in love, then yada yada. That's what your brief overview was for, not people already in a relationship. Unless you're under the impression that characters already in a relationship need the exact same treatment, which is literally not done for Tenzin and Legends of Korra, unless in that mockery video you did criticize that, in which case at least you're being consistent. But if not, you're just talking to talk. Regardless, I ain't watching that because I really don't care about Korra. And even if you just copy pasted this entire script for Steven Universe into your Korra attack video, you'd be more correct over there than you are here. But nah fam, you're the writing expert and Rebecca Sugar is the dummy.
Sugar shows a surprising ability to write a grounded, enjoyable relationship.
I was gonna stop and say, finally, you've said at least one nice thing, but even this was backhanded because you're implying she's incapable, and the fact that a writer can accurately depict a married couple interaction is news to you. But like, most of the other characters are not in relationships, so you're taking the one example being like, I'm surprised you could pull that off. Like, what were you expecting? I understand your expectations were low at this point because you just can't grasp what the show is about. You think it's about forgiving space Nazis and an abuser getting a redemption arc. And most of that is just willfully taking things out of context and making up brand new information that doesn't even exist in the show. Like Steven being a vengeance craving shit, or Pearl gaslighting Sapphire, or Blue Diamond supposedly being a sympathetic character. That's all bull. You're a fraud. You're a big fraud, and the entire Steven Universe fandom cannot take you seriously because you lie and you bullshit your way around every detail in this show, with the exception of Garnet and Paradox, because those are the only two characters that you like, so you're giving them favorable treatment. I've given you way better examples for your points. I've made points for you. Meanwhile, you're just doing personal attacks on Rebecca Sugar's writing because it's not the way you would have done it. You even say how you would have handled it, but you're not the one with the famously successful TV show. It's done way more for the Lobota Plus community than you ever will because you're a fraud who can't even make a fair assessment of a children's show.
When people talk about LGBT representation, this is it right here. Writing a good LGBT relationship is so easy that even Rebecca Sugar can do it when she's forced to.
You know what's not easy? Getting a television network to go along with it, because half the country doesn't want that kind of stuff on TV. Of course it's easy to write, but easy to get on national television? That's a whole nother ball game. She was forced to put less of it in than she wanted to. She wasn't forced to put it in. I bet the network would have been happier if she didn't, because they could air it in more countries and make those sweet advertiser dollars. For having spent so much time on the airing schedule thing in the beginning, you seem to totally forget that was ever an issue, and you don't get to sweep it under a rug just because it doesn't support your argument.
It's hard to say Steven Universe is a pioneer of LGBT representation when the only two characters who further that idea aren't present for the vast majority of the series.
Bro, we don't need to see chicks kissing constantly to understand representation. Otherwise, Arcane wouldn't have gotten a second glance. Let's not forget Pearl's panties wet for Rose every time she's brought up. And if it ain't that, then she's crying, so spewing fluids over Rose either way.
Rose's absence is still very much a new thing for them.
We have a handful of people who are literally born to be subservient. We see all these characters struggle to break from their programming, especially Peridot, because we get 10 episodes straight of just that. Also, Rose's absence is very much a new thing for them. You literally show the episode where they steal baby Steven to try and get Rose back because they never wanted her to leave. Rose took care of them and guided them. She was the big mommy of the Rebel Gems family, led them to battle, saved their lives. Of course, she couldn't save everybody's lives, but they're grateful to Rose for having pulled them through the destruction. Jump to episode 1 of Steven Universe, and everybody is getting along perfectly fine. Garnet is the new leader, and they're all capable and do make decisions for themselves. They do not treat Rose's absence like a new thing because they are now accustomed to it, and so consider the statement debunked.
Pearl's creepy obsession with Rose was interesting for a while, but it got old very quickly.
This is a fair point. It did get old, and I would have liked Pearl to stop sulking about it, because by the time she does eventually get completely over it, it's already so late in the show, and Rebecca Sugar definitely should have made Steven be some sort of comfort blanket and open Pearl's mind to a new perspective that make us stop daydreaming and missing Rose.
Even attempts to pair Pearl up with someone else were kneecapped by that someone else looking exactly like Rose.
Don't hate on ya, girls. Type, super tall with fluffy pink hair is hot.
With the revelation that Rose is Pink Diamond, also came the revelation that Pearl was Pink Diamond's Pearl, given to her as a slave.
There's a lot of people who love their jobs. There's a lot of people who catch feelings for their boss. I get that the slave dynamic makes a lot of people uncomfortable because as a society, we are socially ahead of that. But to be real, we are not as far ahead of it as we'd like to make it seem, because there is still a lot of people alive today who grew up during Jim Crow. Besides, technically all of the gems are slaves to the diamonds, so under any fascist government, you are a slave to the state. Don't high road Pearl just because gem society is lagging behind human society by 200 years, maybe less.
This fundamentally altered the dynamic between Rose and Pearl, as now we're being shown a slave falling in love with her master, and the show seeing absolutely nothing wrong with that.
You know what would have been wrong? Rose falling in love with Pearl and making her do things. That would be fucked up. But the worst that could happen is Pearl overstepping a work-related boundary in pursuit of her affection towards Pink Diamond and getting in trouble for doing so, in which case Pearl is forced to hold her emotions to herself, bottle them up, or risk execution, which is arguably more toxic than if this slave dynamic didn't exist in the first place. Basically, what I'm saying is the master-slave dynamic made things even harder on Pearl, and there is no route to safely open up about her feelings, so they just festered and tormented her. This never gets a true resolution because Rose falls in love with Greg Universe, and while Pearl is too nervous to pull any major moves, now Rose is gone and she needs to figure out some way to deal with these feelings in a healthy manner because they continually spill out and make life worse for herself and everybody around her time and time again. During the big reveal to the other gems, where Pearl is finally allowed to confirm that Rose is Pink Diamond, she is finally able to vocalize all these feelings to their fullest and get it out of her system, enabling her to move on with her life and start a new chapter. This character arc is so fucking juicy, I love it, and of course it has its creepy moments, but you could argue that Pearl has Stockholm Syndrome, but those feelings persisted even after the MS dynamic ended. So there's literally no point to call attention to it anymore because the slave issue fizzles.
If this had been some kind of sad fact about Pearl, that would have been one thing, but the show treats it as at best a quirk of their relationship and at worst as impossibly romantic.
I agree this kind of situation does sound implausible from a human perspective, but this has been the lifestyle of gems for thousands of years, so it's not too far-fetched to think that this would ever happen. Even if it's still unrealistic to happen in any circumstance because you want to ignore context, it's still a really juicy storyline I've literally never seen done anywhere else, and it was super interesting to watch. I get most shows wouldn't go this route because slavery is bad. Nobody wants a show to get mistaken as supportive of such old-fashioned grossness, which seems to be very unique in Lily's case. And maybe in your mind it wasn't done tastefully because the emotional aspect kicked in while she was a slave, but even if she was liberated before feeling this way, would have been very interesting still, and in fact it could have been more convincing because the freedom to choose, and I choose you, can be very touching. Like offering your pet to fly around your house freely, but instead they choose to sit on your shoulder and coo at you while you work like one of my pet doves. Basically, this character combo is so interesting to me because of how unique it is. It ends tragic, and the whole experience is eggshells, and it makes me appreciate Pearl as a character way more than I had in the first couple of seasons. This is all a hypothetical argument because I have something else coming that's going to completely shatter Lily's point.
A slave falling in one-sided love with her master master, and said master taking advantage of that the way Rose did is an extremely dark story premise.
Rose didn't take advantage of Pearl. She asked Pearl to help her with the rebellion, and she said yes. Pearl continued to stand by the rebellion long after she was gone, which shows she wasn't doing it just because she was told. Rose was far more interested in learning about Earth and the philosophy of life to even notice Pearl's admiration. How are you going to manipulate a girl if you don't even notice her? The entire time, Pearl was subtly trying to be like, "Notice me, Senpai." And Senpai Rose is just like, "Hey, you're my moon-based dashboard operator, right? You want to go spy on Amethyst with me?" Even though the whole situation had painfully emotional undertones, the entire thing was goofy as hell. Just as goofy as the statement Lily made. So, no, Rose did not take advantage of Pearl, and even if she realized she could, I doubt she would, because Rose cherishes life for its own merit and literally wanted Steven to choose his own path in the world. Steven was so convinced that Rose had some secret scheme for him that he went out of his way several times to try and reveal secrets that just didn't exist.
But Sugar doesn't think of it that way.
I feel like you literally just took the term slave out of this whole situation. You would stop having issues about it. Okay, let's rephrase. Two friends, one is royalty, one used to work for royalty. They get off together on a planet called Earth to fulfill the royal's destiny. The ordinary good person doesn't know what to do with herself, so she just follows her friend and is glad to help out wherever she can. She is too afraid to open up about her feelings. Meanwhile, the descendant from royalty has an epiphany about the value of life and decides it is sacred. The girl follows her beloved into battle. She becomes a very sad girl when her beloved's heart belongs to somebody else. She makes a few attempts to show the man he is not wanted here, but her beloved elopes with the man anyway. That good enough for you? I didn't want to use their names in this little parody phrase, but yeah, that honestly feels a lot more natural without the slavery thing. Yeah, Rebecca Sugar. Looks like slavery was the problem. Everything else is gravy. I still haven't brought up the big zinger that's gonna knock Lily's argument flat on its face, yes, just because it's more interesting to try to argue it from her lying angle.
Not even a single acknowledgement of just how fucked up this whole thing is.
We're admitting all together right here, the entire universe fandom, we're all saying this together. It wouldn't have been so weird if Pearl weren't literally Pink Diamond's slave. Ya happy? Okay, now that's been acknowledged, we can move on to the big rebuttal that I've been teasing with the last 3 bits.
It's like reading erotic fanfiction written by the weirdest, scariest sub ever.
Bro, don't kink shame.
Pearl's strange and lopsided relationship with Rose even extends to her relationship with Steven.
Why are you here, Pearl?
Me?
Forgive me, but I thought these parts Lily made about Pearl's relationship with Steven were so hilarious I had to sit down with the drink for it. Anyway, I paused here because in this scene, for anybody who's seen the show's entirety, knows Pearl is watching Steven sleeps in hopes of him transforming back to Rose for some mysterious reason, which I think is hilarious. That's what I think anyway. I bet there's a storm of fan theories surrounding this one, but I agree with Lily on this one. Pearl's relationship with Rose tainted her parental role with Steven, but it is funny to see Pearl throw shade at Steven here and there just for existing, almost as if she blames Steven for Rose going gone. Dub for Lily. Cheers.
Sugar's idea of relationships is warped, to say the least.
You ever think they were warped on purpose just to make them juicier, more interesting, stand out just a tad bit from other cartoon relationships? I'm not sure a thought like that would ever go through your head, because it seems like you judge people's entirety based off of a product they get paid to create. And you're a full-time YouTuber, so I should be judging your entire identity off this video. But I don't, because I know you're writing intentionally to piss people off and get a ton of watch time, and you've tailored your online presence to optimize better to this kind of stuff than you would optimize for a friendly house party. I don't literally speak to people the way I'm speaking here. All of this is just theater. Your video, my video, Steven Universe, it's all digital theater. So let's stop with the ad hominems and carry on like a fun band. Nobody's gonna get that reference.
There's a reason that stories about LGBT relationships rarely cover these kind of issues, and that's because when these issues are botched this badly...
First off, only a small minority of people are saying this relationship was botched. So, when such a small number of people have a specific opinion, maybe there's a reason so few people have it, and that reason being they're just wrong. Kind of like neo-Nazis, and there's not a lot of neo-Nazis, but we know they exist, and we know that their views are just wrong, so we just like, I don't know. I mean, it's not like they're online making fools out of themselves by making 2-hour-long rants that don't have any solid points. I don't want to totally invalidate this criticism though, so let's attack it on its merits. What kind of issue is this story arc covering? It's definitely not covering abuse, because we debunked that already. Rose wasn't even aware of Pearl's feelings, and Pearl hates she never opened up about that. Pearl's feelings persisted even after Rose disappeared. I wrote died in the script, but I'm like, she didn't die, she literally transformed into Steven. But anyway, there's no way Pearl was manipulated into feeling her feelings, and even if there was some off-screen event where Rose could have abused her, you said earlier in this video that if it happened off-screen, then it didn't happen. I'm surprised I didn't think of that in the last few segments. I haven't even brought up the thing yet that I said I was going to bring up to shatter this argument. I guess I'm saving the best argument for last. That was actually the Pearl and Rose story in a nutshell, so that's perfectly safe to queer representation. I'd be cool showing those episodes to my mom. So let's move on to Ruby and Sapphire. Everything that Ruby and Sapphire went through felt like normal, run-of-the-mill marriage troubles, even including Sapphire getting mad over the big Rose reveal. Oftentimes, one member of a marriage is more upset about secrets surfacing than the other. Then the other one is Ruby and Sapphire splitting over Pearl, manipulating them to fuse. That's a lesbian threesome. Wasn't even a joke. Why'd I write this? And Ruby is mad that Pearl manipulated them into fusing over and over again, which is perfectly fair. Sapphire didn't take it as personally as her significant other, and they have to remember how they actually feel about each other and prioritize that over their feeling towards Pearl in order to refuse. Then deal with Pearl's butthead behavior together. That's a lovely story. So no, these queer stories were not botched. There was no abuse. Well, the Jasper abused Lapis, but that's not a relationship thing. We can also look at Exhibit Lapidot for more discussion on healthy queer relationship representation. The two learn to get along really well, and that's kind of it. I could go on a bit more about how Peridot checked in on Lapis' mental health before piecing out, and we could talk about Lapis taking the house, but we already went over that stuff, so it's far more about character-centric than it was about the relationship in this show. That's the focus. I get that can sound like a cop-out, but I still expanded on it in detail, and I don't need to repeat myself. Basically, Lily's most recent statement about all these things being botched doesn't stand on its own two legs, because her example is actually not what she thinks it is. Kind of like turning in the homework to the wrong class. Lily! Why did you give me your Legend of Korra review paper? You were supposed to turn your Steven Universe paper. Did you just follow the same format for this video as you did for that one? It would explain why these criticisms make way more sense over there than they do here. Lily Orchard over here just plagiarizing herself, changing a few words here and there to make it seem like a new essay. Totally bonkers. Maybe I'll make a video on why Steven Universe review is actually just your Legends of Korra review. But who knows, that might also be a 5-hour video, so maybe I'll just opt to do a 10-minute instead.
It ultimately ends up being a reinforcement for conservative paranoia about gay relationships as some kind of twisted deviancy, and finds its way into the next bill to criminalize being gay.
I literally showed Padre a few of the Peridot and Lapis living together episodes to show him that two lesbians living together is not the freak show that the news he hears would make him believe. The fact is, they're gender-neutral aliens. Also helps in the digestibility of it, too. And in all the far-right circles that I hear daily, Steven Universe is on the radar of nobody. So this statement is just unfound fear-mongering about bad representation. Boomers don't watch cartoons.
So there's been something of an unspoken agreement to not cover those things until it can be certain that they won't become arrows in the quiver of the ban gays crowd.
Noelle Stevenson said fuck that and give birth to the angstiest lesbian character, and her name is Catra. She inspired my avatar, and I adore her.
Conservatives and their stubborn bigotry are the reason LGBT representation is as politicized as it is.
Well, there is a grain of truth in your statement. I have to prove you wrong on this, but certain religions are the ones who hate the Lobata representation. Non-religious conservatives either don't give a hoot or they're down with the clown, but it's not even that religious groups holding the TV networks back half the time. It's other countries that have even worse political and religious ideas, then ban shows like this one from airing in their country, like Kenya, and I think China had a problem with the anti-fascism plot of season 5. I'm glad you're now at least showing how aware you are of this problem, even if it's just a little bit, because if they went full hog on the queer aspects, then the only place they'd be allowed to show this show would be California. Alright, jokes aside, it's also a kids show, and having functionally gender-neutral characters is an exceptional step towards more significant inclusion for future generations of shows to come, especially because if you have these quote-unquote non-binary aliens, you can give one masculine character traits like Jasper, and that can be more touch and go for men watching the show who can relate more to that and be like, okay, it's all cool. Just because Jasper has long hair doesn't mean it's like, oh, they're so effeminate and girly. Anyway, moving along from stereotypes, next point.
Having the biggest concentration of representation come from such a myopic, melodramatic, and reckless person like Rebecca Sugar is not the political milestone so many people think it is.
You keep complaining that it didn't do enough, but all we really needed was to have the door to that opened, and they did it. I bet all the 80s gays were really pissed to work so hard just to end up seeing lesbians get the green light. I'm joking, of course, but the show didn't need to be a giant political spit in the face of the status quo. It just needed to move the industry a little bit left as part of the whole slippery slope idea that religious folk are so scared of, because they know it works. Plus, the show did its thing. It validated lesbians, and therefore a lot of them came out of the closet and announced themselves proudly. This is a good thing. I don't get why somebody like you would pretend it's not, and you're shunting aside that win just because they didn't knock it out of the park. Just celebrate the home run. I also hate that you're saying Rebecca Sugar is pathetic for only having this level of influence when it, and I know there's always more work to be done, but hell, she's done far more than most people, and you're just shitting on her name. You shit on her name and you shit on the success of the Lobata Plus so fucking much that I'm starting to think maybe you're just the homophobic one here. But you're a trans lesbian or something, so that's not it. Maybe you're just a contrarian who's making this entire hit piece up for cloud and views.
Handling those themes well would be great. It'd be amazing if a show talked about gay relationships and talked about how, just like straight relationships, they can be rocky or sometimes unhealthy and actually stuck the landing.
Okay, you haven't presented any good reasons why Steven Universe didn't do that. In fact, you've misrepresented so much of the show and painted it in the worst light you possibly can, but you haven't even gotten to the racism part, so we know you're gonna smear more dirt on all of it. People en masse believe this show did well, all those things you said it didn't in this clip. However, a few haters disagree, and most of them hate this show just because they dislike Steven, so you don't even have the vocal majority on your side. They're on my side, and you resort so heavily to personal attacks and pot shots against Rebecca Sugar because you're such a coward. Stop making up scenes that never happened. Stop lying about episodes. Stop saying that just because you don't understand Rebecca's writing that she's a bad writer. Why are you such a fraud?
But doing that is extremely difficult, and Sugar continues to put her foot in her mouth by coming up to instances of clear and obvious abuse and saying, "How romantic."
Literally every instance of abuse you've brought up has been something you fabricated, flat out lied, or did mental gymnastics to fit into your narratives, all while ignoring all the real abuse scenarios like Lapis being tortured, Pearl manipulating Garnet into fusing, Pearl brainwashing Connie into a fighting soldier for Steven, Jasper assaulting Steven for freeing Lapis from her manipulation, or Jasper full-on degrading Amethyst while also kicking her. Literally, these are all great examples of abuse from throughout the show, coming from good guys as well, and you overlook all of that just so you can pin the blame on a victim. I know you can just shuffle words around all day to make whatever argument you want, but this is evil. I genuinely am starting to think you're just a terrible human being. You're trying so hard to invalidate abuse and make nonchalant storytelling a sin against nature. Lily, this isn't the Matrix. You can't say whatever you want. Things you say and your actions actually have an effect on people. I just thought it would be a fun and enjoyable experience to go through and debunk each of your claims one at a time, but you're showing you have zero empathy, zero understanding of writing, and zero respect for others. You are literally worse than a neo-Nazi. At least they have respect for white people, but you don't even have respect for your fellow queer people. You shit on them relentlessly. Your community is more toxic than the My Hero Academia fandom. People like you are why so many people loathe the Lobata community. You are the problem that plagues shows like these. This is the whole reason networks don't want to produce these kind of shows, because dirtbags like you will get internet clout by showing off how awful they are.
But in doing so gives the implicit lesson that giving valuable representation is second priority to placating a group of emotionally stunted crybabies.
If you're working in broadcast television, of course there will be some representation caveats you need to work with in order for your show to actually have a change at the network. Rebecca Sugar was only able to give as much representation as she did because of its smash hit success. And Noelle Stevenson, like I said earlier, was concerned about losing her job by having lesbian main characters, and that was in 2015! Considering those restrictions, I'm surprised this show was allowed to go as far as it did, considering how many of their advertisers also donate money to anti-Lobata groups. And it might not even be a bad thing that the gems are gender neutral. We know non-binary people have an even more difficult time being accepted by society than transgender people do, because the majority of society just doesn't understand what that entails, and having gender neutral main characters who are aliens really helps convey what it is like. Amethyst has more quote-unquote masculine traits, which helps this argument. Same goes for Garnet. Her stoic attitude was relatable in Season 1, and let's not forget lesbian representation in media outweighs that of gay men, which is something that irritated me greatly in She-Ra and the Princess of Power, since our real only flat-out gay men in the show were Bo's parents, which only showed up for like 2 or 3 episodes. I even considered making Catcher and Adore both guys for my parody of the show as a spit in the face of that, which I didn't end up doing, and having gender-neutral characters in Steven Universe with both feminine and masculine traits aids in the representation as they become amorphous and able to fit more easily into whatever box you'd like. You know, like the box of poor representation, as Lily would argue. This malleability has something going for the show, more so than the track, so let's stop pretending like this is some trap all gotcha for representation because it ignored some nuance.
The half measure, blink and you'll miss it representation isn't new. It's been around for over a decade. It's practically formulaic. The fact that people pretend this is in any way brave is fucking ridiculous.
Not brave? Standing up to a multi-billion-dollar company to force their hand into allowing representation isn't brave? Getting fired from Cartoon Network over this could have spelled disaster for Rebecca Sugar's career and painted her as a loose cannon within the industry, never to get a writing job ever again. And to consider risking your passion in something you care this deeply about as not brave is ridiculous. You don't show any examples for the representation as having been around as you say, and such a bold statement should go without saying that you need examples. And since you've shown examples for nearly everything you've said so far, whether they're reframed to support your argument or contradict the show or not, in the very least, you gotta have examples. Versus here, you omitted that. Not sure if an editing error you were too tired to go back and fix, cause I understand that, or you didn't feel like you needed to make examples, but the fact is few shows from this one on have gone as far in representation as Steven Universe has. It's why Lobata fans return and watch the series again and again, because new shows aren't pushing the bill. Any show that as much as sneezes out a gay joke is clung to by the community now because it's such a scarcity that you're throwing this show out because you deem it not good enough. Your logic doesn't track. What shows would you say have championed the queer community? I need to see that. Explain what shows did it better, and then also explain why. Then we can take a look at those shows' fan bases and see for ourselves.
This isn't even getting into the complete middle finger that non-binary people get. Non-binary characters in Steven Universe exist entirely to avoid having to deal with the implications that many of Sugar's character designs create.
It's true, I don't know a lot of NB people, so I can't express how they feel about their representation in the show specifically, but there's no way anybody can trust your explanation of it given how much you've taken things out of context, flipped verbiage, and overall lied about the show's intentions. You're a very untrustworthy person, so I'll just skip over this unless there's something I need to rebuke. Otherwise, I'll consider this entire segment rage bait. Also, that whole knockdown argument about Rose and Pearl, I don't remember if Jax actually covered it or if it shows up later in the script, because I know it's here somewhere. I just don't remember.
Really wanna be a giant? Nah, they're NB, that's just easier. Congratulations, Steven Universe, you've created a situation where a character being non-binary is the least interesting explanation you could offer.
You're misinterpreting Steven's childlike wonder as something literal and in the direction of gender. The tone of that scene was very much, if I were in your shoes, because Steven is spending the entire episode trying to convince Amethyst and Pearl to fuse so he can see something cool. He literally says, "But if it were me." He's speaking in hypotheticals, not literals, and I can't believe you never learned that distinction. I'm joking. You really wanted Stevonnie to lean on the female side, so I believe you're intentionally projecting and finding the best piece of evidence you can for your argument, which led you all the way back to season 1 just so you could take a clip out of context. Rereading that all just now, I honestly wasn't trying to make a trans joke about you. I was speaking in a sense that you really wanted Steven to be a girl as a fusion thing. I'm not trying to call you out. I know you'd have rather Steven be a girl because you allude to it right before this clip, but yeah, I just want to say that's not my intention. I wasn't trying to make a joke, and if somebody read it that way, that's fucking hilarious.
I don't know how on earth you managed to do that. That should be literally fucking impossible. Non-binary people are, by their very definition, interesting, and you managed to make that boring.
That says more about you than it does about NB people, but then again, Steven's Universe doesn't give me a queer turnoff like it does for you. Besides, in my understanding on non-binary people, and as having dated somebody who later came out as non-binary and my asking what that's like, the explanation I got went something like this. And also, if you're a non-binary person watching this, I would like to know how similar your experience is, because I want to broaden my perspective. And if you're not comfortable dropping it in the YT comments, I'll put my Discord in the video description. So, my ex explained as both genders have certain connotations and expectations that go along with them, and they don't vibe with either of those expectations and the such, so they choose to be neither so they can ignore both and decide for themselves what kind of person they want to be without getting compressed into some box. Compared to the gender fluid argument in the same discussion I had with them being, they'd like access to both boxes and not have to choose between them. I feel like Stevonnie fits a lot more closely into that idea about gender fluidity than neutrality, so I'm not sure if I just have a different perspective on this than Lily, or Lily's intentionally not representing this idea since it makes their case easier to defend, so I'm just gonna move on.
They're also fusions of multiple people, so it's highly likely that these two fusions don't even get to be their own person like other fusions do.
I just want to point out there is no real argument here, and it's just a hypothetical, and even though it's a hypothetical, there is still solid evidence that would point the other way, since we see Sardonyx is vastly different from Pearl and Garnet. In the episode where Sardonyx was constantly asking Smokey about who they are as an individual, they go back and forth and Smokey Quartz gets an arc of self-discovery. Unfortunately, that arc goes absolutely nowhere, and Lily could have used that episode as an example of dropping story arcs for unprofessional reasons, but that allows for some room to say Smokey Quartz is an individual separate from Steven and Amethyst. We see this later in Steven's fusion with Pearl and Steven Universe Future, as well as Sunstone in that series as well. Lily is using a clip of Stevonnie during the racing episode as part of their example, so I should address that. Steven has fused with a human, something thought to be impossible, so it could be that the rules are different when it comes to organic matter because Connie doesn't have a gem. Therefore, that same connection through the power of Steven's gem cannot be applied. Stevonnie has a multitude of inner monologues throughout the show that demonstrate that, while fused, they are still two separate people in charge of one body. There is also some evidence that contradicts this, which will aid in fighting against Lily's statement, which overall has already been debunked, but Stevonnie stands out from the crowd of fusion forms for being two reasons, being Connie is a fused human and Stevonnie is one of the only fusions who primarily talks as if they are two individuals. However, more evidence comes forth when we see Garnet split apart. Ruby and Sapphire both get their own dialogue in Garnet's voice and become that clearly two people interacting within the same body. Perhaps Garnet was splitting at these times. The level of closeness is what allows the brand new person to blossom forth, and in Steven and Connie's place, they aren't close enough to make Stevonnie solidify their personality. Lily's statement here is a conjecture, and we're provided examples of other fusions of Steven in the show, and the majority of them do become entirely different people with their own temperament and personality, with the exception of Stevonnie. But Connie and Steven are also not as in sync as Steven is with all the other gems, so it would make sense that if it is a closeness thing that Stevonnie isn't allowed to fully blossom, as I said.
Season 5 episode had Kevin explicitly refer to Stevonnie as they, so well done, Kevin, you were finally good for something.
Or maybe Kevin understands that Stevonnie is a fusion of two different people, so the plural form makes sense, and not because they were explicitly trying to confirm Stevonnie's gender.
It's almost like somebody pointed out to Sugar that the information about Stevonnie being non-binary was only ever confirmed on Twitter, and that's not how storytelling works.
I like the jab at J.K. Rowling. I don't know if Sugar did confirm Stevonnie on Twitter, but also she didn't need to. I don't think Stevonnie needed to be confirmed as anything in order to support the show's cast of representation, because anything more would probably just be extra icing, and there is a point where too much representation breaks immersion, and by not directly saying what Stevonnie is, sticking to illusions, I think the show did more favors than it worked against. But that's just my opinion. You can be mad that nothing was confirmed, just like a lot of She-Ra fans were held hostage until season 5 to confirm the Catcher to Wear Gay thing. Primarily stopping here to just call out the Twitter part doesn't add anything to the argument, but you can still be annoyed about Stevonnie's gender.
This show really pervs on Stevonnie every chance it can get.
You're literally doing one of those memes where it's like Gumball, but only when my parents enter the room. This argument is kind of invalidated because somebody exploring their own body is not weird, of which you show clips of, and don't ignore the fact that Stevonnie is like, this is my body? Tubular! Of course, the teenage body is going to be more curvy and filled out than a child's. Drawing them accordingly doesn't make it sexual, it makes it normal. I can't believe I have to explain this. Did you not get the birds and the bees talk? Oh, god damn it, Lily.
Despite them being androgynous, well, you know, according to Sugar at least.
I don't know if you're saying Sugar actually said this or not, because it's very clear that the character is not, or you're just misrepresenting just to call Sugar dumb, and until you provide solid evidence that Sugar did say this, I'm going to think of this as you making stuff up because the source material doesn't even support that claim.
And the camera angles around them to get as many shots of their body as possible. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be surprising. Animated shows perving on female or feminine characters is nothing new.
Which is way more prevalent in anime than Western animation, with, of course, a few exceptions like the regular show and Mordecai and Rigby, which, while there is a pretty close to fair balance, they also depict men in these shows with inherently sexual ways like you're implying here. I also disagree that Stevonnie is getting extra attention. During any fight scene, the camera angles all around all the characters and whatnot, so just because Stevonnie has curves doesn't make it inherently sexual. This reminds me of a TikTok I saw the other day where the girl with big boobs was complaining that a girl with small breasts could wear a crop top and that wasn't perceived as sexual, but because she herself has big boobs, society acts like she needs to dress more moderately. There's a clear double standard and different dress code for people depending on their body shape, and you're not gonna shit on Smoky Quartz midriff and thick, but it's easy to take a character with the exact same treatment, just a conventionally attractive body type, and bash on people for it. This really sounds more like you're attacking the shows out of your own insecurities and not any real merits of the show itself. Another supporting note, recently there was a movement to desexualize women in lesbians manga, and the active lesbian fanbase who enjoys women drawn like that made a huge stink. You can't say just because something is inherently sexual also makes it a bad thing, especially when women enjoy big butts and boobs just like men enjoy big butts and boobs. I make a joke about that in another video. If you're a guy and you're dating a bisexual girl, you're gonna have to be wary of another girl stealing yours, because as far as body attraction goes, men are at the disadvantage. We get pretty much the same viewing angle treatment out of Steven and Greg's fusion, Steven Universe Future, but nobody complained that was over sexualization and an unfair body standard. I didn't think I would have to say so much about this topic. I guess it's more nuanced than Lily pretends it is, since she sounds like a bitching boomer complaining that a cartoon is going to make kids beat off to the TV. Like, you're gross, Lily. That's disgusting. You're gross. Moving on. To summarize all that, Lily's acting like just because Stevonnie is more curvy, that this is somehow sexual.
And not only does Kevin remember that Stevonnie has two kids fused, he continues to hit on them.
Your whole two kids in a beautiful trench coat routine won't fool me this time, so don't even try it.
I'm sorry, you don't understand the unspoken rules about what you can and can't say to somebody, so I'll get to that. But first, it's important to notice that Kevin thinks Stevonnie is attempting to seduce him, and he's acknowledging that he was originally attracted to it, but you're calling attention to the fact that he called Stevonnie beautiful. And I ask, would you call it creepy if a father called his daughter cute? Heaven forbid you compliment somebody's appearance, especially a teenager, as long as there is not a clear-cut, I don't want to have sex with you energy. It's perfectly fine to compliment somebody, and some people aren't comfortable with any kind of compliment, but that's a very small minority of people, so let's not act like Kevin is committing some huge sin by complimenting somebody's appearance. It seems like you're implying Kevin wants to screw Stevonnie. So, I'll address that now. There's a universal understanding that you shouldn't be down to clown with children because they are not mentally developed enough to properly think through the connotations of relationship. However, during the teen years, their body makes an adult transformation process called puberty. And while the brain still has years of developing to go through, the body can reach its ultimate form in just a couple. People are attracted to beauty, and that comes in at a specific age. People used to believe that as soon as you hit puberty, you are now a man or a woman, and you can now be married and elope. Of course, in recent history, we've realized that the brain still develops for many more years to come, so it's written to law that thou shalt not screw people under a certain age because they don't have the mental capacity to fully understand the consequences and responsibility of their actions. The brain keeps developing to 27 years old, so why don't we shit on people who hit on people younger than that age? It's unrealistic. Of course, the human biology, way before 27 years, screams at people to fuck, beginning with puberty, and that's just nature, and we value the ability of people to resist those urges, which Kevin is doing. Yet you're still shitting on him for acknowledging it. Maybe Kevin just understands biology better than you and you just don't get it. We know Sugar does. It's the entire reason Steven, at the age of 16, gets super infatuated with Connie because hormones are kicking in, and that's Kevin's age range. Imagine getting an iteration of the birds and the bees talk from some dude on YouTube taking out the trash. Your intellectual ignorance about sex just to label Kevin as a creep is very dishonest, but we already know that.
I know you want to be close, but this is a little clingy.
Kevin is literally hitting on 2 kids and is aware of that fact.
And I jokingly say to my friends to kill themselves when they say something cringe. There is also a crazy amount of pedophile jokes in shows like Family Guy and American Dad, which I get these kind of jokes shouldn't be in a kids show, but let's not forget that Kevin, Steven, and Connie are all teenagers. It's not very far-fetched, even if this absolutely cursed ship did happen. And this is a really gray area, but Lily is so persistent that they're sexualizing the crap out of Stevonnie, which is the only reason I take issue with the statement. Other than that, Kevy is a creepy scumbag. I agree with that. Just need to bring more information to the table about why Kevin wants to screw Stevonnie, because that's like not really implied anymore. What the fuck is this conversation?
The episode portrays him as a bog standard creep that literally every woman on the planet has met at least once in their lives, but Kevin's disturbing behavior goes a lot deeper than that, and none of the writers notice or seem to care.
Yeah, the episode was supposed to portray him as that so he could be the villain of the episode, but as far as disturbing, you're reading way too much into that. The show isn't supportive of pedos. Stop ignoring facts just so you can fake that argument.
The show aggressively sexualizes Stevonnie nearly every time they appear, and the consistent and ever-present fact that their 2 kids fused together is repeatedly acknowledged and simultaneously ignored.
The clip you showed literally didn't sexualize him at all. Just because Stevonnie's butt is in the camera frame doesn't mean it's sexualized. Otherwise, every single character is sexualized, including Lion. I suppose we just have to never show below the waist, but also that wouldn't work because I suppose Stevonnie's boobs are too big for your taste as well, so we'll just have to stick to only shots of their arms and heads for obvious reasons. We also can't show their feet, and if we did all of those things, it would establish all of the stuff as inherently sexual, making the problem even worse than it is. Before the 1930s, I believe, when the first Tarzan movie was made, it was illegal for men to be shirtless in public pools because showing nipples was considered indecent. When Tarzan came out and depicted a dude with his nipple out, then across the country started ignoring the law, and it became such a widespread issue of dudes having their nipples out that they just made it legal so they wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. That was the first Free the Nipple, and it was done by being indecent. You want something to stop being sexualized, just make it normal, and in a few years people won't care. Making anything and everything more modest is literally a societal step backwards. If you want to complain about sexualizing kids, keep it to anime. Go complain about Kill la Kill or High School DxD or Rosario Vampire or whatever it's called. The shows where teenagers are openly discussing sex. This is a child-appropriate series. You're going after the wrong culprits. It's also really important to also bring up the fact that in Europe, naked couples are allowed to be portrayed on TV and like that's okay for kids because they understand like, oh, it's just your fucking body. So what, your butt is in the camera frame for this specific shot. That doesn't make it sexual when you're the only one who perceives it that way. If you just stare at Stevani's butt every time it's on screen, that's more of a you problem than it is a Steven Universe problem.
When the writers want to pull some kind of, ooh, so subversive stunt, the fact that this is Steven and Connie is loudly placed front and center. When the writers want to gawk at Stevani's ass, they never seem to acknowledge it.
The shot you just showed was literally Amethyst's point of view as she was standing behind them, so don't take a shot out of context just to complain about butt cheeks if we applied the standard to the rest of the show. In fact, let me show you literally every character's butt side by side just so you can see this isn't the sexual revelation you say it is. If your attention goes straight to Stevani's ass when they're on screen, maybe that's more of a you problem than it is this show's problem. I'll admit when Peridot and Garnet are on screen, they often have quite the thigh gap in hits. It's okay to look at that and go, damn! Maybe you're just uncomfortable with it because Stevani is a teenager, maybe? I already went over that stuff about biology, so I feel like drawing people as kids until the age of 18 and then pretending to be okay with butts and boobs is a little unrealistic. That one dude from Jujutsu Kaisen is like 15 and people dripped over that for days. Basically, it sounds like Lily is mad that a teenage character looks like a teenage character and mad that they think it's hot or something. I feel like that's what she's putting down. Or she's just high-roading Rebecca Sugar because she loves to do that. Either way, Lily being fucked up, not a surprise. Moving on.
Also, Stevani is apparently 26 because that's Steve and Connie's ages fused. Are you shitting me? That's the kind of excuse I'd expect to see in a bad anime, Sugar.
Apparently, Google says something similar. When the Stevani first fuses, they're 15, then later on, when they race Kevin, they're 29. I get the age thing feels pretty dumb, but all my claims before this fact still hold. Kevin was hitting on a 29-year-old. Oh god, that's just hilarious to me. Also, if this is true, then that would probably confirm Stevani is a separate entity from Connie and Steven, which makes sense alongside every other Steven Universe fusion. I feel like Malachite was the only fusion we've seen where it was exclusively one or the other in control. Regardless, it looks as though Rebecca Sugar didn't put too much thought into Stevani's age, which doesn't detract from the rest of the show, especially since we don't know all the other characters' ages, including characters who get way more screen time, like Mr. Fryman, who I tried looking for his age and couldn't find it. I'm pretty sure in more episodes, he overall has more screen time than Stevani. If you want to attack Rebecca's writing on the front of, you could have said something where Stevani has less practical use throughout the show and very little is done with them besides fusion exposition, where Garnet is constantly doing stuff and as much as she was shouldered after season 1, still gets a more active role. It would have been cool to see more Stevani and have a character arc for them, but it's perfectly fine without having that. Stevani in each episode served the emotional story and that coincided with each episode.
Actually, that brings me to the big question. Why did two small children create a conventionally attractive woman when they fuse?
The other teenagers in this series are conventionally attractive. Buck, Sour Cream, the twins, Ronaldo being the exception, but he probably eats copious amounts of fried food as per the family business, so canonically it makes sense his diet could be a potential issue. Regardless, Lily seems to take a massive issue with Stevani's physique. They have a wide variety of body types in this show, like pretty much every single body type too. And that's really cool. It's something I appreciate a lot in this show. I don't think a character being attractive should be an issue. Also, of course, people start to become attractive once they hit puberty. That's their body developing into adulthood. So just... Is Lily retarded? I don't understand why. What? Oh my god, she's cracking me up.
Out of all the fusion designs dragged from the bowels of the world's craziest acid trip, this landmark fusion of a human and a gem creates a rather generic-looking woman as a result.
Just because there's an extraordinary circumstance doesn't mean there's extraordinary results, like your YouTube channel.
And let's not forget, these are children. Putting aside just how sleazy it is to do this with children, children are some of the most imaginative little shits in the world.
You're gonna have to disagree with you on that. Little kids are parrots that spew whatever garbage you put into their brains and absolutely suck at coming up with original thought. Just because children are given free reign and forced to use their imagination doesn't mean they're objectively creative. It's just that when they're an adult, creativity is no longer rewarded and overall actively punished by society, as you're supposed to fall in line and become an unthinking cog. Projecting creative desires onto children, giving kids kids a lot more credit than they deserve. Basically, I just think kids aren't creative, and also this ain't sleazy. That accusation makes no sense.
If any fusion should have 4 arms, 6 eyes, and a venom-spitting cobra for an ass, it's Stevonnie.
Wouldn't that make Stevonnie like a Mary Sue or some shit? Yeah, let's give the special person the special everything. Steven can only shapeshift a tiny bit, and Connie can't shapeshift at all. Perhaps their fusion is the result more so of Steven's human limitations than it is the power of the fusion, especially since Connie doesn't have a gem to refract his powers off of. If you want to imagine butt cobras, save it for your fanfics.
If I had to hazard a guess based on the rest of the decisions in the show, I think Sugar developed the look of Stevonnie first, and then tried to find a way to cram them into the story somehow, and
Gonna ignore the jab and then agree, because I don't feel Stevonnie was plugged into the show very well. Even the emotional stories that were told through Stevonnie weren't very impactful, with the exception of the song about flexibility, love, and trust.
simply didn't consider the implications of Stevonnie's very existence and the way they're often framed and sexualized. The fact that this is 2 children often being gawked at by the camera just didn't occur to anybody.
So we're canonically establishing that Stevonnie is in their 20s, and not only that, they look like they're in their 20s, and then you're totally lying about the camera thing, and this character got very little screen time. You really beat this drum as hard and loud as you possibly could in this video, and your arguments just don't make sense, in addition to your attempts to pick camera shots to support your claim over sexualization, which basically failed. I'm sorry, showing a character's thighs doesn't meet your modesty standards. And finally, you didn't even mention the sexualization of Garnet and Amethyst during their fusion sequence, which is objectively far more risque than anything Stevonnie did. You didn't point that out. You like Garnet. This is why you didn't criticize her. Amethyst shaking their hips like Elvis about to summon the devil, you clown.
I mean, that's the optimistic reading.
Bro, you twisted everything into a pretzel to try to make your argument work, and even then, the canonical details and camera shots don't support your claims. It's a fake negative reading. That's what it is. Let me tell everybody what. Worst case reading, okay? Worst case reading. Kevin made a subtle pedo joke, and Rebecca Sugar gave some fan service using a teenager, which are both extremely common in animation. And that's literally the worst situation it could possibly be. It's also important to notice, even if Stevonnie was supposed to be fan service, the community hardly draws art of them like that. It's all Peridot's fat ass. That was probably the worst joke in the script, but moving on.
Stevonnie challenges gender norms as an individual, but also serves as a metaphor for all the terrifying firsts in a first relationship, and what it feels like to hit puberty and suddenly find yourself with the body of an adult. How quickly that happens, how it feels to have new power over people, or to suddenly find yourself objectified, all for seemingly no reason, since you're still just you. And they are still just them. They're Steven and Connie, who you already know and relate to. And if you do, you can feel, for this episode, what those feelings are like.
That's not how puberty works, you fucking idiot! You don't just suddenly have the body of an adult, you develop it over time!
Hey, shut the fuck up. I can say that, because I'm talking he's fat 29-year-old. And even if that weren't the case, Stevonnie's story isn't about puberty, which I'll expand on in just a moment. It's about adult struggles and having to deal with the fact that you are now of age and the world isn't the same and you're not the same. For a lot of people, puberty does hit them fast and hard and the body goes through extremely rapid changes. Just because it can happen anywhere from 12 to 16 years old usually doesn't mean it literally takes 4 years. The body changes are super rapid. I'm surprised you don't know from your experience unless you were a late bloomer? I don't fucking know. You're literally gonna scream into the microphone your frustration that you don't understand, even after literally reading word for word what Rebecca was doing. Lily doesn't even acknowledge the rest of it, because puberty was in one short part of that whole spiel, and just, let's focus on that and show how stupid I am. I feel really bad about calling you retarded earlier. Are you the new Chris Chan? And now a moment of silence for Lily's fraying sanity. Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna skip this next bit because Lily really illustrates that she doesn't have a great grasp of puberty. They do pull a few good examples, but her examples are literally debunked later in the show, like the shot of Stevonnie's face prickling with facial hair during the mental mindscape pink diamond flashback on the random planet they got stranded on.
There is one more thing though, and that's Ruby and Sapphire's wedding.
Thank God she finally changed topics, because that last segment on Stevonnie was literally the most willfully ignorant part of the whole video so far. It was also like the least damaging to the entire brand of Steven Universe, so it was really like fun and painless to debunk. But anyway, I don't know what to say, people. She just keeps pushing the bar even higher. It's kind of hilarious, but I'm starting to feel really bad because, like, This is not a mentally healthy person, and I'm not even trying to joke right now, which is another joke. I was just making this video for fun, but right now, I'm super sad. Please send cat pictures to cheer me up. Actually, scratch that. Send me pictures of Savani's ass, because apparently I never noticed it while watching Steven's Universe. Maybe it'll help me better understand what Lily sees.
After coming apart from the revelation that Rose was Pink Diamond the entire time, they wander around apart for a bit with Ruby.
This is from one of the episodes where Lily flat out lied about Pearl gaslighting Sapphire. It's like season 5 episode 15 or something near there off the top of my head. I could be wrong, just using this as a chance to bring up the fact that Lily lies to support her claims, fabricates evidence, or so she'd make a very successful prosecutor. Oh, that tasted really good.
I don't have much to say about it. I'm just pointing out the one actual tiny milestone Steven Universe has. Well done on that front, Steven Universe. Here's your tiny trophy. I look forward to the day a good show does this and we can all collectively forget about you.
Lily's just complaining the gay wedding is like the only genuine representation this show has, since it's the bare minimum, according to her. And like, if that's the bar we're measuring by, allow me to tell you all the shows that don't have representation, according to Lily. Legends of Korra, Amphibia, Arcane, She-Ra, Loud House, Starverse, My Little Pony, Kipo, and Arthur having more representation than literally all of those shows combined because the teacher has his own gay wedding. I remember when that made headlines. This is why I love Lily now. She says the most absurd things. It's perfect. I could literally make enough content off this one video for an entire year. Hence the super long video that you're watching. God, fucking shit. My God.
Okay, so if you're new to literary criticism...
I'm not new, and this video is the worst example I have ever seen of literary criticism. The examples I've given you have been way more accurate than the examples you provided, and most of your points are willfully misleading or completely fraudulent.
Racial and gender coding is universal among the gems. It's been blatant and in your face from the moment the series began.
Okay, this is the part where the video gets sad. I used to think the same thing being done in She-Ra was just straight up tokenism, but then a friend of color explained to me how much Bo meant to them as a black character because it didn't pin any stereotypes and made him an open box character they could more easily identify with, as opposed to Natasha, which is a lot more stereotypical. This changed my mind on how I viewed character races in shows, and I grew to appreciate Noelle Stevenson's remake, so I'm not sure if Lily is going to lambaste Rebecca Sugar for too closely following stereotypes or harass her for not doing it well enough, which we're about to see. I just want to put my stance on the table so you know my bias and my understanding when I go on to break Lily's points.
This was most recognizable with the introduction of Bismuth, a character that was appropriately coded, considering her overwhelming characterization as a revolutionary against an unjust, oppressive regime whose supreme leader has white in their name.
If I wanted to write a character based on Jewish mythology, I wouldn't center their entire character around Nazis or religion because it can be very limiting. It seems like in recent years, coding has been more so just to create a mixed racial profile of a show's characters, so no particular nationality feels entirely pushed out, much like in Boondocks where the one lawyer dude or whatever his job was had the white wife, and she's one of the few white characters in the show who get screen time. I especially like season 1 and 2 because the grandpa was essentially living the American dream, which is something media rarely ever portrays a black family as having, and the new situation it's set up for the plot were very refreshing and enjoyable. Even though Riley still acted like a hoodlum, Hugo's unique interests made him even more enjoyable. Basically, I'm saying Boondocks did both. To what extent, I am not knowledgeable enough to know, but explaining these examples so you can follow along with what Lily says next to see for yourself how she would feel about Bo from She-Ra and Boondocks characters, which now that I've written this whole script, she doesn't. She just shits on Sugar for something kind of unrelated, which, while it's perfectly fair, as I alluded to earlier, I just wasn't going to take this part out of the script because I'm not going to go and fabricate shit to fool you guys like Lily does. I don't know, I'm just trying to be genuine with this script. Okay, moving on to what Lily says.
When dealing with literal fascists for whom the rigid and aggressive caste system was an all too familiar wound, and then bubbling her for thousands of years only for her to break out of her bubble and repeat this entire runaround.
Oh no, a character coded black gets sentenced to jail for attempting murder on a child. Rebecca Sugar is racist. He said sarcastic before he points to Garnet and says, what about her.
Rose, a character who is wholly uninterested with liberation of gems from Homeworld and just wants the Earth to be left alone so she has somewhere to walk through gardens and fuck human dudes.
Guess we're not addressing that then. Shitting on Rose is more important, but I ask, you think, why haven't you toppled the patriarchy yet, Lily? Where's your army? Oh, that's right, you don't have one. The only army you have is a fusion, a crybaby, and a gem that was born too small. Rose and the crystal gems were annihilated fighting the diamonds. They do not have the numbers to fight back. Even if they did have an army, there's no way for them to get to Homeworld. They literally had to steal a spaceship to get anywhere in space. Rose can't realistically do anything, so why not stroll through gardens and have sex? Your point doesn't stand, but let's talk about why Rose is being incapable of continuing the good fight equals Rebecca Sugar being racist.
Oh, but the shocking twist is that Rose was one of the people who was benefiting from the oppressive regime the entire time.
Pink Diamond was literally just given her very first planet. She had next to no power over anything up until this point in time, and she immediately decides she'd rather free all of her slaves, which she does. And yes, I'm using that word ironically. Let's also not pretend that for the few moments Pink Diamond did benefit from this hierarchy, that it meant anything, because Abraham Lincoln freed all the slaves, but he's a rich white president who benefited from that, so he doesn't deserve any credit, is the parallel to this I will use because Lily keeps making slavery illusions.
Of course Rose was a privileged moron, because only a privileged moron would try to pull that just as bad why can't we all be moderate horse shit.
Remember that one time where there were cartoons where the protagonists were supposed to deliver the message that killing for any reason is bad? I remember those days. I think Steven Universe was made during them, which explains why the story was such rubbish. What restrictive guidelines for entertainment. I would have much rather see a black rock with rainbow dreadlocks murder somebody with a Minecraft piston. I feel like I have to say I was being sarcastic. Like, I know a lot of you understand sarcasm, but I get an inkling feeling Lily might not.
And said nothing about it. The image being taken out of context is a direct result of Ubisoft not providing the context.
I bet. I know a few YouTubers who take things out of context. In all serious though, Lily is raising a pretty good point that Bismuth episodes does reopen a few scars for black people with the play of events for the episode, and seeing how it did pain a lot of people to have media portray this in Steven's universe was definitely a misfired punch when they were attempting to aim at murder is never the answer, and instead people took it as dunking on black people. Events like these happen. It reminds me of the time Noel Stevenson talked about one of Bo's brothers and Shiraz being named so because he was a farmer, and people pinning it as like a cotton picking racist depiction, which ended up in a very botched public apology that she had to rewrite a day later. This all seems more like an accident on Rebecca Sugar's part, lacking foresight, not understanding that a particular thing could be interpreted a specific way, a problem she must share with Lily. So the moral road on this issue is that all lies in how Rebecca Sugar handled the outcry versus this show's burden. That's just how I feel. If you want to bring a new perspective, I welcome it. It's more so about how Rebecca Sugar handled the outcry than it was the actual episode itself. What, just because the character is coded black, they're not allowed to have a murder isn't the answer arc? I don't know. I feel like I'm not allowed to have an opinion on this for obvious reasons, but I'm gonna carry on because I've made my peace.
This episode looks so disgustingly racist that you could practically hear Steven yelling, "All lives matter!" and Sugar just let it remain in that state.
I'll give you the dub on this one. All lives matter was essentially the moral of this episode, and while not uncommon for a children's show, we can definitely see the irony in how tasteless it was, and it definitely didn't age well, but for Sugar letting it remain in this state, gonna need some proof. However, most public figures don't handle backlash well at all, including Lily, so I might as well let it pass by default since failure is the default option in a lot of cases. Just felt like it was necessary to point out and say, yeah, fuck this episode.
Garnet, like Bismuth, is explicitly coded to an unprecedented degree and yet gets so little actual development.
There's the Elvis Presley joke from earlier. I'm also curious how Lily would write coded characters.
Okay, Amethyst is actually kind of lost on me because I'm not as perceptive as I like to think I am, but I've heard people claim she's black coded.
I've been mocking your shit perception for literal hours now, and here you are admitting it. Absolutely base. I'm gonna give you the dub for self-awareness because you've sounded arrogant so far. I'm just gonna shower your instances of humility with praise. You know, the same way you would give a dog a treat for pooping where they're supposed to, like not in Rebecca Sugar for once. To be fair, Lily could have said that because Amethyst coding isn't specific enough to be understood that Rebecca's a bad writer, and Lily chose not to take that high road and instead instead chose humility, so I'm just really appreciating that she didn't resort to insulting her over not understanding this, and I will say, I don't know what Amethyst is supposed to be in racial regards. Also, Lily made a pretty great joke about Pearl and white privilege, and while it doesn't make sense in context of the show, it was still pretty funny.
So what happens when Garnet and Amethyst fuse? They turn into a hideous, ape-like, violently aggressive monster with absolutely no impulse control and needs to be subdued by Pearl.
I feel like Lily's just saying ape-like for argument's sake, because nothing about Sugilite makes me think gorilla. Garnet is tall, and strength is a power of her. Amethyst is stocky. Pearl doesn't have a lot of strength and needs to fight with technique, because she wasn't born a fighting gem like Ruby or Amethyst. Sugilite, being extremely combat-oriented and with the combined temper of Ruby and Amethyst, would not be balanced out by Sapphire. Hell, Sapphire isn't enough to balance out Ruby all the time, so I'm sure Lily is intentionally looking over all these facts just to say Sugilite is systemic racism's fault. If you watching this were offended by Sugilite's form, I'm sorry. Maybe you're aware of more stuff than I am, and I can be better educated in that regard, but I'm just making it clear that I never thought, oh, that's a horrendous representation of black people. That never even crossed my mind until I got to this part of the script, honestly. More so that Lily's implying Rebecca Sugar is doing this intentionally, when it's just like, well, it is just the character's personalities, and they're incredibly powerful, so of course they would form some kind of beast. Amethyst and Garnet aren't really known for their, grace. So of course Sugilite's not gonna be graceful.
Pearl's growth in this episode hinged on her ability to tear apart a large, unrepentant black woman.
Pearl was mad about Garnet and Amethyst fusing, so she ditched them. Sugilite got mad at Pearl for making her walk home, and because they're gems who have gone through more physical abuse than therapy, resort to beating each other up over working off their steam. But nah, homie, let's take clips out of context and talk about coding so we can make this look as racist as we can, cause fuck Rebecca Sugar.
When one of the decidedly non-white characters fuses with the white character, the end result is something graceful and beautiful. When they fuse with each other, they create a hideous monster who's aggressively violent and with no self-control.
To be honest, Sardonyx was the most disgusting looking character in this show to me. Not to mention her stage performer gimmick was insanely cringe. And Pearl is a pearl. There's a reason they look like ballerinas and trophy wives. Pearls are expensive, ritzy, and overall considered of extreme elegance. Let's stop reducing it to white for argument's sake.
The whole book featured a lot of unused or scrapped ideas that never made it into the show proper. But then you turn the page and you're greeted with, oh, for fuck's sake.
2013 was a different time. Since then, we've gotten gay marriage passed, affirmative action, we've gotten thumbs up from the Supreme Court, diversity coaches are more commonplace, and all good wins in my opinion. And of course, Kevin Hart still wants to make jokes about smashing dollhouses over Steven's head, but overall, did I mention there's still people alive today who lived through Jim Crow? Let's not forget that Hitler died only 75 years ago. My grandma was a teenager during that time. Remember how anti-Muslim America got like 20 years ago? Hell, they're still pretty anti-Muslim. I get these examples I'm throwing out are really extreme, but I want to contrast that all these things that were hurtful on a massive scale versus Rebecca Sugar publishing a racially insensitive book years ago with things that more than half America's populace still makes jokes about. Rebecca Sugar is a lot more progressive than the majority of the American population and has done a lot for the grissom representation in shows. A lot even compared to what we have now. Now, of course, those racist depictions are disgusting, but it's important to move on and still appreciate all the good she did, even though she did do a few things that were not so good. Of course, this kind of stuff doesn't hurt me the way it may hurt you or person watching this, so I obviously come from a very privileged position as a white guy to say that. I just hope this doesn't whitewash all the good she has done, even though Lily thinks she has done zero good and has only done bad, and therefore Rebecca Sugar is a terrible alt-right racist now. I'm not the one making that argument though. Lily is. Fuck. Who's Lily again?
The response to this got so heated and so bad that Sugar had to take the rare occasion to actually open her damn mouth and explain herself.
I feel the real L in this scenario is Sugar claims to take responsibility and amend her actions, but for real, there is very little she can actually do to repair this epic fail. She could have sent this out to like some of her diverse friends to get second opinions on anything bad. For example, I wanted to make a joke about King Grayskull in my Masters of the Universe Revelations parody, so I asked Liner Zelos, a friend who voiced Adam and Skeletor for that abridgment, if that particular joke was too far, and that he did confirm that it was in fact very offensive, and I felt really stupid for having to ask. But then again, Dave Chappelle doesn't go around asking trans people if his jokes are too offensive, and I get comedy is a different medium. Ultimately, I didn't make the joke, and it encouraged me from making racially oriented humor in the future. I just feel like if Rebecca Sugar had her own liner, Zelos, this publicity issue would never have happened for her. Also, thank you, bro, for not judging me too harshly for my poor taste in humor. I am doing better, and your feedback meant a lot.
Sugar admits to there having been an approval process, but apparently Concrete snuck past anyway, alongside Pimp Amethyst? I'm gonna call bullshit.
Isn't that literally like a fashion model, Amethyst? She does literally pose for modeling later in the show. I feel like Lily is just assigning the word pimp to Amethyst fashion because they can dishonestly get away with it, much like I'm dishonestly saying Lily intentionally did that, so I don't have to call her stupid. But aside from that, Rebecca Sugar doesn't say she oversaw the approval process, so while the consequences fall on her, perhaps it wasn't her mistake, and if it was, she's just not woke enough to catch those details, which kinda an L for her.
How is it that you don't realize what your crew is drawing until Twitter blows up at you about it?
Taking the high road here, I see.
Let's not forget the human zoo! That thing Pink Diamond put humans into for her amusement that showed up in one episode and then never made a single return.
It was established that the other diamonds created that, and it is not what Pink Diamond wanted. The show explains in much detail that the other diamonds ignore her wishes at every possible turn. The only exception being the parties established towards the finale. You can't pin the blame for this on Pink Diamond when it was the other ones who did this, which also tracks for their behavior.
I find it interesting how she says they drew inspiration from the Centaurette sequence from Fantasia, because this is the Centaurette sequence from Fantasia.
It's pretty clear that racist depiction didn't make its way into the episode. Also, Fantasia was released in the 40s and Jim Crow existed until the 60s, and people are very aware of Disney's racist past, but if you're still triggered over it, don't support them. Don't watch the Owl House Season 3.
These people used a human zoo, which, I will remind you, were actual horrific things in history, as a vector to draw as many kinds of hot people living in a hippie-loving utopia as possible.
Oh my god, Rebecca Sugar clearly meant for this to be the direct comparison, and not because humans literally find a way to ruin everything, like reviews of beloved children's shows. I'm only stopping to acknowledge this because when Lily first brought it up, I skipped past it because nothing really supported their argument, but I felt like if I skipped it, somebody would point that out and accuse that of being an admission that I'm fine with it or something, so I just wanted to acknowledge this piece of history did happen, and it's ironic that fascists are doing the exact same thing with aliens from another planet, but canonically the gems do believe themselves to be the superior to all of the light forms, so I can see the parallel. The circumstances of the human zoo in Steven Universe is far different from the human zoos of human history, and Lily acknowledges that, so that's why her argument is not supported with these details. If you point out a distinction between your examples that invalidates your example, you can't use that as an example anymore. But Lily has invalidated her examples multiple times in this video, so she'll just throw whatever at the wall, hoping someone is dumb enough to think there's something more there. Lily wants to say Rebecca's sugar writing is shallow and not deep, but also wants it for things she can hold against Rebecca Sugar, which is completely immoral. So I don't think Lily should be the one high-roading Rebecca Sugar with her open contradiction and double standards.
Steven Universe has a very ethnically diverse crew.
Well, fuck me, I guess. Maybe those quote-unquote racist depictions you are harping on so much about are really inconsequential. Guess people on the internet were just making leaps and bounds to get some clickbaity content of why people's favorite shows are terrible. I've seen that before. Oh wait, I'm literally in one of those things right now, because that's why I'm here, to call you out on all your bounds of logic. I don't see how this video could be any shorter than it is, though. You really need as much time as possible to convince people to get on board with your terrible claims. Any shorter and you might not have enough fabricated evidence to finish your argument.
With the way this is written, you could be forgiven for thinking that this show is made by Rebecca Sugar and all of her whitest friends.
I actually never assumed that for a second, and let me explain how I think most shows are written, because this is how a lot of shows are. There is a main writer, then there are staff writers. They all pitch their ideas for characters and stuff to the writer, director, producer, whatever the term the writing honcho gets, because there's a lot of different interchangeable hats. The staff writer's job are to help the person realize their show, in a metaphorically ritzy way of explaining it. offering ideas and other stuff. Then while they're writing the story, all the staff writers get to write specific scenes or their own episodes to split up the work across more people in order to get it done faster. It never felt to me like this was all written by white people. I don't even know how somebody could make that conclusion by watching the show. Turns out it was a diverse staff, and it explains why it didn't feel like the show was out of touch, written by some privileged person, like a lot of movies and shows are. The most obvious example of these instances of high school or work bully depictions being out of touch as some hot-headed brute who just wants to punch people all the time. Just noticed this with Invincible I was watching the other night. Anyway, pretending like the show's writing comes off as quote-unquote white feels like a pretty brain-dead take. However, since I never felt that way for any reason, I'm ready to hear what Lily has to say and have my mind changed.
I know being a minority doesn't automatically make one a complete expert of systemic bigotry. Fuck, Rebecca Sugar is Jewish, and yet she constantly struggles with the concept that fascists are bad.
Rebecca Sugar loves fascism so much she literally makes a show where she has a bunch of people topple a fascist government and force them to convert to democracy. Wait a minute, the plot of Steven Universe sounds pretty anti-fascist. Just because the diamonds aren't court-martialed and executed in the end doesn't make Rebecca Sugar a Nazi sympathizer. I'll use another example in case you need a parallel. You're homophobic because you hate this show's diversity. Oh wait, but you're a lesbian or something, so that's totally not true. And stopping for a moment to think about it beyond just what kind of bigot I want to paint you as made me realize my accusations fall apart. But that's more logic than your entire video has, so of course I don't think you're actually homophobic. I was just saying that as an example of how it might feel if you were in Rebecca's shoes and had a 2-hour video targeted at you over something retarded like this.
Any one of these things can be written down to a mistake or an oversight, but all 4 at the same time?
The Sugalite doesn't count, and the human zoo doesn't count. I agree with the concrete and bismuth part because half of your examples are willful misinterpretations. I can't give you the dub. I'm sure you failed a writing assignment before, and this is just another one to add to your list. You could have made the argument that coding too strongly in and of itself is racist, and then you have Garnet, Bismuth, and Opal as great examples of those stereotypes, but you don't make that argument. You go to subjective story elements, taking clips out of context, making comparisons that don't hold their own, and I'm not saying I'm accusing those 3 characters I mentioned of being racist depictions. I'm simply acknowledging they could be considered as such. But you only touched bismuth of those 3s, and for exclusively thematic reasons.
Despite supposedly knowing it from the start, say to Sugar that having your big twist be that the supposed hero of the story was actually one of the Nazis in space the whole time was a stupid idea.
The community doesn't consider Pink Diamond a hero. Only a few fringe people are making that argument. Her decision was more like the inciting incident of this whole series. As for the other thing, I suppose we're just not allowed to have villains turn good anymore. Not if Lily's in charge. Put them in front of a firing squad despite them realizing their ways are wrong. Zuko did way worse to Team Avatar than Pink Diamond did to the Crystal Gems, yet people still feel like his redemption arc was good. However, Pink Diamond was never intended to redeem herself. She disappeared and cowered with a closet full of skeletons. Although her morals were just, she went about them all wrong, which comes from a totalitarian government where she was spoon propaganda. She had way better morals than would have made sense for this show.
This has got to be the most erratically written story arc in the entire series, and seemingly came right out of nowhere as a bomb to drop onto everything.
It's important to know that Rose's story was revealed in reverse order, whereas everybody else, as we follow the timeline, is told chronologically. And since Pearl is wrapped so heavily into this backstory, it affects her a lot as well. Portraying Rose in this backwards manner could be considered a unique and interesting writing technique, but Lily is going to go all of the opinions why that's objectively wrong. Also, that's called irony, Lily. And the human zoo thing you mentioned earlier, that's also ironic, which makes it kind of funny. Not that you would have a sense of humor, though.
Sugar clearly imagined this being a shocking twist that completely blindsided everyone and changed the entire dynamic of the series. And it did, but not in the way Sugar intended.
This is pretty fair. A lot of people saw the twist coming. However, it still served as exposition which it did a decent enough job of, I suppose. But you hate shock value, so maybe you're just going to make up a bunch of reasons why this is bad exclusively for that reason. However, you have subverted my expectations a couple times in this video, so there's potential you might actually have a pretty based take here.
The Pink Diamond arc ultimately took every single scrap of potential the series might have had and completely tore it to pieces.
The Pink Diamond arc had no such result. This series isn't about Rose's grand adventure, it's about Steven's and Rose's just backstory to establish why the world he lives in is the way it is. I feel we didn't need to know as much about Rose and Pink Diamond as the show gave us, since it works pretty well on its own. We just needed to know those few details, like Rose had Pearl help her fake her own death to inspire the gems, that Rose was so interested in free will and life that she gave up her own to give Steven his, and how Pink Diamond refused to stand for what the diamonds were doing once she got a taste of what being a dictator felt like. There's probably a few small things I'm forgetting, but primarily that's all we really needed to know about Pink and Rose for the whole show to work.
And a lot of character growth was completely negated by this story.
Pink Diamond grew as a character when she got a taste of what the other diamonds were doing. That developed her. Then Pearl had to work out all of her feelings and grow as an individual in the aftermath. Steven was so concerned that he might have some great destiny, or there might be some master plan that he has to fit into. That confused a little kid's brain and made him distrustful of his mom, which becomes an arc as he has to work through those feelings. Albeit in Steven Universe Future, he does a really ineffective job at it, but the whole Future series was kind of about Steven not handling anything from the past well at all, so it's kind of hilarious and understandable that plot would have been saved for then.
Steven spends a while agonizing about this, and the rest of the gems all just accept it as a reality of war. This is something of a hard-hitting moment for Steven, as he literally just got done telling Bismuth that shattering gems was the worst thing in the world to do.
Pulled the rug out from under Steven like this was pretty hilarious, and of course later it's revealed they faked the shattering, but still the whole sleight of hand feels immoral, and this is something a lot of people hate Rose for. It illustrates Rose's cowardice. It's an intentional contradiction to the story's theme to illustrate the magical Wonder Mom was not all good.
Come the trial, this previously earth-shattering revelation becomes the catalyst for a murder mystery plot completely out of fucking nowhere.
I love the fact that this late in the series, Steven's universe can still do episodic shit like this while it still ties into the overarching story. If anything, it's a testament to Rebecca Sugar's writing skills and not so much a gotcha, especially since the network likes this episodic stuff.
This revelation and Yellow Diamond's reaction to it made a lot of people suspect that it was Yellow Diamond who killed Pink Diamond as a means to push the other diamonds into using the corrupting light, a suspicion that, on reflection, would have been a much better plot point.
I don't remember people thinking this of Yellow, so maybe a lot of people suspected. However, I don't know the community's response to this for sure, as it's just my own thoughts, and Lily says a lot of people suspected. However, Lily constantly misleads, so I can't trust that. As far as it being a better plot point, it would have been fun to see Yellow Diamond annoyed by whiny little sister. It would have made a much more interesting brawl between Yellow and Blue later, and would have made Yellow, as a character, much more sinister than White, who was just a crazy lady lost in her ideals. I guess I agree with Lily, so I'll give her the dub on this.
That would make Pink Diamond experience a moment of growth and realizing how terrible and regressive her sister's way of governing is, and make her the flawed but sympathetic character Sugar wants her to be.
Except all of that did happen. Pink Diamond did realize it was messed up, then does a literal ego death to commit to her new identity as Rose Quartz. Was that part unnecessary? Maybe, but having the most indestructible icon of the rebellion be the one to destroy a diamond and send the message across the multiverse that gems can in fact liberate themselves speaks a whole lot more than some politician politicking her way into liberating people. I get that it's ironic since that's exactly what Abraham Lincoln did and it could have worked, whereas Rose Quartz's method was very much Boston Tea Party, which makes it a lot more fun than alien politics since it produces endless fight scenes.
What actually happened was that Pink Diamond started the war and pulled the strings on both sides of it like Emperor fucking Palpatine.
Not true in the slightest. She attempted to talk the diamonds into her way of thinking, but they dismissed her, so she got violent so they couldn't ignore her. If she got violent as Pink Diamonds, the diamond already don't take her seriously, so it would be treated as another temper tantrum, which we find out later in the show has actually happened on a few occasions, like in the future episodes with volleyball. Starting a rebellion under a different name, however, Batman fighting criminals feels a lot better than some knowingly privileged rich kid does. Also, she had nothing to gain from the war. The planet was given to her. She could have strolled through gardens and fucked guys all she wanted without conquering it in the conventional way, and that's what she could have done if she chose to be a pacifist. But she got on her sister's cases and accused them of being morally bankrupt. And when somebody's going around throwing lofty accusations, how can you take them seriously? Like taking shots out of context, openly contradicting yourself, Lily. Stop it. You're not helping your argument.
Steven Universe has a big problem in that a lot of the characters who are designated heroes are some of the most vile, despicable creatures I have ever had the misfortune of spending time with.
Lily goes on to repeat things she's already said before in the video, which I'm glad, as it means I can shorten this video, and the things she repeats are pretty much all things I've already debunked earlier, like the accusation that Lapis is abusive, just taking shots out of context, and straight up lying about events. One on Amethyst too, saying the character embodies not wanting to better yourself, which Amethyst does get in trouble here and there, but her story isn't about self-betterment, so I can't tell if they're just like projecting or maybe getting the characters' names confused because Pearl is the one who resists self-improvement. As for Pearl, she does call her insane, and Pearl does act erratic throughout the show, so agree with that, but then calls Steven a self-righteous idiot with no awareness of his surroundings, but he's also a child, so what were you expecting?
Pink Diamond is a character who was born into a privileged, idyllic life, demanded more than she rightfully deserved on the basis that her status demanded it, realized the responsibility was more than she could chew, and decided to bail out on it so she could live a life of relaxation and laziness.
Total lie. Pink Diamond realized that what the Diamonds were doing was wrong, so she chose not to have the life that she had previously longed for and decided to actively fight against it. Lily goes on to repeat a bunch more shit hot takes, so I'm gonna just skip ahead a bit.
I honestly do not know what Sugar is trying to do here. I don't know what kind of character Rose is supposed to be.
This disclaimer came a little late. If you had said this earlier, I could have given you the benefit of the doubt in a few cases, but you tag everyone on with lies just so at the end of it you could throw your hands up and say you don't understand? Usually if somebody doesn't understand a topic, they go and research it or let a more knowing party handle the explanation, like I did with Jackception and Pearl, even though that was just more of a preference, but I clearly haven't done as much in-depth learning about Pearl as Jax has, so still a fair comparison. And your only form of research is putting clips from the show you can make look bad by lying about what happened and insinuating writing difficulties to say bad job, because you literally don't know. This makes you objectively bad at critique.
The Pink Diamond arc lays out the truth of Sugar's writing. She's going entirely with what she thinks might be the most subversive choices, regardless of whether or not they contradict each other.
You're doing the same thing, picking subversive clips that contradict things you say moments earlier. And remember how the Pink Diamond arc is given to the audience backwards. Just because you struggled to understand that doesn't mean Rebecca Sugar is an objectively bad writer, and you literally admit that you don't know, so...
Sugar is so desperate for people to think her writing is smart that she has completely abandoned telling an engaging story in favor of setting up another shocking twist.
To be honest, before watching this video, I didn't consider Rebecca Sugar's writing to be anything special, but you, Lily, have shown me many depths and hoops and highlighted complex storytelling techniques in this show that you've actually convinced me that Sugar is a far better writer than I previously thought. You can thank your own examples that you provided, mostly because you don't fully understand the examples you're providing. Your ignorance is not an excuse to claim her writing is bad. Telling Rose's story in non-chronological order is technically a very basic writing technique, so you could have gone after that to claim her writing is lazy, but since you didn't pick up on that, you can't use it. This video feels like watching somebody pick up a nunchuck, accidentally smack themselves in the face with it, then complain that nunchucks are the worst form of weaponry. I'm not even all the way through though, so this should be fun. What's next? Shooting yourself with a crossbow?
Now I can already hear you angrily typing out your comments that, well, actually, Sugar intended this to be the revelation from the very beginning and laid out all the hints. It was hinted at from the very start. And I'm gonna stop you right there and say, no, it wasn't.
I wonder how many people thought that, because as for mocking comments, I never expected it to go this way. I can see an argument for those explicit things, since after all, people understood the twist before it happened, and you said so you're contradicting yourself. Lily then goes on to explain this contradiction without realizing she's contradicting something she said a bit ago, and the whole mock comment is a straw man anyway. She could have continued that point without making fun of few community members, but as we've established, Lily thinks this show is garbage, and there's only one person who thinks the fan base is garbage, so in her progressive mind, you're devoid of having any respect.
You see, if you want to have a twist, but you don't know what that twist is going to be, you can lay clues throughout a series that are so vague, you can warp them to retroactively mean whatever you want.
Lily then goes on to act like as though Rebecca Sugar didn't have the Pink Diamond twist planned, to which still doesn't disprove how many people saw the twist coming, including herself. I think it's funny to attempt to disprove it was planned. She acknowledges that there were clues, and that basically topples her argument. Maybe Lily should practice a few more argumentative essays until she actually understands evidence, or spend time with a forensics person, or hang out with a real-life criminal or something, cause at this rate, if Lily ever robbed a bank, she would openly admit to it in court without realizing it. Let's not forget that clues should be vague enough that people cannot actually decipher them, but Lily is using this as some excuse that it means there was no direction. You could make the argument that the clues were decipherable enough for the fan base when they should have led to like the opposite or something. That would have been a major plot twist, something Gravity Falls-esque, and that would have been way better than what happened here, but she doesn't talk about that. So I'm gonna give myself the dub for making a better example than her.
You're exploiting hindsight bias to trick people into thinking your writing is smarter than it actually is.
Lily also shared a quote-unquote writer's trick, you know, to establish she's some sort of authority when it comes to writing, which doesn't work since she tells us stuff like this after she's made a fool of herself and not beforehand, so she can't get that benefit of the doubt. So Lily can't even write her script in a way to trick us into believing she's smarter than she actually is, and that's some of the best irony I've ever seen.
In the case of this compilation that Cartoon Network so proudly displayed, many of their own clues don't imply that Rose was Pink Diamond, even in hindsight.
I challenge Lily to try out an escape room solo. I would offer $100, but we know Lily lies to make things go her way in this video, so I wouldn't have trust that she got out completely of her own accord. Anyway, Lily goes on to list some really bad examples or jokes. If they're jokes, then they were pretty hilarious, but if they were examples, it's just proving once more she doesn't get it. Like, we already know she doesn't get it, but if these were examples and not jokes, it's so fucking hilarious, and I can't believe that we're still beating her up on this point, because she just keeps doing it again and again. Lily, stop it. Stop it. You're making it worse for yourself.
If you are a fan of Steven Universe still watching this video and you think this shit was clever, you got scammed.
As a fan who is still watching, I am very indifferent. I don't like the weird riddles in Gravity Falls either. I've played half of the Ocean Temple Zelda game because I was trying to connect with my brother-in-law's love for Zelda. I realize I don't enjoy how tedious puzzles can be, and just like the clues in the Steven Universe, I really don't give a shit. That's not to say somebody watching the video likes the clues, I just don't see an argument yet for why it was fun or enjoyable. Like, Lily is saying the opposite of that, but I'm not going to pass judgment.
She was Pink Diamond's Pearl and continued serving her with utmost devotion even after Pink Diamond faked her death. She was just as devoted to her diamond as the other pearls, and arguably even more so because she was secretly lusting after her.
Jackception already debunked that with how Pearl chose to stay with Pink even after getting the option of freedom. Let's also not forget that in Steven Universe Future, all the gems enjoy job positions that were parallels of their gem position. You can't tell me just because you don't make Terrier's chase rabbits out of holes, that those dogs don't still love digging holes. Just because that's what they were bred for doesn't mean that's not what they enjoy, and Pearl loves being of service, especially to the ones she loves.
The talk about being her own gem was a lie. The renegade Pearl was a lie. Pearl proudly saying she belongs to no one was a lie.
Lily acting like Rose didn't give Pearl the same freedom as literally all of the other gems is really dishonest, especially since Rose encourages Pearl to be herself. Herself just ends up being the DNA she was born to have, which makes a lot of sense, as I said before about the jobs that gems prefer. That episode of Steven Universe Future is not the explanation, it's an example, because that episode doesn't change Pearl's programming, it just shows the same thing that happened to Pearl is also happening to everybody else. Rebecca Sugar could have ridden Steven to get in the way of the natural order of things, so the characters would explicitly say they prefer to do the stuff they were born for as a response to people like Lily not understanding this fact about Pearl, in which case that would be an acknowledgement she didn't portray the transition as well as she thought in the Steven Universe. But that's just speculation. I don't know if Rebecca Sugar ever said that or intended that, but here we are. And also that this was the explanation that I've been teasing the whole time, the fact that Rose did in fact give Pearl the opportunity to be free and continue to choose her position because of programming, not because she's forced to be a slave, because that argument is literally ridiculous, as we've already debunked.
Gleefully remarks that they might give her her own Pearl for killing Rose Quartz. What does Steven Universe have to say about that? Nothing.
Lily wrong again. The story of the show is about liberating all the gems from slavery, specifically about Steven and the remaining crystal gems doing so, because Rose failed spectacularly to do so herself and became complacent. Showing Steven following through for the good of society is morally superior to his mother. Stop acting like this show is okay with fascists and slavery. It literally has the opposite message.
Outside of that, it never gets a passing mention.
I'm sorry. Did you want a character to literally speak and say, slavery is bad, dictators are bad? Is that the bar you measure the moral of a story by?
And given the behavior of gems like Jasper, Holly Blue, and Peridot before her defection, it's safe to assume that this kind of devotion and adoration for a diamond is commonplace and possibly encouraged.
I stopped here because that's a fair remark. It is creepy, but let's not forget that Hitler was at large loved and adored by the society during the Nazi regime. Only the people who didn't go along with his system were angry, much like the liberated gems are angry and the people who are still in the brainwash think that they're great. There's still countries around today who literally still do stuff like this that the diamonds do. Do you know what propaganda is? I suppose you could invalidate Pearl's emotions by saying the propaganda about the diamonds was so great that is the only reason she feels this way about Rose, but this is also 6,000 years removed from that environment, and she still loves and misses Rose even after she's gone, so even that argument wouldn't be valid. I'm trying to find something to give you to support your argument, but given how there is no evidence at all for the majority of your points, I don't think there is for this one. Lily goes on to discuss Pearl and the other gems programming, which still doesn't make Pearl's dynamics with Rose seem unrealistic, so skipping that.
This would all be things that a good writer would consider.
Lily's trying to say that Rebecca isn't a good writer because of Pearl's programming argument, which, as we've already established, Lily just doesn't understand. And I'm not sure if this just makes Lily the bad writer or just very oblivious to Pearl's psychology. Given that much of the community understands Pearl perfectly fine, I'm just gonna chalk that up to Lily not understanding psychology and continue on. I suppose this is more of an epigenetics argument than it is psychology, but a lot of stuff that went on was psychological for Pearl, so I guess maybe both. An argument could be made for that, but yeah, moving on.
In the conversation between Pearl and Pink Diamond in the flashback, Pink Diamond is talking to Pearl as if they're BFFs and not literally a master and slave.
Because Pearl is not her slave anymore. You have literally written down so much of Pink Diamond's backstory and interactions with Pearl without realizing their dynamics got drastically changed. If you were a Pokemon, your ability would be oblivious, which works both ways. Also, that joke is made even better if I don't don't explain it, so have fun deciphering it, Lily.
After the reveal that Rose is Pink Diamond, the human zoo was rewritten to actually have been run by Yellow and Blue Diamond the entire time to placate Pink's worries that the colony is destroying the humans.
This part is actually super interesting to me because while what Lily said is not true, it was propaganda that the crystal gems used to fuel their hatred of Pink Diamond and help motivate them to fight back against the system. Rose didn't want to make herself a sympathetic character to the revolution because her death would have more of an impact on the rest of the diamonds than fighting alongside the crystal gems as her true form. Spreading propaganda about herself in disguise to rile them up was a genius move, and apparently it was so well executed by Rebecca Sugar that even Lily fell for it. Or Lily being willfully ignorant like she has earlier just to lie about the show's writing. Either way, it doesn't matter. Just a really cool thing that I noticed in the show, so let's see what Lily lies about next.
You can play as a Sith and make morally good choices. This is something Star Wars has never done. While Light Jedi, Dark Jedi, and Dark Sith were common and omnipresent, this was wholly unique to the Old Republic. So naturally, I was all over that like Lizzie on Black Fabric.
So we can congratulate having good bad guys in video games, but in a cartoon you find that unacceptable? Really makes your argument sound like, I like it, so it's good, and I don't like that, so it's bad. I'm sure Lily has a totally valid and not manipulative or biased point at all to this, so let's keep going.
And you might think that in a game like SWTOR they would dial that down and rewrite the Sith Empire to be less nakedly fascist in order to make people more comfortable playing it. They don't. In fact, they double down on it.
Steven Universe did a good job at making the diamonds and their society morally bankrupt, and Lily just wants to spit on it over them having slaves and such. I know Lily's evaluation wasn't going to be fair, but this is one of the most blatant examples of her double standards.
Now at this point you're probably thinking, Lily, you said the Sith were interesting, but so far my opinion of you is rapidly deteriorating.
Well, calling me out. But, at least now my feelings about you can only improve, cause, like, I've met more reasonable racists, I've met more reasonable Mormons, I've talked to kids with better critical thinking skills. Anyway, yes, please do whatever you can to make me feel as though I were reacting to somebody with some semblance of reason.
The writers accepted the reality that even a well-intentioned character who has been in this environment since birth is not going to suddenly become a loving flower child just because they've realized that master race philosophy is a destructive and self-defeating delusion.
Shit, man, Lily took like 10 minutes of Star Wars footage to get to her point, yet she's the one criticizing writing? Albert Einstein said something once about if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. Most of my points where I call out each claim have been relatively self-contained paragraph of just a few sentences with some jokes plopped in and occasionally a full-blown frustrated rant. I'm just going claim by claim to make sure I address every single detail so nobody can say, you didn't say anything about this thing, and I can happily make a condensed version of this video that somebody else already did. Anyway, rant over. Rose was already the loving flower child even before she was given ownership of a planet. She has a soft heart, so of course she's sweet enough to join up with the good guys, and looking past Rose's baby heart to paint her as a warmongering manipulative slave driver is dishonest. Don't omit facts just to help your argument.
We wouldn't have to keep writing this spirograph of a plot to explain away half the things she does, because the audience would have already been on board with the idea that Pink Diamond is not a good person.
I've heard more people in the community say that, like, Pink Diamond is not a good person. However, admitting she did have good intentions, which comes as a result of her childlike wonder and friendly happy nature, you only confuse about her character because you see her so heavily as a one-dimensional villain when that isn't the case. Thus dealing with all the things you feel are weird plot interaction. Pink Diamonds didn't have to grow up until she got her own planet. She never grew into an evil entity. She was just oblivious to the horrible things because she never heard about or witnessed them before now.
This is why I exclusively write characters like this, because it's just more satisfying when characters own their ruthlessness.
You actually don't project your biased opinion as fact in as much of this video as I thought you would, which is better than most news journalists, so props to you on that. However, it is just that you like villains that fit easily into their box, and that's completely okay. However, people can still, and often do, enjoy more complex villains who don't set out to be evil just because that's where they started from square one.
This weird moral purity where, despite starting a war for their own freedom, characters are supposed to remain true to their virtues 100% and never kill.
Almost like it's a kids show. I'm sorry, I've made this joke a lot in the video, but for real, most kids show don't handle this moral or abide by the guidelines super well. However, Kipo has been considered a good example of this done right, because the entire time Kipo Oak is a rambunctious friendly character who wants everybody to get along, and that carries her through to the end because she never has a very inherent reason to kill anyone for real. And then an episode that does go on to give her a good reason to, the other protagonists track her down to stop her, knowing she is so morally opposed to that as an option, she'll feel guilty for the rest of her life if she goes through with it. Anyway, the no-kill virtue does feel awkward in cartoons, however, it is a framework they must create in, so it's not fair to be as harsh on them in that regard as you would be in an adult show.
Is one of those weird fandom attitudes that showcases just how fucking sheltered and stupid a person is.
Are you so retarded that you can't tell this is a kids show? The protagonists can't condone murder, as Roger Rabbit would say.
This thou shalt not kill if thou art protagonist rule set by both creators and fan communities is complete and total nonsense.
This is a complaint you should be taking up with the network and whoever the people are who make TV ratings. She-Ra got away with this since they exclusively cut up robots and not actual people, and in Bakugan it's monsters attacking each other, not people. That's the workaround, not literally stabbing people in great detail. Remember how YouTube advertisers aren't a fan of swearing? I know you ignore that rule so you're not too concerned, but some of the biggest channels are because they're catering to YouTube as a platform, much like how Rebecca Sugar caters to Cartoon Network.
If that troubles you, you're free to join him. Or you can tend to the living. The choice is yours.
This is horseshit because World of Warcraft is rated teen for gore, crude humor, language, suggestive themes, alcohol, violence. Meanwhile, Steven Universe is rated for ages 10 and up. The majority of cartoons aren't oriented towards audiences older than 14. However, because Rebecca Sugar is so persistent in what she wanted to accomplish with this show, and because this show was also serialized in a sense, it has garnered an audience far outside its intended age range. Lily is misleading everybody by saying they have the same target audience because WoW is not meant to be child appropriate where Steven Universe is, so don't omit facts just because lying allows you to make up evidence. Actually, this isn't even just omitting fact, this is just straight up lying.
The problem is that for all her claims otherwise, Sugar really wants people to think of Pink Diamond as a good person, but that was an overwhelming failure because Sugar didn't bother to address any of the shit that contradicted that view of Pink Diamond.
It is true that she was not perceived as a good character, but it was about the ill-conceived way Rose put together and lied to all the crystal gems, not because she was a former fascist and a slave owner.
Rose's entire story throughout the series is supposed to be about Rose being placed on a pedestal by biased parties.
Nah fam, Rose is the backstory for the plot of Steven Universe. Her arc matters pretty little, and if they did a prequel series following Pink Diamond's rise to Rose and then her ultimate failure of being unsuccessful of fighting against the Diamonds, and if it were told chronologically and went more detailed, it would have been better. However, Rose was just that, set up for the real story of Steven's universe, which is main protagonist gets powers, trains, fights back, fails, goes through deep psychological change, then goes back for the win. Very basic story circle to be honest, and you could have used that as some claim about Rebecca Sugar's writing, but you didn't. You do criticize her deviating from the story circle for Rose, and that's what you take issue with, but we also know you like cliche villains, so maybe you just hate creative storytelling. You can by all means say Rose's tale wasn't done well, and whatever argument fits that narrative, but it definitely wasn't lazy like you accused it of.
A lot of Avatar fans accused me of putting Kuvira in leather pants, but the reality is I was criticizing a massive gap of necessary information.
Did you put her in leather pants just because she thinks she's hot or something? You were especially critical of Suglite and berated her appearance, but Opal's appearance could have have had a lot of issues, and you didn't touch on that one or Sardonyx. You were extremely light with your attack on Yellow Diamond's character and actively defended Jasper in every scenario. Maybe you just like dominant, beautiful women who could step on you. I see your type. As far as Kuvira goes, they don't need to explicitly state all the evil things somebody is doing in order for that to be part of their list of actions. However, you say that if something didn't happen on screen, therefore it didn't happen at all. So by that logic, Kuvira's giant mech in the end of the show appeared out of thin air, and that's just not logical.
The show isn't about fascism. The rebellion that Rose started against Homeworld had nothing to do with their fascist police state. It was about protecting nature from the damage a colony creates.
That was the inciting incident for Pink Diamond, yes, but that's not what this show can be condensed to. I mentioned earlier how the overarching story ends with the crystal gems toppling the space Nazis and changing up the distribution of power. I feel like you're ignoring all of that just to complain that the show doesn't say fascism is bad, which it clearly does. That's the whole ending message.
It's only his identity as Pink Diamond that keeps Steven and the crystal gems safe. Had he not been able to prove he was Pink Diamond, he and the others would have been killed in this episode.
Once again, kids show. Love must prevail above all else. Unless it's a beat 'em up like Ninja Turtles or something similar, intended exclusively for young boys to watch and avid advertisers sell Bakugan to. There was a couple minutes of stuff before this line, but it's all stuff I've already gone over.
And I know what you're thinking, oh Lily, you're reading too much into things. You're reaching for allegory where there is none.
There's an allegory for nearly every episode. A few episodes here and there are just for fun, but the overarching meaning of Steven Universe is, and ironic as it is, your beliefs can be dog shit, and also forcing people to do things is bad, and no matter how much you run, your consequences will always catch up to you. Anyway, that's just a few things I got out of the ending, but never fascism is good. Lily has jumped through so many loops to make that argument, and she's about to jump through a few more.
Only for Steven to then deliberately insist that everyone make up because they're family, and for Uncle Andy to see absolutely no consequences for his horrible behavior.
It's easy to make people believe what you want when you strip the original dialogue and say whatever you want on top of it, but I'm gonna go ahead and quote this episode because I think Lily is trying to use it as an ultimate gotcha, and it just falls apart when you take a moment to actually watch the episode. Much like most of Lily's arguments, I'm not going to show the clip explicitly because I don't want YouTube to block this video for copyright. So, Andy says, "I was the only one who tried to keep everything how it used to be. I knew what it meant to be a family, and look where that got me. Nothing." Steven says, "Andy, I want to be your family. Isn't that why you came back?" "It just doesn't feel fair. Everything got so different. I wanted everybody to stay the same, but they just didn't. What am I even doing? I have an airplane. I could have just visited everybody wherever they went. I should have known about you. I guess I could have just changed too." This episode was about accepting and being okay with change. The conflict was that Andy didn't like it, and his character developed when he prioritized family over his own personal feelings about the way he wanted stuff to be. This was a great moral. It's not about apologizing for bigotry, it's just somebody leaving it behind for the things that really matter in life. Being an asshole to people isn't going to make them accept you or change their ways. Showing appreciation does. There is no punishment for Andy because the reward is he gives Lapis and Peridot his barns and accepts the gems as his new family members, which is a lot more tasteful than burning his clan robes. I'm joking, of course, but I'm not celebrating yet because Lily isn't done with her garbage yet.
And the diamonds are that times 1,000.
The diamonds have been living in this social structure for so long, they don't see an issue with it. Pink Diamond did because she didn't live in it. She had no colony, very few slaves, and was subservient even to the other diamonds. She experienced more of this oppressive society than she got to take part in it. The diamonds only went along with Steven's redistribution of power out of their remorse for Pink. They don't show any inkling of agreement with this new society, but they bear with it. This doesn't make the diamonds objectively bad so much as it makes them confused. So of course they don't admit they're wrong. They don't feel bad about keeping things the way they have felt just because they thought that was the natural order of things. I feel like this is such a basic aspect of the show and Lily just willfully misinterprets it so she can say stuff like, this.
This doesn't just reflect badly on Sugar as a writer, it reflects badly on her as a person.
I already made the equivalent to this joke, and it's one of my favorite parts about this whole rebuttal, but Lily is making a list of bad faith arguments, taking clips out of context, flat out lying, ignoring contradictions, taking the high road, and overall just showing their utter stupidity for 2 hours straight. But the world does love to reward stupid people with attention. Maybe I'll make my own brain-dead take on Avatar and go episode by episode for 2 hours to paint that masterpiece in the worst light I possibly can. As a parody of Lily, of course. Maybe that'll give me the internet clout she's got to the point I'll have to hide my own subscriber account.
Throughout this video, I've made multiple attempts to attribute Sugar's writing to overwhelming writing flaws like tunnel vision, or wanting to have a story both ways, or trying to do literally everything and it's just not working out the way she hoped. I do that because people get really touchy if you start directly insulting someone on a basis other than the merits of their work, and I try to at least give people as little reason to strawman me as I possibly can.
Okay, I've strawmanned you for a joke or a punchline to give a parallel to a bad example you've made. I have mocked your intelligence several times, and you're not as dumb as I make you seem to be. You're probably quite intelligent and overall probably a very understanding person, and this is just your internet persona because I've been using mine. I do not actually feel any ill will towards Lily Orchard and the gang, and this video is just to go through each of Lily's points and call attention to logical fallacies and whatnot. Since Lily broke character to explain giving Rebecca Sugar the benefit of the doubt, I'm breaking character to make this disclaimer as well. This video, while I'm only halfway done making it at the time of writing this very line, I had a ton of fun doing it and considered that because Lily's video has 7 million views, it could potentially put me on the map in terms of commentary and or review channel. To be honest, I would love to watch through with Lily and debate each of her points as they come up as we watch the show, because it would be a much more fair grounds for us to judge the show's merits and wouldn't be quite so hyperbolic as these big gigantic YouTube videos. I doubt that would probably ever happen due to the jokes I've made throughout this video, which I acknowledge a few are tasteless and some may be needlessly offensive to a couple people. I want to illustrate my intent is to inform and entertain, much like Lily's was with her video, as she had a lot of very base jokes that made me chuckle and laugh out loud several times. I appreciate that, and after writing all of this out and reading through it and thinking about it, I can't say anything else but God, what a piece of shit.
I mean, obviously this show meant something at some point, and I've clearly been passionate about it, otherwise I wouldn't have been taking it apart for 50 pages.
Oh shit, I'm over 45,000 words. I'm about to start the 88th page. Also, I'm watching your whole video in my editor. I ain't giving you that watch time, bro.
And I know Sugar has her deep admirers, but I fucking think the woman's terrible.
You misinterpreted so much of her show as Nazi and abuse sympathizers. It's totally understandable that you feel this way. Of course, I disagree with 99% of your points, but it's whatever. This video destroyed your validity as any kind of literary commentator, so doesn't really matter to me. I'm primarily upset with the giant hate fandom this video of yours started.
And then in another, she told kids that Nazis just made some mistakes and that they're totally forgivable. You can't get past what that says about you.
Daryl Davis would probably disagree. If you don't know who that is, I recommend looking him up because he is absolutely fascinating for the weirdest reason.
And she seriously thinks she's writing down to earth and relatable people.
The point of the diamonds in her show was never to be relatable. It's supposed to be the representation of heinous ideals so the protagonist can knock them down as a demonstration of morality. Of course, they don't literally knock them down as much as they open their minds to a new way of life, but it's clear the diamonds have never considered any form of social hierarchy other than what they have, and they're just following their programming. You wouldn't take somebody who grew up believing a specific thing and then just shun them out of existence. You would reason with them or force them to abide by new rules, which is exactly what they did with the diamonds in Steven's universe.
And I get the feeling that if she was watching this video or someone laid out all this shit to her, she'd sit back and have a "what have I done" moment.
Absolutely not, because your misinterpretation is so unique that I doubt anybody else came to to the conclusion that this show is about Nazi sympathizers on their own. Rebecca Sugar can see every contradiction you make. The internet can see it. Only a few people who literally haven't watched the show may see your video and let your opinions be made for them. Much like a child growing up in an alt-right family may adopt the parents' alt-right ideas just because they've never been around a progressive before. I actually hope you do end up watching my video and see me go through each of your claims. Of course, addressing something this large would be a monster task to take you weeks. If you want to DM me a video of you just calling me a fag for 2 hours straight, go for it. But on to the next retarded thing you say.
Why are the targets of redemption always the most nasty, vile creatures imaginable? I'm not the only one who's noticed this, right?
Season 3 of Kipo, villain who wanted to commit genocide, even after being reasoned with, doesn't get redeemed. I do see your point in this statement though. The worse the villain, the higher the stakes, the more payoff. So payoff, that's why villains go from 0 to 100 real quick.
But when it's time to hand out redemption arcs, it's the fascists and the abusers who get first pick.
The diamonds never got redeemed. They're more beneficial to society by having them use their powers for good rather than collect dust in a cell. The diamonds are also immortal or something, so maybe at some point in time they will eventually pay off all their misdeeds. And I know that's a hard cop-out, I just felt like it's worth throwing out despite it not working as far as the episodes are self-contained. But it's not like the diamonds are actively seeking to ruin things now that Steven made things better. Also, I still massively resent you depicting Lapis as an abuser. Also, if you wanted to depict Lapis as abusive for, at the very least, getting revenge, wouldn't that make Bismuth equally, if not more abusive if they allowed to do her thing? Not gonna dwell on that for too long, though. Just food for thought.
Nobody's ever been able to answer why they had to be this fucking extreme.
The diamonds are so extreme because it creates a bigger payoff, and the bigger the payoff, the more interesting. In She-Ra, literally the whole planet was at war. Same goes for Avatar, and virtually the same for Legends of Korra. Steven Universe had the entire universe on the line, so the stakes were raised, which made the payoff matter more. I feel like I've said this so many times, I just can't believe you haven't figured this out for yourself yet. Seems like super fucking basic writing stuff.
And to those of you rolling your eyes at all this and readying your knee-jerk comments and Reddit posts about how, oh, well, it's just a kids show, so of course they're gonna do this, I'd like to ask why so many of our favorite kids shows growing up didn't do this.
The bar of kid-friendly has been raised as the years have gone by. I'm not sure what the age difference between us is, but like, didn't at the end of Sonic X there was some bomb that would blow up the entire planet? The Pokemon games became about world domination and global destruction after Generation 2, and those games were meant for kiddies. He-Man and the OG She-Ra were all about Skeletor and Hordak trying to gain dominion over the land. I don't remember how much global destruction was involved, but the idea still remains that what's allowable to certain audiences changes over time, which is why the first Top Gun movie having came out, I believe, in the 80s, openly depicted the main protagonist sexually harassing a girl in plenty of dirty languages. Isn't Spaceballs also PG? Maybe in the future we'll look at Steven Universe and be like, yeah, that show wasn't PG. Or maybe we'll look back at it and call it for general audience.
This shit's important whether you like it or not. You know it is, otherwise you wouldn't have been flocking to Steven Universe as this mature show that challenges kids, or as IGN calls it, this generation's Avatar.
I disagree. This show is very episodic in nature. In addition to having some overarching stories about multiple episodes, I watched this show for fun interactions between characters. I honestly thought I would dislike this show before I watched it, but my friends were very insistent it was good. To be honest, the only reason I did start watching Universe was for a voice actor friend who wanted me to make a parody of it, so I initially watched it looking at all the angles I could make fun of and disturb its themes. If I were to never do that, I probably never would have watched this show, and it was absolutely hilarious to me. I love this show. I love it a lot. I honestly don't care too much about the flaws because it's just good fun. So no, I disagree with the idea of it being this generation's Avatar. Also, to think that if I was evaluating the show in a perverse light to make jokes worse than the ones I've made in this video about Lily, I feel like I would have picked up on some Nazi shit, but I didn't, so Lily reading too much.
We can't keep dragging up the fact that that Rebecca Sugar is a non-binary.
Shit, I totally didn't realize. Well, it's not like Rebecca Sugar is gonna see this video, so I don't feel too bad about accidentally misgendering them.
Half Jewish woman.
Wait, you're gonna call her a woman now immediately after saying she's non-binary? You know, this makes me feel not so bad about making the trans jokes earlier. Of course, I also made myself the butt of that joke, so it's whatever.
By Rebecca Sugar's insistence on pushing redemption arcs onto the most vile creatures and begging her audience to consider their feelings.
She didn't give them a redemption arc. Just because you can understand that they feel bad about Pink Diamond's death doesn't constitute sympathy or redemption. I feel you're reading way too much into that and assigning an arc where there is literally nothing.
Do I think Rebecca Sugar is a fascist sympathizer? No.
I feel like the fact that you have to do a disclaimer like this, you're clearly doing something horrendously wrong if people are going to assume you think she's a fascist sympathizer. Like, why is this so insane to me? Lily, if you have to put this kind of disclaimer in your video, that must mean you're doing something terribly wrong here. Am I the only one who sees it that way? There's no way.
Do I blame anybody who comes to the conclusion that she is based on Steven Universe's content? No.
I feel like if somebody were to write a manifesto talking about Steven's universe, you might have a leg to stand on here, but you haven't shown a single example of any human being. But you interpreted the show this way, so I feel like it's exclusively a you problem and not so much a show problem, because if this issue was actually rampant, I could see it as a concern, but it's not, so I think you're just crying wolf. Oh my god, Lily has become the calling people a Nazi meme. Oh, this looks so bad for her.
Sugar was just dumb enough to include the fact that they have corrupted millions of gems while trying to kill them all and slain millions more. Sugar was dumb enough to include a scene where the main characters walk across literally millions of bodies.
He was depicting the horrible results of fascist society. I don't see why accurately depicting events that happened under those kind of authoritarian rules is an issue, unless you just don't want those things to be in media or a kid's show. It's pretty cool how under the child cartoons restrictions they can still get away with stuff like this. I suppose it's not explicitly human dismemberment or gore, so that's probably where it got the pass.
Sugar was dumb enough to push for redemption despite all of that.
Lily is dumb enough to think there's a redemption arc for the Diamonds despite no evidence for it, and her only supposed evidence being that the Diamonds were sad about Pink Diamond's death. That's literally only one sympathetic character trait, not the multitudes they gave to literally every other character. Jasper and Kevin have more sympathetic character traits than the Diamonds. There is no redemption arc. They decide in the aftermath they're more useful to society being put to public service than to rot in a jail. Just because they didn't go to jail doesn't mean they're redeemed. Nobody is saying that. I've literally heard not a person. Nobody said the Diamonds have received, and if anybody says they are redeemed, I disagree. They'll likely never be redeemed, since they destroyed an unknown number of planets in genocides. But Lily is dead wrong about the redemption. I feel like I lose brain cells every time she says something like this. Keep going, Lily. Keep saying it. Maybe I'll sound just as retarded as yourself by the end of this video.
I think the core problem is that, like many adult cartoon fans, Sugar is just profoundly fucking stupid.
Says the person who can't understand abuse when she sees it? Says the person who doesn't understand story structure even when she sees it? Says the person who extrapolates forgiveness from toppling a Nazi society. Lily is going on record as calling anybody who's enjoyed Family Guy, American Dad, Rick and Morty, BoJack Horseman, Simpsons, literally any of that shit. Lily's blanket statement calling you profoundly fucking stupid. I don't think Lily realizes those adult cartoons are supposed to be shut off your brain and laugh kind of shows, because the people who watch them suffer through things way worse than watching Steven Universe, on the daily. I'm calling it right now. Lily's privilege as fuck. Prove me wrong. Do it, you white ass bitch. Lily cares so much about a children's cartoon that she's willing to insult literally every group to whine about her points. You've attacked the gender, romantic, sexual minority. You've attacked children. You've attacked abuse victims. You've attacked the alt-right. And while justly was completely unnecessary. You've insulted anybody who's ever liked Pearl or Steven. You've insulted the show's creator multiple times. You've insulted the entire staff. You've insulted the animators. You've insulted the boomers. You've insulted the entire industry. But you know who you haven't insulted? The network and its advertisers, who at the end of the day are the only people this show ever needs to make happy, and it did that very well. Had Steven Universe failed in ratings, a lot of your criticisms would be more just. But they're clearly doing a lot of stuff incredibly correct. If it makes this much of a moment for the Grissom community, more than most shows, has an incredibly devout fan base who's still around and made Rebecca Sugar a millionaire. Or something. I saw a figure that said she was worth like $4 million. Even half of that is more than most people make in an entire lifetime. You can hate on this show all you want, but your evidence is full of contradictions, lies, false pretenses, taking things out of context, willful ignorance, and on top of that, you've emptied your sheer stupidity on this show. Your video is full of dishonesty. You will never live down being a fraud because it has 7 million views and the community knows you're full of shit. You don't get to take the moral high road at the end of this. Go learn what the fucking story circle is and then come back to reevaluate the show's plot. Take all the pieces of evidence I gave you out of the good will of myself and put them together. Put all of that together and redo your literary homework because this is a fail.
If someone calls Sugar a fascist because of what they saw in Steven Universe, then that is a rod she created for her own damn back.
You're the only one saying this show supports fascism, and since you brought up to everybody's attention with its virality, you're the one to blame if somebody watches your video. You can shuffle words around all day to make whatever argument you want, but you're the one who made this argument, and if somebody follows suit, that's your problem. You don't get to make up a pipe bomb and say, whoopsie, it's the pipe company's fault when somebody else blows it up in a town square. If you think words have so much weight to them, you need to check yourself first before extrapolating a video to such a degree as this.
Part of being a creator is accepting that the conclusions people draw from your work are your responsibility.
Cool, so you're admitting you're a piece of shit now because a lot of the conclusions people dropped about you in your comments, actually that's totally filtered like her own fascist government because she holds all the comments for review so she can cherry pick all the comments that actually agree with her and don't, so she can make it a safe place for people who've never watched the show. Corruption found. Basically, Lily isn't even taking responsibility for her own work, so...
But unless you can fully explain why their read of your work is bad, then you're responsible for it.
Cool. So, you gonna make me responsible for this video or something? Cause, like, I really went into why any pro-fascist ideas you can pull out of Stevie U is a bad read, and I went on about how you made a lot of other bad reads. And to be fair, I agreed with you on a few story aspects, but like, you're looking really responsible for your bad takes. Not that you're gonna come out and do a YouTuber apology video. Actually, I should bet that after this video, you clickbait a YouTuber apology video where you just roast all the people you've called out for your bullshit, cause you're such a whiny loser.
But while Sugar could have a lot of ideas, she couldn't deliver on any of them.
I already went over all her ideas and how you misrepresented them, and I suppose the ultimate conclusion to my video could be agree to disagree. It still doesn't change the fact that you lied so much and took so many shots out of context to create your own narrative. I should write some joke about Lily doing fake news, but I'm pretty tired and Lily's video is coming to a close. She had just repeated a bunch of things already said earlier that I already rebuked, but there's still a few more.
Her approach to trauma, grief, abuse, and loss was to continuously let them dominate your life, make no effort to heal yourself, and actively resist any attempt to help you.
Trauma is something that sticks with people for an exceedingly long time. It's not some topic that can be fixed in any small cartoon. cartoon time frame, it takes years of therapy and overall working yourself out of the funk. It doesn't just resolve at the end of a story arc, and depicting it otherwise would be dishonest and piss off a lot of people who would try to boycott Lapis the same way people came after Rebecca Sugar's depiction of Bismuth. I already made the comparison of the hashtag Get Switch off Netflix because it depicted dissociative identity disorder in a psychotic light that seemed to breed fear and not understanding.
I know it seems like I've been harsh on Sugar, but in reality, I have been extremely lenient.
Oh, look at you pretending to be nice and soft, the quote-unquote tough love excuse. Nah, homie, you went into this video and trashed it as hard as you possibly could. We saw your bias, we saw your fabrication, we know where you flat out lied. That's not lenient, that is sinister.
But what I think is the actual problem is that Sugar and the rest of the crew have severe and crippling tunnel vision.
And your tunnel vision on depicting this show as bad as you could is totally just, cause your excuse is that it's just a literary critique where you've been extremely lenient. I'll bet Donald Trump's butt cheeks smell sweeter than that statement.
Sugar writes like someone who has never written before or even taken a basic writing class.
Lily makes an argument against the show like she's never taken a debate class before or even written a persuasive essay, but she does write like somebody who wants so desperately to depict Rebecca Sugar as some god-awful showrunner because Lily struggles to comprehend basic writing tactics and can't spot themes when they appear, which I've already gone over those things already, so moving on.
And based on how Steven Universe is animated, she's a bad artist.
Wait, just cause this show ain't the high-def detail with the shading and the realistic proportions like Avatar, this cartoon is automatically poor? Bro, don't gatekeep art.
Rebecca Sugar is the disease.
Your video is infinitely more toxic and condescending than even the Bismuth getting bubbled scene. I bet the controversy that came out of this video itself was also way bigger than the Bismuth thing.
Because Rebecca Sugar has no organizational skills whatsoever.
Or organized in your evidence clips. Seriously, why would you show a scene, make up some shit, then immediately show something else that contradicts the previous statement? You did that with Amethyst, you did that with Lapis, you did that with Peridot, you did that with Garnet, you did that with Sugilite, you did that with Kevin! But no, Rebecca Sugar's the one who's disorganized and shit. What the fuck?
When you set out to make a children's show that aims to be higher art than something like SpongeBob, you should be under a large amount of scrutiny because kids are observant people.
My kid brother observed a number of logical fallacies and literally does one clip I showed him of Lily's video. It's really funny to me because English class isn't his strong suit, and even then he can still smell the bullshit.
Sugar is making her show for kids, or at least claiming to, so she can't be this irresponsible.
You said a bit ago that the audience of this show is the same audience as World of Warcraft, or whatever. And even though I technically agree with this statement, you contradict yourself. Also, kids aren't as observant as you think they are.
I was sitting here for a while trying to find a way to close out like I did last time, with a single scene that showcased the core issues of Steven Universe on full display for everyone to see. But as I was going through the footage, I found something that goes in the opposite direction.
Of course you did, because the themes you're accusing the show of having is bullshit you extrapolated from out of context scenes.
And they only form sardonic Sugilite or Alexandrite when it's absolutely necessary. Offering to fuse with Peridot just to help her understand fusion is not a decision made lightly.
Garnet acknowledges Steven and the other gems are working hard to get along with Peridot. Garnet has made few attempts to befriend her up until now. Sometimes to gain somebody's trust, you need to open up a little bit about your vulnerabilities, like how Peridot opened to Lapis about hers, resulting in the moment where Lapis decided to give Peridot a chance. You can't expect them to build trust or a bond if the characters are always on the defense and unwilling to budge. Garnet was intentionally letting her walls down for this moment to bond with Peridot and results in a big step forward for both of them. This similar issue happened with Andy, who opens up with his dislike of change to Steven, enabling them to move forward and welcome the gems as part of his family. Peridot also decided to show this level of trust with Steven after they played in the rain, because Steven extended undeserved trust to Peridot where the other gems would have poofed her. Peridot was a villain at this point and completely undeserving of Steven's kindness, but because he gave her that opportunity, they grew closer.
Up until this point, Peridot has been only referring to Garnet as Fusion, and after this, stops doing that and starts using her actual name.
Like I said, extending trust in order to bond, and it was a success.
This scene further narrows the gap between LGBT people and those that still fail to understand them, and this is the kind of thing Steven Universe needed so much more of.
So, in trying to find a scene that encapsulates everything quote-unquote bad in the show, you instead decided to show a great scene in the show and just claim it needs more of this? Oh, but there isn't more, and that's why the show is bad.
And yet these episodes were so rare as Sugar chased her redemption for space fascists and whatever oddly shaped Beach City member she decided was important that week.
I can understand why you feel something like this would improve the show, rather than having character development across several episodes, keep them self-contained, therefore making them more digestible and easy to follow, which in all honesty is a preference, and I personally don't think it would improve the show whatsoever, since personal growth doesn't happen in a single day. I feel an expectation like this is unrealistic, however this is a kids show and other shows manage to pull it off extremely well. I feel like, to use regular show as an example, Rigby's character developments are sparked in single episodes and those change him for the rest of the series. I feel this is more of a matter of how well you write the character growth in the episode, cause they try to keep these development arcs in self-contained episodes for the Owl House, however I feel Luz and the other characters' developments are done extremely sloppy and it's jarring experience to watch for myself personally. Even though they have more time to make it look more natural, unlike regular show in Steven Universe where they have 10-minute episodes each. The reason I use the Owl House as an example of it being done poorly is because the dialogue during these interactions feels forced and out of character. At least from my perspective. When Amity finds Luz screwing around in her secret library room, it would have made a lot more sense for Amity to be pissed rather than somber, considering the vandalism that was going on. I mentioned earlier in this video that Amethyst's lines feel forced during a few of her arcs, however when it comes to Lapis and Pearl, theirs feels a lot more natural and realistic. After all of that, I will agree to disagree since this comes down to writers' tact, whether they can fit a natural character growth into a single episode or not. However, I feel Rebecca Sugar did a decent job of developing them over the seasons and having no issue with the show the way it is in regards to that.
Another episode like Too Short to Ride, or another moment like Peridot finally understanding Garnet. That's the kind of storytelling I love. Simple, personal, and direct. Something that has been sadly lost in modern cartoons as more time is spent building a massive world with detailed lore and grand stakes and then putting nothing into it.
This is honestly very relatable because as for the writing communities I've been a part of, that was probably the most common criticism I've ever given was, you, the creator, are the only person who gives a flying fuck about the world you've created. People just want to see the characters, relate to the characters' struggles, and watch them resolve conflict. The character interactions are exactly what I'm here for in Steven's universe. It's why the second half of season 2 is my favorite. It's why I like the regular show. And Kipo. Kipo suffered from the same issue where the first 3 episodes were so world-building heavy that I slept on that series for the longest time. And now because of the character interactions, it's one of my favorite shows. Same goes for BoJack Horseman. It's always good fun to me. I feel like Steven Universe spends more time with its characters than this piece of info Lily gives it credit for. Since while there is a lot of established world, the show very slowly introduces it and doesn't explain all of it, so we spend more fun time with the characters. I just like regular show where it's just the characters having good fun. Nothing too deep going on. I like those same aspects of Steven Universe. I genuinely enjoyed Sadie Killer and the Suspects, all the Sour Cream episodes, all the Buck episodes, and the majority of the screwing around in Beach City. It was just a lot of fun to watch without having to get stressed out by some massive plot point like in She-Ra and many anime. I like these relaxing shows. I get that Steven Universe is a lot more chill than it should be given the nature of the villains, but that's what I appreciate about it, and at the end of the day, Lily doesn't come after that. She doesn't say we can't enjoy Steven Universe over it being good fun. She just wishes the major plot was done more tastefully, and I totally get that. It's fair, it's valid. She didn't need to make such a toxic video just to get that point across, and I'm really glad Lily ended this video on a sweet note. With that said, I have commentated on much of her video, going over the ad hominems and conjectures as well as other statements, rather than just the criticisms of the show exclusively. So I asked my brother for help in putting together a list of all the objective accusations of the show. A list of pure criticism. The essential conflict Lily put into this video. While I did rebuke each statement as they came in the reaction part, they are hard to track down amongst the rest of the commentary. I'd like to go over this list and reiterate forgotten points. This part of the video will be much more concise than the rest. It'll help you better understand each meritable claim and give you something to reference as a go-to for specific defenses about the show. This list, which I will cover in just a moment, contains about 50 separate arguments Lily made to frame the show as bad. However, each of these is willful misinterpretation, lies, or fabricated to support her claims with the exception of a small handful. I do not cover the personal attacks against Sugar in this segment. I don't cover those things Lily has said, just the accusations against Steven's universe. With that said, let's go over these 50 reasons Lily is a fraud. The representation in Steven's universe is too minuscule to count. This show was made during a time when it was publicly okay to be homophobic. Now that society is more accepting of different sexualities, very few recent shows that are latched onto by the Lobata and Grissom community, they still often have less representation compared to Steven's universe. Steven's universe spends too much time on filler. This is an episodic series. The majority of the episodes are not supposed to follow the overarching storyline, just the same that shows such as Family Guy and SpongeBob are episodic. Steven's universe does have an overarching storyline as well that is followed across some episodes. However, episodic episodes outnumber the main storyline covering ones considerably. Steven's universe spends too much time on background characters and not main characters. A lot of people like well-developed side characters. It gives the world more depth. Having a large variety of characters enables the writers to carry out several different stories. Artificially inflating episode numbers to focus on main characters won't make the show objectively better. Steven Universe is boring because the overarching plot moves along too slowly. Steven's Universe is a show that focuses on the character interactions. People enjoy the show for seeing the characters get into wacky scenarios and deal with random issues and the quirks of their personalities. The show doesn't exist to tell the Odyssey. It's there for fun. It also has an overarching plot and deep storyline, however that is not the focus of the show. The show is made worse by having every episode follow Steven. Cartoon Network is oriented to the age range of 10 to 14. Many of its shows follow a child to give a relatable and grounding character for the kids watching, much like Adventure Time is latched to Finn. And even shows where the main character isn't a child, the main characters still have childlike qualities like Mordecai and Rigby in regular show. Many of the Crystal Gems don't get a chance to be main characters, like Lapis, because the show was always on Steven. Each character had their arcs, multiple, each got their own storylines and developments. Wanting to see more of a specific character is fine, but just because Lapis isn't in most of the episode doesn't mean she wasn't a character. Pearl is a crazy asshole. The type A Pearl regularly got into shenanigans because of that personality trait. She had to learn accepting others for the way they are, learn to be kinder. She's Steven's primary caretaker and consistently gave him advice and assistance. She deeply loves the Crystal Gems, and while at first is apprehensive to most things, those traits of her dissolve over time when she gets character development. Garnet was relegated to Fusion and nothing else. Garnet is the embodiment of love and connection, and teaching Steven about such. She had several episodes of looking after Steven as a parental role. She was the leader of the Crystal Gems and regularly made decisions for the group. She had an emotional story arc, learning to trust Steven, learning to be there for Amethyst, learning to be more cool-headed, learning forgiveness for people who've wronged her. She is much more than her physical attributes. Characters don't earn their redemption arcs. Each character suffers through various literary trials to be redeemed, and those who don't earn it, the characters understand love and acceptance is a better step forward than trial by fire. The diamonds are better used to society, being civil servants than collecting dust in jail. Andy never would have given over his barn willingly if it weren't for Steven's attempt to connect with him on his terms. Steven's universe character development doesn't lead to anything. The majority of emotional character development affects their interactions with other entities entities by changing the character's behavior over time. It gives breathing room for their growth by letting it air out. This changes them over time, and eventually they react differently at the end of a season than they would at the beginning. If the characters had never developed this way, the storyline would have had a completely different ending. Steven's universe is little more than a collection of writing prompts being heralded as a meaningful show unjustly. This is a cop-out. Any episodic show can be accused of this. However, the depth and meaning does not come from the plot. It comes from the execution and character interactions. Shows are generally not judged on uniqueness, but on how well they execute on their ideas. The idea of Steven's universe is a large cast of characters interacting in the same world, going through all their unique experiences and conflicts, and making relatable or enjoyable episodes from those experiences. Though Rose's Pink Diamond arc was the worst way to end that season. That's not an arc, that's a backstory. It explains why the circumstances of the world the characters live in is the way it is. Intrigue over Rose and Pink Diamond is important to the show's overarching plot, but in the grand scheme of the show and its idea means very little. Enjoying or disliking Rose and Pink Diamond is separate from the show as a whole. It reflects very little on the episodic stories which work independent of the main storyline, which is the focus of the show. Even in regards to the main storyline, it's just backstory and not super important to the now. Almost every arc is about learning to love yourself. Very few episodes had this moral. The majority of the ones which did were focused on Amethyst, who does develop self-esteem issues in later episodes. However, Garnet, Pearl, Steven, Lapis, and Peridot, those main characters do not have this arc. Steven approaches fighting with perverse glee or neutral detachment. Steven is the mediator between other characters in several episodes. He wants everybody to be friends, to get along, and tries to quell issues, all out of love for his friends and caretakers. There are many instances throughout the show where Steven is attacked and does nothing. Steven gives all enemies a chance to redeem themselves, or at the very least talk things out. This rarely works in his favor, however, he is more on the side of talking things out rather than let Fist do the talking like the rest of the Crystal Gems. Steven is treated as a messiah figure who solves long-standing problems the show couldn't. Pink Diamond's powers gave him an edge throughout the show, however it takes a long time for him to get the hang of how to use them. As a result, he is not given trust or chances to prove his value to the Crystal Gems. Steven works hard to show he is capable of, at the very least, able to fend for himself. And even after proving that, the other gems rarely take him seriously. For the first 3 seasons, the Crystal Gems treat him as an incapable child. Pearl's grief and trauma was underwhelming. Pearl is not a representation of trauma. She is grieving over the loss of a loved one. She is unable to vocalize and get her feelings out because the circumstances force her to keep silent. Only after Pearl and Pink Diamond's backstory is revealed, she is finally able to deal with those feelings, talk them out, and move on. Her bottled up feelings cause a few conflicts for episodes. Those depict her grief, but as far as trauma, that's a misread. Pearl rarely ever faced the consequences of her actions. Pearl consistently hurt her friends, whether intentional or not. Those interactions damage her friendship and trust with the other characters. They distanced themselves from Pearl and she had to work hard, go out of her way to regain their trust and respect. There were a small number of instances where Pearl was not reprimanded for things she did, however they are so few compared to the number of other issues she caused and dealt with. Pearl's love for Rose was invalidated by her past as Rose's slave. Like the rest of the gems that Rose freed, Rose gave Pearl freedom as well. Her past as being subservient means very little in regards to Pearl, as much later in the show, 6,000 years later, and even after Rose is gone for good, Pearl's feelings persist. While she is not around Rose or Pink Diamond anymore and feels just as strongly, it makes little sense to say this reflects on her character at all. Amethyst's arc of dealing with her inadequacies disappeared without resolving. When Amethyst met the others born in the same kindergarten as her, she realized there was next to no difference between them, the only notable difference being their size. Seeing more gems born incorrectly and seeing how the other Amethysts don't treat them differently, seeing that Amethysts don't look at the defective ones as anything less than, Amethyst realizes it's not something to be ashamed of, and nobody else judges her for it. Nobody treats her as less than, which makes her comfortable with her differences. Amethyst's inadequacy arc reached its natural conclusion on meeting the others, and it resolved naturally. Garnet was demoted to extra as soon as it was revealed she was a fusion. From this point on, there were more Sadie episodes than Garnet episodes. As a side character, getting more screen time does reflect poorly on an important role, and as a very likable character, it was disappointing to see Garnet get less dedicated episodes. Peridot goes through more character development in the episode Too Short to Ride than the rest of the characters in the whole show. This episode was self-contained development arc. It didn't span several episodes. Amethyst, Pearl, and many of Steven's character development was spread out and giving breathing room. An easily digestible story arc in a one-off episode doesn't make the rest of the character's growth less than. Rebecca Sugar doesn't write three-dimensional characters. The majority of characters in Steven's universe all have backstory, inner demons, external conflicts, and relatability. I will agree that Steven is very one-dimensional when we meet him, however he gains layers as the show goes on. For Lapis, for Pearl, Garnet, Amethyst, Peridot, they all have every single one of those qualities I listed from the get-go. Lapis is the abuser, not the abused. Lapis was trapped in a mirror, ignored and put away for thousands of years of silence, only to be freed, broken, immediately persecuted, then upon returning home was captured and made talk. Lapis was forced into submission by Peridot and Jasper, and by Lapis' shattered spirit attitude at the end of season 1, having come to terms with her demise, we can infer the interrogations were not pleasant. Lapis was then threatened and forced to fuse against her will, while the crystal gems refused to help. Jasper stalks Lapis out to sea and attempts to manipulate her and regain control over Lapis. More than enough depictions of emotional and physical abuse. Lapis is offered a home to find out that her new roomie is one of her past tormentors. Lapis holds back her trust, not wanting to be taken advantage of, and actively pushes Peridot away, who is persistent and ignores every time Lapis makes it clear she's not interested. Peridot refusing to give Lapis breathing room to get over her trauma, and Jasper being the culprit. Jasper was just hyped up as a boss fight. There was no hyping as Jasper came out of the blue, immediately dealt with in the following episode. It is true that Jasper did lurk around the planet at random locations, hiding from the crystal gems who sought her out. However, the episodes across that section of the show spent more time doing something other than looking for her. If Steven likes somebody, there's a million forgiveness excuses, but if he doesn't, they deserve to choke. Steven extends the chance of redemption to every character in the show, knowing they can better themselves, and often do. However, this is different from forgiveness, which is rarely ever given in the show, as most characters opt to move on and worry about more pressing matters. The Diamonds are sympathetic crybaby characters. No, an attempt to describe them in any respect as relatable in any way is disingenuous. Just because the Diamonds are two-dimensional doesn't mean they're sympathetic so much as their past provides more to the story than a one-dimensional villain would. Character arcs are rushed. Each arc builds momentum just before its climax and resolution. However, the beginning of most arcs are dropped in episodes prior to build tension. This establishes a new conflict is on its way. There are a few episodes that go over their arcs very quickly with little breathing room. However, those are mainly in the one-off episodes rather than the overarching plot. Episodic arcs can feel rushed as they're done across a 10-minute time span, though most episodes do not have high stakes or major plot developments. The majority are unaffected by this. The character proportions are constantly changing. It's true that the characters throughout the show don't stay on model, mainly in the first few seasons as opposed to the later ones. However, this isn't an issue, since animation is simply to fool the brain into seeing motion. On occasion, this can break immersion. However, these sorts of animation issues are rampant across the entire industry. This is not so much a Steven Universe problem as it is an industry problem. It doesn't negatively impact the show, as most people are oblivious to this, so it's a non-issue. Garnet was an easy excuse not to do any work to develop Ruby and Sapphire's relationship. They started the show with their relationship already having been developed. There's no need to develop something that has already been developed. Of course, it was difficult for Rebecca to get Ruby and Sapphire episodes because the push against representation in media could get you fired before 2016. I'm surprised Rebecca even did as many episodes of these two as there are, which might explain why Garnet got less focus after season 1 as a network demanding issue. Rose took advantage of Pearl's love for her. Rose didn't even notice Pearl's feelings for her. Pearl regrets throughout the entire show that she didn't open up, because now Rose has made a little boy with some human dude that she doesn't like. It's next to impossible to take advantage of somebody when you don't know that's an option, or at the very least, an ironic coincidence. The show does a disservice to non-binary people. Having a large portion of the cast be non-binary with obvious gender leans isn't a detraction. Stevonnie can be read as gender fluid, something most shows, even gruesome shows, rarely cover. Just because an alien race is next to not defined by gender doesn't mean it can be thrown out. After all, not being defined by gender is a massive progressive point this show has going for it. Stevani is a fusion of two people, so it's highly likely they don't get to be their own person. As we've seen with literally every other fusion combination of Steven and the other gems, each is a unique individual on their own. We also see that each person still has individuality while fused, so it would make sense that Stevani is themselves, while Steven and Connie still being conscious and aware inside of them. It's canonical that Stevani is a separate age from the two, and most instances of them in the show, they're in their 20s. The show pervs on Stevani. The camera doesn't treat Stevani any different from the other gems. Upon first fusion, Stevani does examine themselves, however, it was unexpected as they didn't expect to fuse and doing so out of surprise. The writers don't notice how creepy Kevin is towards Stevani. Kevin is intentionally written to be a douche. Stevani is a new entity, canonically in their 20s, however Kevin is turned off when he realizes Stevani is the fusion of two kids. Connie, Steven, and Kevin are all teenagers, so even if this were to be taken seriously, it's not out of the realm of possibility, as cursed as the Kevani ship is. At worst, it's a pedo joke, in which case a lot of animations make pedo jokes incessantly, so even if that's the punchline, still in the realm of possibility as it probably flies over kids' heads, much like all the gendered stuff in the show. There are plenty of adult jokes that are put into kids' animations. Stevani is a poor representation of puberty. While Rebecca Sugar did mention puberty briefly in a spiel about Stevani's relatability, it was not a primary force in the character's creation. Though Stevani is depicted as prickling of facial hair later in the show, the primary relatability factor of Stevani is those depictions of different issues children face compared to issues that become commonplace when people are adults. Issues like Kevin type of people. Stevani gives Rebecca Sugar a playground to explore those aspects of adulthood. Bismuth's introduction gave a huge disservice to people of color. While Bismuth's first couple episodes did end on a sour note, there were surprisingly few tasteless depictions of race with this show. A few people extrapolating racism out of something small for clicks and clout is nothing new. Sugalite is a racist depiction of black people. Ruby and Amethyst are both short-tempered, hot-headed, and physically strong. The fusion of these two combined with the added bonus of Sapphire's power would create a devastating force. Something so powerful that Pearl fears it. Amethyst is hot-headed and gets emotional easily, much like Ruby, and Sapphire even struggles keeping Ruby calm as depicted often in the show. Clear that Sapphire wouldn't be able to balance both Ruby and Amethyst together. Pearl recognizes this and uses it as the reason for Garnet and Amethyst not to fuse. Sugalite seems like a natural result of the personalities who make up this character. They retcon the human zoo being created by Yellow and Blue Diamond. Rose claimed Pink Diamond created the human zoo as propaganda to further the Crystal Gem's hatred of the diamonds. Shifting the blame was an interesting move on Rose's part to motivate the gems to kill Pink Diamond. Character growth was negated by the revelation that Rose is Pink Diamond. This actually gave room for more character growth. Steven was given an internal conflict over the morals of his mother, who he was led to believe was a war hero. Sapphire had a breakdown over this revelation, which resulted in splitting Garnet apart. Amethyst pestered Steven for an episode concerned this weighed on him too much, her own internal conflict for that episode being she was unsure how to comfort or connote to Steven she cares and doesn't want him to suffer for his mom's past. Pearl has an external conflict to keep the crystal gems from falling apart from this revelation. Those are mostly internal conflicts, which breed character growth. The idea this news negated character growth is backwards. Pink Diamond became Rose and pulled strings on both sides of the warlike Palpatine. She got a taste of what their society is built on, didn't like it, then tried to change her sisters' minds. The other diamonds were not interested in listening to their little sisters taking the high road, so Pink Diamond took on a new form they could not ignore. Rose committed to this new identity, faking the death of Pink Diamond, driving home the point that gems could stand up for themselves. While her intentions were just, she went about them in a very corrupt way. Pink Diamond demanded a planet of her own based on her status, then realized it was more responsibility than she could handle and decided to bail on it so she could live a life of relaxation and laziness. Pink Diamond realized the societal structure was unjust, actively fought against it, and lost. With the rebellion decimated and no way to leave Earth, she became complacent. Pink Diamond actively took on even more responsibility with these actions. It simply failed as the power of the other diamonds was too great. Thou shalt not kill rule for protagonists is retarded. This show is made for Cartoon Network. They are required to abide by child-friendly rules. Having Steven as the primary force behind this message makes it much more natural compared to the genocidal enslaved gems, so they made do with Steven. Steven Universe and World of Warcraft are the same target demographic. That game is rated 17 and older, whereas Steven Universe, that was made to be suitable for 10-year-olds. It's true that there are a number of older fans of the show, however that's a result of the serialized aspect. Serialized shows appeal to a variety of age ranges, so it makes sense that people who play World of Warcraft can also enjoy Steven's Universe. However, that's not the age-proofing it's made for. Rose's rebellion has nothing to do with toppling fascism, it was about protecting nature from the damage a colony creates. Pink Diamond was given the planet. If all she wanted to do was protect her pale blue dot, she would have just ruled in a non-conventional manner. On Earth, Pink learned the value of life and free will and wanted to give that to everyone. Given that fascism by its very nature is anti-free will, Rose saw that as the root problem and tried turning her sister's mind to no success. With diplomacy failed, war or complacency were the only options, and we know what Rose went with. Uncle Andy didn't face any consequences for his horrible behavior. It's a kids show, they can't condone stealing somebody's property. Going through Andy's internal conflict had the payoff of him giving the barn over and being on good terms with the Crystal Gems. If the episode had been an external conflict, it would be the Crystal Gems brawling Andy for ownership of the barn. Many of Steven's Universe episodes are focused on internal conflicts. The Andy episode is no exception. Rebecca Sugar's show says Nazis are forgivable. The overarching plot of the entire show is about toppling a fascist government. The diamonds are more useful to society as civil servants than rotting in a cell. So of course they're not going to lock them up just because of their regressive viewpoints. Never in this show do the characters say they forgive the diamonds. Even after it has been resolved, the main characters are still apprehensive towards them. The fascists and abusers were given redemption arcs. The diamonds were never given a redemption arc, not even in Steven Universe Future. Jasper was never given a redemption arc. Peridot did have a solid redemption arc as when she told off Yellow Diamond. Pearl had a number of redemption arcs, atoning for her sins against the other gems. The characters least deserving of redemption were not given it. Just because the bad guys aren't hung at the end of the show doesn't mean they're redeemed. It's fair for people to think Rebecca Sugar is a fascist sympathizer. The overarching plot of Steven's Universe is anti-fascist. Any claim otherwise is ignorant. Rebecca's writing message about trauma, grief, and abuse is to let them dominate your life and make no effort to heal yourself. Pearl works through her grief and Lapis confronts her biggest fear in the end, and Sadie learns to stand up for herself in regards to Lars. Aside from those three characters, all who overcame their issues, those points don't especially apply to the other characters, outside of Steven Universe Future, of course. Steven Universe's writing should have been simple, personal, and direct. While Steven Universe could have gone with simple story structure and could have made each episode an easily digestible one-off, Rebecca Sugar went to unique places, such as telling Rose's story in reverse. Subversive writing can be grating to some people, but can still be enjoyed by many. Easy writing formulas have been seen thousands of times, but something new and different, like Steven's Universe, can be a refreshing palate cleanser. Rebecca Sugar is a bad writer. Lily Orchard is a dipshit.
Thought I was a bitch, you ain't doing shit. If I woke up and I was you, a price of my rich, so we could